Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3778. Behind him, the giant beast's claws fell and clawed at Luyin, as well as the entire sky gate. In front of Luyin, the old woman looked at him in shock, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Luyin's palm strike had left her feeling uncomfortable. She raised her hand again and wrote, "Spring and autumn, forest slash." The ink-like forest turned into slashes that slashed at Luyin. Each slash was extremely terrifying, and it had to be from a powerhouse who had crossed bitter adversity. On the other side, Duke Qing also made a move, carving something in the void. A sourcebox array descended and enveloped Luyin. No matter who was in front of him, as long as it was not an eternal realm being, Luyin had the ability to obliterate everything. However, this was the sky gate. The moment the monster appeared, the sky gate fell. It was not the old man who had done so, but the gate itself. The old woman in front of Duke Qing made a move, and the sky gate fell over her head. The monster's claws reached out again. Luyin decisively retreated. He could not hesitate even for a moment, or he would be finished. He had to either be sure that he could enter the sky gate or be sure that he could block the claws. If he could not do either, then he could only retreat. As he retreated, Luyin stared at the old woman. If not for her, he would not have been unable to enter the sky gate. Who was this old woman? The old woman was also looking at him. Even the monster's attention was not diverted. After all, the monster's power was blocked by the sky gate, and she could not clearly sense it. Her pale face and blood-stained mouth made her look rather ferocious, and her gaze was cold. Behind the old woman was a young man who was also looking at Luyin. His gaze was calm, and his mouth had a disdainful smile. Boom! The sky gate shook. Such a terrible event rarely occurred in the Nine Firmaments universe. After Master Greengrass, this was the second creature to attack the Divine Gate. It was also an Eternal Realm powerhouse. The shaking of the sky gate startled the old woman and the young man. What monster was this? Luyin used the aftermath of the claw attack to rush in another direction. There was a springboard there, and it was a dead end ahead. He could only use it to return. He successfully boarded the springboard, still holding Luo Ning in his hand. Luo Ning was horrified by the monster's terror, and he was furious with the people in the sky gate. It's Qian Shu. He's trying to harm me. Luyin did not have time to listen to his nonsense. He put him away, took the springboard, and ran. The monster did not care about Luyin. The gate of heaven had blocked the monster's sharp claws, causing the monster to temporarily ignore Luyin. Luyin looked back after he was flung away, and he saw that the monster was getting further and further away from the heavenly gate. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. He had been running for more than 10 years. He had thought that he could enter the ninth heaven and have the ninth heaven block the monsters for him. The shadow disappeared, and Luyin sighed as he thought back to Luo Ning's words. Was Qian Shu that young man? So, was it because of him or because of Luo Ning? However, no matter who it was that nearly killed him, this debt would be settled one day. The question now was, where should he go? Staying at God's Rain Mountain was out of the question. That monster was being held back by the gate of heaven, and even if it hadn't come looking for Luyin yet, that didn't mean that it would let him go. It would definitely find him in this part of space, unless the Nine Heavens High God took action to deal with it. That wasn't impossible, but Luyin didn't want to place his hopes on the High God. Hiding in the Nine Clouds universe and waiting for the Nine Clouds universe to save him were two different things. Besides, if the god of defense from the Jiu Shao universe really came, the monsters would be in trouble, and so would he. Return to the spiritualized universe? What would happen to the Grass Grandmaster? Luyin felt uneasy, as he didn't want to put his life in someone else's hands. However, there were only two paths for now. No, there was a third path. Lu Yin looked into the distance. He hadn't thought that he would actually use this path. A few days later, Lu Yin saw the exit of God's Rain Mountain. He had traversed the entire region and was no longer unfamiliar with this place. His figure disappeared and then reappeared. Lu Yin had returned to the spiritualized universe. He saw sky beyond heaven and the familiar starry sky. He also saw the sun beast. Suddenly, a pair of eyes enveloped him, and his expression changed. It was the Grass Grandmaster. You shouldn't have come back. There's no place for you in the spiritualized universe. The grass floated up with a bone-chilling killing intent. This was the first time the Grass Grandmaster had shown killing intent. Lu Yin shouted, "Aren't you afraid of the karmic chain? Killing you is worth it. Then why did you release me in the consciousness universe? That eternal realm beast let me know that you are the brightest torch in the universe. Extinguishing it will make you safer. The Tianyuan universe has Jiang Feng, and I'm more optimistic about him." Lu Yin didn't know if the Grass Grandmaster was telling the truth, but he had no choice. He rushed towards the sun beast's palm. This was another path to the Nine Heavens universe. He really didn't want to use it. No one knew where the sun beast would throw him, but there was no other way. When Lu Yin stood on the sun beast's palm, the beast suddenly opened its eyes and moved. Sky beyond heaven shook and trembled with the sun beast's huge body. When the sun beast raised its arm, the maids, 36 Xiao Sang, and Lan were all stunned. The huge beast's roar spread throughout the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin covered his ears. Although the sun beast might not be an eternal realm creature, its physique was really top-notch. Its roar was no less than that of an eternal realm beast. The muscles on its arms surged, and the void exploded. Terrifying energy ripples rippled out. With a loud bang, tomorrow's beast threw Lu Yin out. A dark gap was torn open in the starry sky. In the distance, the Grass Grandmaster looked on calmly. His killing intent disappeared like a tide. He muttered to himself, go and see the truth of this universe. I really hope you can change something." The spiritualized universe swayed. No one knew what happened. Lu Yin disappeared from the spiritualized universe. He didn't know how to describe that feeling. Shortly after being thrown out by the sun beast, Lu Yin seemed to have passed through the starry sky and turned the world upside down. Then his consciousness blurred for a moment, as if he had been hit by something. He was confused for a long time. When he came back to his senses, he was surrounded by water. The gentle water wrapped around him. He opened his eyes and subconsciously swam upwards. His hand grabbed something. It was smooth and very comfortable, soft as if boneless. A scream was like cold water, completely waking Lu Yin up. He suddenly opened his eyes. There were attacks coming from all directions. He subconsciously struck out with his palm, and a terrifying force swept out in all directions. The water splashed and was pushed away. He leaped up and smelled a fragrant wind. Around him, silhouettes floated back, and water droplets fell from their wet hair onto Lu Yin's face. When Lu Yin looked around, there was no one. There were only spiritual seeds floating in midair, and they were shouting angrily, "Who are you? Catch the thief, catch the thief! What a thief, how did you get in? How dare you? How dare you?" Lu Yin blinked and looked at the spiritual seeds that were emitting voices. They were all women's voices, and they were all different. For a moment, he was stunned. What's going on? Suddenly, his hair stood on end, and he looked in one direction. He didn't know when that person had walked out. A person had appeared and was looking at him. That person had taken a step forward and was already close to him. Lu Yin didn't see how that person had moved. He couldn't see clearly, nor could he see. All he saw was that face. That face was indescribable and unforgettable to Lu Yin. Qing Lianyu. The surroundings were dead silent. Lu Yin could no longer hear any sound. He couldn't hear the shouts and angry scoldings of those women. He just stared at the person who had suddenly appeared. Damn it, wasn't that Qing Lianyu? Did the tomorrow beast throw him in front of Qing Lianyu? There was no mistake, they looked the same. He couldn't understand that step just now. Who else could do that except for the eternal life realm? It must be Qing Lianyu. Why would there be coordinates for the Azure Lotus Empire? If there were no coordinates. Even if there were coordinates here, what happened just now? Those women. And the softness that he felt. Thinking of this, Lu Yin's face turned pale, and he had a feeling that a disaster was about to happen. He had just gotten rid of the Eternal Life Realm monster and the Grass Master, and here he saw an even more ruthless one. How could this be? His luck was too bad. Master, you have to uphold justice for the disciples. This thief actually sneaked into the lotus pond to watch us bathe. He's still. Lu Yin quivered and hurriedly shouted, "Don't talk nonsense, who peeked at you bathing? Thief, you're shameless. You still dare to quibble. Master is here, how can I let you live? The sister's reputation is enough to cut you into pieces. Shifty eyes, you're obviously a villain." Poor sister's reputation, Lu Yin was speechless. How could he quibble? No, what was there to quibble about? He really didn't see anything, he just touched something. Thinking of this, he looked at Qing Lianyu. Qing Lianyu's expression was calm as he looked at Lu Yin. Spirit seeds surrounded him, chattering. Lu Yin had a headache just listening to them. He was afraid that he would be killed in one strike, so he hurriedly said, "Junior Lu Yin pays his respects to Qing Lianyu." Lu Yin. Invisible. Invisible to watch us bathe. You still say you didn't peek, your name is so sneaky. A woman exclaimed like little chili pepper. Seventh sister is right, this kid's name is evidence. Too despicable. Kill him, we must kill him, killing him is too easy. Dig out his eyes first, then. Lu Yin was speechless. He looked at Qing Lianyu again. What these women said was not important. What was important was Qing Lianyu's attitude. If this person wasn't Qing Lianyu, Lu Yin would have run away long ago. How could these women stop him? All right, stop talking. I have my own plans, Qing Lianyu said. His voice was calm, and one couldn't tell if he was happy or angry. He looked at Lu Yin. You came from the universe below. The 7 spirit seeds trembled as if they were all looking at Lu Yin. Universe below. Spiritualized universe. No wonder the aura is different. It's not the aura of our universe. How dare someone from the spiritualized universe sneak a peek at Yi? Is he trying to rebel? I heard that you sang Tian isn't a good person. This guy must be with him. He really is a thief, Qing Lianyu frowned. All right, back off. If you say another word, I'll send you back and never come back. The moment he said that, the 7 spirit seeds immediately retreated far away. This sentence was too lethal. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3779. Lu Yin understood. The one in front of him was Teal Lotus Emperor. How lucky was it to be his disciple? What kind of talent did one need? Once missed, one would regret it for the rest of one's life. But didn't Yi Sang Sky have no disciples? It seemed that there was only one, sleeping in Xiaoyu Pavilion. What about the girls in front of him? Yi Hai was indeed the place of Teal Lotus Emperor. This was the place that countless people in the Jiao Shao universe dreamed of. He didn't know how he came here. Was it so easy to enter? It didn't seem right. Qing Lianyu looked at Lu Yin and said, "Not bad. You can enter the continent of the 9 clouds without going through the celestial gate. You're quite capable. Coincidentally, you entered Yihai. It's fate. I practice karma, and I pay attention to fate. You're destined to be in Yihai, 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 destined to be in Yihai. Since that's the case, you can marry them." A gust of wind blew, and the pond rippled. Lu Yin was dumbfounded. Although the 7 spirit seeds couldn't be seen, they must be dumbfounded too. What was this? Entering Yihai, fate. Marrying fate. Was there such a thing in the world? The atmosphere was strangely quiet. A gust of wind blew, and Lu Yin swallowed. "Well, what did you just say? I didn't hear you clearly." Teal Lotus Emperor looked at Lu Yin with a smile. "Your life is small, but your reputation is important. In the Jiao Shao universe, reputation is more important than the sky. Since you have seen them bathe, I won't kill you because of fate. You have to marry them. Otherwise, they won't be able to live." Lu Yin looked at the 7 spirit seeds. The 7 spirit seeds kept trembling. They were obviously emotional, but because of Teal Lotus Emperor's majesty, they didn't dare to say a word. Lu Yin could empathize with this kind of grievance. At the same time, he felt that it was absurd. He had come from the Tian Yuan universe, and he hadn't come to the continent of the 9 clouds with good intentions. Not to mention Uptala Shangyu's disciples, even people from the continent of the 9 clouds wouldn't be interested in him. Now, he had been asked to marry 7 women. Although Lu Yin didn't see the faces of the 7 girls clearly and didn't know their family background, they must be extraordinary to be accepted as disciples by Teal Lotus Emperor. Moreover, they had just made a move. Thinking about it carefully, they were quite strong at their age. At least they made him unable to see their faces for a moment. This was not simple. Such a character should be a peerless heavenly immortal. And now, she was asking him to marry her. In all his years of cultivation, Lu Yin had never encountered something so absurd. After being stunned for a while, Lu Yin felt as if there was a blade on his back. The 7 women's gazes landed on him, and they were rather cold. They did not dare to refute the azure lotus shield, so they could only stare fixedly at Lu Yin. Lu Yin could guess what they were thinking. They were definitely cursing him to death, and they might even be thinking of ways to kill him. It was truly an unexpected disaster. Qinglian grinned at Lu Yin. "Don't feel wronged. Regardless of their looks or family background, they will definitely satisfy you." Lu Yin glanced at the 7 spirit seeds and bowed deeply. "Please forgive me, Senior. I already have a wife. I cannot marry them." The chill lessened slightly. Qing Lianyu praised, "It's good that you're able to keep your heart for your wife." Lu Yin relaxed. "If that's the case, then this Shangyu is even more assured in handing them over to you." Lu Yin's face twitched, and the chill in his body grew even stronger. He hurriedly said, "Senior, isn't this too much of a joke? Furthermore, this junior definitely didn't see them bathe. This junior was thrown here by accident." Qinglian sighed. "Are you looking down on them?" "I definitely did not mean that." "That's true. With your strength, they are indeed not worthy." "Senior, I really did not mean that. I really did not." Lu Yin did not understand. This Qinglian was a little stubborn. What was he thinking? He had snuck into the 9 heavens. It was fine if he did not find trouble with him, but he even wanted him to marry his disciple. Speaking of which, his inexplicable arrival in Yihai had nothing to do with him, right? Suddenly, Lu Yin looked at Qing Lianyu with suspicion. Qing Lianyu looked at the 7 spirit seeds and said helplessly, "You have been with me for some time. I want to find a good family for you. This is also the wish of your elders. Unfortunately, the best candidate doesn't like you. I can't do anything about it. I can't force them." Lu Yin was speechless. "Senior, can you hear me?" The 7 spirit seeds fell silent. Just like Lu Yin, they couldn't understand what was going on and couldn't make head or tail of it. Qing Lianyu's gaze landed on Lu Yin again. This time, his tone was different. It was low and cold. "Lu Yin, you trespassed in Yihai and caused my disciple's reputation to be tarnished. Yet, you are unwilling to bear the consequences. Do you know the consequences?" Lu Yin bowed deeply. "Senior, please understand. I really did not see anything. This is Yihai." A majestic voice descended, causing the heavens to crumble and the earth to shatter. The stars were overturned, and the winds and clouds changed. Lu Yin almost fainted from the tremors, and his face turned deathly pale as he saw the endless karma crashing down on him. The terrifying aura caused his breathing to stagnate, and he felt as if his entire being was being crushed into pieces by the heavens and earth. Extreme Spirit Chaos Mantra. He knelt on one knee and pressed his right hand against the ground. His eyes flickered and sweat dripped down. He could not move. He could not move at all. What power, what consciousness, what karma? He could not do anything. In the face of an eternal life realm monster, he could resist with his strength and restrain it with the triple blue sword will. In the face of a grass master, he could also fight back. But at this moment, a sense of complete powerlessness struck him, causing him to lose all his strength. He could do nothing. Not falling down was the limit of what he could do. This was the power of Qing Lianyu. The karma suppressed the heavens and earth and became the law of the world. This was Qing Lianyu. At this moment, Lu Yin deeply understood the horror of an eternal life realm powerhouse. He realized how ridiculous his previous guess of the eternal life realm was. This was the difference in the nature of life. It was the difference in understanding and mastery of the universe. The destructive power of the eternal realm was far from enough. He did not even have the qualifications to attack. The pressure lasted for a short time before it disappeared. Lu Yin remained kneeling on one knee. He panted and looked at the ground. The ground was already wet from his sweat. "This is Yihai. Do you hear me?" Qing Lianyu's voice sounded again. Lu Yin swallowed and slowly got up. The bones in his body kept making light sounds, proving that the pressure he just experienced was not an illusion. He was really crushed. Looking up, he looked at Qing Lianyu. Lu Yin's lips were dry and cracked. His face was pale and bloodless. He slowly bowed. "I heard you." Qing Lianyu said calmly, "Then, how do you want to solve this matter?" Lu Yin said in a deep voice, "It's up to you." Qing Lianyu smiled faintly, "I will let you marry them." The 7 spirit seeds trembled and stared at Lu Yin. They knew that Lu Yin had just experienced an indescribable and terrifying pressure. They had also experienced that pressure before. They had a psychological shadow of the eternal realm. That was, being oppressed. This person did not dare to refuse again. "Please forgive me. I already have a wife." Lu Yin bowed deeply. He did not want to die. He wanted to live and fight for the survival of the Tianyuan universe. He wanted to go back to his hometown and ascend the boundless realm again. He wanted to save Yen, earn the safest time and spend the rest of his life with her. He had too many things he wanted to do. If he agreed, he could undoubtedly live and even live a comfortable life. However, he still refused. There was no rational analysis. There was nothing. It was just a simple refusal. He followed his heart and followed the feelings he had for Yen. He owed more than one woman. He had not made any promises to them, let alone marrying these women he did not know. Living people always had a breath. This breath supported their beliefs. It was like a bridge that connected the past and the future. It became an unbending backbone. The 7 women did not expect Lu Yin to refuse again. After experiencing the pressure of the eternal realm, he still dared to refuse. They looked at Lu Yin in a daze. For the first time, they looked at him seriously. Although they maintained their bowing posture, this person stood there unexpectedly tall. "You still refuse?" Qinglian Yu asked. Lu Yin looked solemn. "Yes. No regrets. No regrets. If you marry them, you will be half a disciple of mine. In the Jiuxiao universe, you can go anywhere. I will inform the Jiuxiao universe that your status will be extremely noble. Do you still not regret it?" Lu Yin did not hesitate. "No regrets." Qinglian Yu looked at Lu Yin deeply for a long time. He then turned to the 7 spirit seeds and sighed, "There is no other way. I can't help you even if I am thick-skinned. Don't blame me if you can't get married." The 7 spirit seeds were speechless. Lu Yin was speechless. "You barged into Karma's sea and did such a despicable thing. You are not willing to take responsibility. If I let you leave peacefully, there will be no reason for you to leave." Qinglian Yu looked at Lu Yin and continued, "How about this? If you fulfill one of their conditions, this matter will be settled. How about it?" Lu Yin was surprised. "Senior, are you serious? Do I need to lie to you?" Qinglian Yu was dissatisfied. Lu Yin bowed. "That is not what I meant." "Thank you, Senior." Qinglian Yu laughed. "Why are you thanking me? Why, do you think what they want you to do is simple?" After speaking, he looked at the 7 spirit seeds. "You saw it. They looked down on you and even thanked me for fulfilling your conditions." "Master, can I speak now?" a girl asked softly and carefully. Qinglian Yu said, "Yes, you can. Speak." "That thief, you really didn't see anything?" Lu Yin hurriedly assured, "I really didn't see anything. I don't believe it. I don't believe it either. I clearly heard screams." "Ah, could it be that he touched her?" "Which sister was touched?" "It sounded like 5th sister." "Little girl, do you want to die?" "It wasn't me." "Shut up." "Then, was it 2nd sister?" "Of course it wasn't me." "Shut up. Stop talking. It's embarrassing." Hateful thief, Lu Yin was speechless. This chatter was giving him a headache. He subconsciously looked at his hand and felt a little guilty. However, they were all cultivating by releasing their spirit seeds. It was not their real bodies. "All right, quiet," Qinglian Yu said. Instantly, the surroundings fell silent. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3780. Qinglian Yu said calmly, "I asked all of you to talk to me about conditions. Why are all of you quarreling?" "Master, what about my conditions?" "Let me go first. Let me go first. I have a good idea." "There might not be a good idea." Qinglian Yu shook his head helplessly. "Asking you to talk about conditions is my compensation for all of you. But this is Yehai and I have my share of losses." "Ah, Master wants to take advantage of us." "Stupid girl, what are you talking about? Why would I do that?" "Shh, Master is angry." Lu Yin glanced at the 7 spirit seeds. Luckily, he didn't agree to marry them. They were too noisy. But it seemed like only 2 or 3 of them had spoken. There were a few who hadn't spoken yet. Qinglian Yu looked at Lu Yin. "I cultivate karma, and I pay attention to the word fate. Then, I will form a bond with you for this trip to Karma Sea. If you can fulfill all their conditions, I will accept you as my disciple, a true disciple. Luin was shocked. Disciple. Master, you want to take this thief as a disciple? And a direct disciple? We are just nominal disciples. No, we can't let this thief take advantage of us. I will talk about my conditions. Sisters, let me go first. Okay, you go first. Seventh sister, let's talk about something ruthless. Don't let him stay in Yehai. It's too dangerous. He can't even bathe in the future. That's right. Even bathing will make him scared. Luin didn't care about what they said. He looked at Qinglian Yu and was even more certain that his appearance in Yehai had something to do with this person. He wanted to marry a disciple and accept a disciple. He definitely knew that Luin comprehended karma. Did someone tell him, or did he realize that Luin had broken the karma wall? All of a sudden, Luin felt even more guilty. Hey, thief, I'm going to talk about my conditions. Luin looked at the 7 spirit seeds. Okay, I'm listening. You can beg for mercy or I can change my conditions. Let me tell you, my conditions are very difficult and you can't complete them. The girl provoked. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. You are Qinglian Yu's disciple. I'm sure your conditions won't go against the heavens and you won't purposely make things difficult for me. If you want me to become a girl, I won't be able to complete them. Don't use words to suppress me. I'm not as despicable as you. Listen carefully. My conditions are: let Lu Xizhan, the leader of the Donglin Sword Gate, become the sword master of the 4 Lin Sword Gate. Luin frowned. Donglin Sword Gate. The head of the swords of the 4 kings. Never heard of it. Seventh sister, you're too ruthless. How could he possibly complete it? Good job, seventh sister. You really didn't let me down. What a pity. If I had known, I would have come. Wouldn't it be better to let this little thief do a few more things for us and then let him fail? Right, how could I forget? My sisters didn't even remind me. It's too easy for him to fail just like that. Master, can I change the conditions? Qinglian Yu said indifferently, you have the right to change the condition. However, he might not be unable to fulfill this condition. What? Can he do it? That's impossible. Master, he is so powerful. Uppermost Lotus smiled at Luin. I'm just saying that it's possible to complete it. Naturally, it's also possible to fail. Luin, are you willing to accept this condition? Luin was cautious. Can I say no? No. Luin was speechless. Then why are you asking? All right. I don't believe he can complete this condition. Master, I'm sure. This is it. Uppermost Lotus nodded. All right, then you can leave first. The 7 spirit seeds looked at Luin and flew away one by one without saying anything else. They wanted to see what kind of ability this person had to be able to catch Uppermost Lotus Eye and be accepted as a disciple. The head of swords of the 4 Lin Sword Gate was famous throughout the entire Jiuxiao universe. After the 7 spirit seeds left, Lu Yin's expression became more solemn. He was going to face Uppermost Lotus alone. Uppermost Lotus looked at Luin. Do you know what the head of swords of the 4 Lin Sword Gate is? Luin said respectfully, I don't know. There is a place in the 9th heaven universe that uses sword intent to nurture swords. It is divided into 4 directions, east, west, north, and south. Every once in a while, one of the 3 directions will complete one. The only one who can become the head of swords is the head of swords of the 4 Lin Sword Gate. The competition for the head of swords of the 4 Lin Sword Gate is a major event that will attract many experts to watch. It will also affect the structure of the 9th heaven universe to a certain extent. The Donglin Sword Gate you want to help doesn't have a decent successor in this generation. Xiao Qi is the daughter of the Donglin Sword Gate's leader. It's understandable that she wants the Donglin Sword Gate to become the head of swords, but the Donglin Sword Gate itself doesn't have this ability. What do you plan to do? Lu Yin said, I'll have to go and watch to know. Uppermost Lotus nodded. Then go. Lu Yin hesitated for a moment. Senior, there's something that I would like to clarify with you. Say it. I can't be your disciple. Uppermost Lotus was stunned. What did you say? Lu Yin took a deep breath and bowed respectfully. I can't be your disciple. Uppermost Lotus was amused. You know who I am, right? Lu Yin looked up. The immortal realm, the god of defense of the ninth heaven. To be able to become Senior's disciple is something that countless cultivators yearn for even in their dreams. However, this junior already has a master and is unable to become Senior's disciple. I hope Senior can forgive me. Uppermost Lotus looked at Lu Yin. Are you sure? I'm sure. Your master is also an immortal realm master? Lu Yin said, my master is not immortal, but in my heart, he is irreplaceable. Uppermost Lotus sighed. You respect your master. Good. Since you've decided, I won't force you. Let's change the promise. If you can help the Seven Lin Sword Gate fulfill their conditions, you can ask me to do something. Lu Yin was surprised. Really? Uppermost Lotus smiled. Of course. I wouldn't have made such a promise, but since you respect your master and have a noble character, I'll give you an extra one. Lu Yin bowed again. Thank you, master. After a pause, Lu Yin said, then, shall I go to the Four Lin Sword Gate now? Uppermost Lotus asked, how do you plan to go? Lu Yin was about to say something, but he changed his mind and said, I don't know. Please show me the way. Uppermost Lotus smiled. Do you know what karma is? Lu Yin's eyes lit up with excitement. He said respectfully, the beginning is the cause, the end is the effect. This is karma. How do you understand karma? How do you use it? I've experienced different lives and found that the end result was back to the beginning. I finally understood karma. With karma, I can see the past of others and predict their future. I can use karma to reverse the course of others and even extract their karma. He didn't hide this. Uppermost Lotus, an ancient immortal realm master, gave him a feeling. He couldn't be compared to the monster and the grass master. Although he hadn't really fought with the grass master, Lu Yin had such a feeling. Uppermost Lotus cultivated karma and was much more familiar with it than him. It was difficult to hide it from such a person. However, there was one thing he didn't mention, and that was that creating karma required the karma heavenly Tao. At this moment, he had consumed far too much of his karma heavenly Tao, and it was far from being able to reach its original scale. Although the karma heavenly Tao of this scale retained the ability to create karma, it didn't seem to be able to do so. Although Lu Yin could not compare to the Azure Lotus Protector in terms of the Tao of karma, he was certain that creating his own karma was extremely difficult. His intuition would not be wrong. Uppermost Lotus heard Lu Yin's words and praised, you've only cultivated for a short time and you can control karma to such an extent. It's not easy. Even I have to admire you. Ranwan, I don't dare. Please teach me. It's your master's responsibility to teach you. It has nothing to do with me. Lu Yin choked. Then why did you ask? But since you have to fulfill the conditions, I should make things easier for you. Listen, everyone has their own Tao. Everyone has a different understanding of the universe and life. Even the eternal life realm doesn't have an accurate answer. But for me, karma is the beginning, experience is the road, and karma is the end. This is my understanding of karma. Lu Yin looked at the ground in a daze and recalled Uppermost Lotus' words. Karma is the beginning, the path, and the end. You entered my karma sea. This is fate, so I'll give you a promise to fulfill the conditions of the 7 disciples. Fulfilling these conditions is the path. Along the way, there will be karma. When you fulfill the conditions, your harvest, your growth, and all the good and evil you've done along the way will be karma. Karma is like this. I've told many people that karma is another world. If you don't understand karma, you'll never be able to enter this world. In today's universe, you and I are in this world. Since there's a world, there's also the unique operating rules of this world. Cultivation, fighting, survival, enlightenment, as well as love and hatred in the mortal world, all of these can be felt in this world. Naturally, it includes the most ordinary thing, asking for directions. Luin was stunned. Asking for directions. Uppermost Lotus was serious. Yes, asking for directions. Luin stared blankly at Uppermost Lotus. He didn't understand. Karma can be the karma of your path, or it can be the karma of others. No matter where you go, you can find the road signs that exist in this universe, and the road signs in the world of karma can also be found. Karma is the road sign, and karma is the end. It can also be the beginning of fate. That's all I have to say. If you can understand it, then good. If you can't, then leave. If you can't fulfill their conditions, then I'll personally seek justice for them. Uppermost Lotus disappeared. Luin didn't pay much attention to Uppermost Lotus' departure. He kept thinking about what Uppermost Lotus had just said, and he had a flash of inspiration. He immediately sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to comprehend. This meditation took him half a year. Half a year passed quickly, but Luin didn't feel anything. When he opened his eyes again, he was excited. Karma, asking for directions, another world. How interesting. The path of karma. He stood up and looked around. Only then did he seriously examine his surroundings. Was this Uppermost Lotus karma sea? Everything was hazy as far as the eye could see. He could indeed hear the sound of the sea, but what he was most concerned about was the pond behind him. There were lotus flowers blooming in the pond. They were very delicate, but now they were cracked all over. It was obvious that they had been damaged by some force. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3781. Now that he thought about it, those women had actually dodged his palm. They were all very powerful. The pond was so small, but he had actually fallen into it. How could there be such a coincidence? Suddenly, an invisible force suppressed him, but he didn't resist even though he felt like he could. This was the power of the Azure Lotus Guard, and it wasn't just physical strength. It was an indescribable force that even an Eternal Realm cultivator couldn't touch. It flung him away, and when he regained his composure, he saw a waterfall falling vertically from the sea of karma. Luin was still suppressed by that force, so he simply looked around and narrowed his eyes. Was that the mother tree? The world seemed to be supported by a giant tree, and the branches hanging down from the crown sprinkled rainbow-colored light. It was extremely beautiful. In the distance, pieces of land, clouds, and all kinds of strange things floated in the sky. It was boundless as far as the eye could see. When he looked down, although the land was small, he couldn't see the end. In front of him, a branch hung down, overflowing with greenery. Above the waterfall, a rainbow hung, and the crescent moon pierced through the white mist, piercing out a rainbow-colored current. As Luin fell, it was like he was holding on to countless beautiful ribbons. Luin hadn't expected the 9th firmament universe to have a mother tree, and it was so big that it seemed unreal. It was even bigger than the mother tree in the Tianyuan universe tree Starry Sky. The mother tree was rooted in the earth, supporting the stars, and turning the sky a vibrant blue-green. It was extremely beautiful. This was the ninth firmament universe. He looked up. Did that mean that the sea of karma was above the tree crown? Yes, only the god of defense was qualified to stand above the ninth firmament and look down on the world. Where was the spiritualized universe? Below the mother tree. He couldn't see the ninth firmament universe from the spiritualized universe. If the ninth firmament universe had a mother tree, then what was up with the black mother tree in the spiritualized universe? It had been moved to the Tianyuan universe just because it blocked the way. What kind of existence was the mother tree? As he thought about it, Lu Yin's body passed through the clouds and fell straight into the lake below the waterfall. The waterfall was huge, and the land surrounding it was extremely vast. The lake that Lu Yin had fallen into was just a corner of it. There were pavilions and lofts around the lake, and there was no lack of laughter. Lu Yin smashed into the ground with a plop, causing water to splatter in all directions and landing on many of the onlookers, drenching some of them. Who's there? Assassin, young master, there's an assassin. Quick, retreat. Who fell into the water? Ah! My dress. Beat him to death for me. When Lu Yin fell into the lake, the binding force disappeared, and he leaped out of the lake, gasping for breath. He had fallen into the water again. This was the second time. Was he really fated with the water of the Ninna Firmament's universe? The surroundings were completely silent. Everyone stared at him with vigilant eyes. There were even some who were prepared to attack. Beat him to death. Attack. It's an assassin. Kill. Wait, everyone stop. The voice came from a well-dressed young master. He stood out from the crowd and had an extraordinary bearing. He folded his fan and looked at Lu Yin before slowly bowing. May I know who you are? Why did you fall into the water? Lu Yin looked at the young master. The person stared at Lu Yin with a bewildered expression. He didn't know if what he was seeing was real, but if it was, then this person's status was definitely not ordinary. Just now, everyone was chatting by the lake. Only he was looking up at the waterfall. He even used an external object to see higher and farther. It just so happened that he saw Lu Yin fall. When he saw Lu Yin had already fallen halfway down the waterfall. The waterfall was too high, reaching into the treetops. After all, it originated from the Sea of Karma, so the young master couldn't see that high. But since he could see Lu Yin fall from that position, then Lu Yin must have fallen from even higher. How high? Half the waterfall's height. Or even higher. Or was it the treetops of the Sea of Karma? This was the young master's guess, so he didn't dare act rashly. If this person had fallen from the waterfall source, then if he went to the Sea of Karma, who could enter the Sea of Karma? Only someone from the Azure Lotus Protector. Lu Yin didn't answer. He looked around and didn't see anyone powerful. Of course, their average strength was quite good for their age. A karma spiral appeared at his fingertip, and he waved it casually. Everyone became even more vigilant, but they saw nothing. The young master blinked. What did this person do? Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. An invisible force. Could it be karma? Impossible. In the current Ninna Firmament's universe, aside from the Azure Lotus Protector, no one else had comprehended karma, including the sleeping Azure King. He was a direct disciple of the Azure Lotus Protector, but even he couldn't comprehend karma. If this person had comprehended karma, it would have spread throughout the 9 firmaments. But he had never heard of this person. It couldn't be karma. Lu Yin's karma spiral circled around the lake and pierced through everyone. Everyone who was pierced through had a strange feeling, but they couldn't describe it. Even though the 9 firmaments universe had someone like the Azure Lotus Protector who cultivated karma, they didn't have the qualifications to come into contact with karma, let alone be pierced through by it. Lu Yin looked around, took a step forward, and disappeared. The young master in front was shocked. Where did he go? Everyone was on high alert and looked around. Where did he go? Be careful, it's an assassin. Miss, don't be afraid. I will protect you. Junior sister, come to senior brother. Find him. Find him. No matter how these people searched, they couldn't find Luin. The difference between them and him was too great. At this moment, Luin was staring at a pair of beady eyes in a sealed beast carriage. He was shocked. How did this person grow up? Did he grow up horizontally? Karma. Karma was the end. Luin's karma spiral pierced through everyone, looking for karma related to the four Lin sword sects. He used this as a road sign to point the way to the four Lin sword sects. His luck was good, and he found a road sign at the bottom of the lake. However, this road sign looked very strange. Luin had seen many fatties, but he had never seen one like this. Horizontal and vertical, they were actually the same length. Wide. He didn't know how to describe it, but his face was quite handsome, like a handsome square person. It was too strange. In front of Luin, the fatty was also staring at him. How did this guy get here? He hadn't seen him. The people around him were shouting, wanting to find Luin. The fatty hesitated whether or not to shout. Luin pressed down on the fatty's shoulder. Fatty, you're very burly. The fatty's expression changed. The weight on his shoulder was as heavy as a mountain, and he couldn't move. This person was very strong. Who are you? Luin's lips curled up, and he looked at the fatty in admiration. You clearly have good strength, but you don't show it to others. What are you hiding? The fatty narrowed his eyes. It has nothing to do with you. We'll mind our own business. But I have something to talk to you about. Talk to me. The fatty was confused. Luin said, let's go, it's too noisy here. The fatty's expression changed, and the hand on his shoulder tightened as if it was about to be crushed. He was shocked by his own strength. This person was so young, but he could easily suppress the fatty's physical strength. This person must be a monster. No, the youth was just a facade. Perhaps he was an old man. Thinking of this, the fatty asked in a low voice, do you know who I am? You'll find out soon enough. Let's go. The fatty stared at Luin for a moment before turning to the outside. Let's go, let's leave this place. Perhaps it was because of the fatty's size, but his beast carriage was extremely spacious. Following his orders, the man driving the carriage drove it away. There were already people leaving before them, so their departure wasn't too abrupt. Luin had never seen the giant beast used to pull the carriage before. It moved very quickly, and water vapor occasionally rose from beneath its feet. It was as if it was stepping on clouds, but it was still very stable. Once they were far away from the lake, Luin retracted his hand and smiled at the fatty. You look really strange. Fatty, what's your background? The fatty suddenly attacked, sending a palm towards Luin. Luin was shocked. The Great Five Palms technique. Interesting. The palm landed on Luin's shoulder, and then there was nothing else. The carriage steadily moved in a certain direction, and the interior was silent. Fan Tuan was reading a book. The fatty's mouth fell open, and he stared at Luin in a daze. You? Luin's lips curled up. So you're from the Great Five Palms sect. Not bad, very powerful for your age. The fatty suppressed his shock and bowed respectfully. Senior, may I ask who you are? Don't call me senior. We're about the same age, Luin said casually. The fatty was stunned. Why did this sound so awkward? How was he powerful at his age? Also, about the same age. How was that possible? This person had ignored his great five palms technique, which meant that he was ridiculously powerful. The Great Five Palms sect wasn't an ordinary force. It was a force that dared to challenge the defense of gods, and had even defeated a lesser god. It was definitely famous in the Nine Firmaments universe, which was why he concealed his identity and didn't want others to know his origin. It wasn't that the Great Five Palms sect was an enemy of the Nine Firmaments universe, but that there were too many people who didn't like them. The Great Sect of the Five Great Sects was one of the most powerful sects in the continent of the Nine Clouds. Their goal was to defeat the godly defense. Nobody could defeat the Great Sect of the Five Great Sects. Of course, the godly defense was an exception. Such a sect was very unpopular, and they had offended too many people. If not for the Great Five Palms technique being extremely powerful, they would have been destroyed long ago. Lu Yin knew about the Great Five Palms technique, but he didn't know about the Great Five Palms sect. The fatty didn't know Lu Yin's origin, but who didn't know about the Great Five Palms sect in the Nine Firmaments universe? And judging from his aura, this person wasn't from another universe. Strange, had he been in seclusion all this time? Lu Yin could hide his aura from another universe by changing his consciousness, so the fatty couldn't tell. Fatty, I'm asking you a question. Lu Yin's eyes flashed coldly. The fatty was startled, and he slowly explained the Great Five Palms sect. Lu Yin's expression became even more strange as he listened to the fatty's words. This was really a lawless sect. The Nine Firmaments universe was divided into 4 top and 5 bottom, with 9 defenses of gods as the main force. This Great Five Palms sect's goal was to defeat the defense of gods. No wonder they didn't dare to reveal their identity. Lu Yin felt that this sect was similar to Miaowu Huang. They were both hated by the various powers, but they weren't as despicable as Miaowu Huang. Senior, what are you doing now? The fatty didn't dare to offend Lu Yin, so he asked carefully. Lu Yin sat leisurely in the beast carriage. Are you going to the Xilin region? The fatty was shocked. How did you know? Why? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3782. The fatty felt that Lu Yin was unfathomable and became even more fearful. The Xilin sword sect is about to compete for the sword head. I want to join in the fun. Great, I want to go too. Let's go. Did you come because you know I'm going to the Xilin region? Can't I? Yes, can I not go? Fatty, you're provoking me. I don't dare. I'm going now. The beast carriage sped up and shuttled through the starry sky toward the Xilin region. Instead of saying that the mother tree supported the heavens and earth, it was more accurate to say that it supported the universe's starry sky. Stars rotated in the sky, and the universe was desolate. The earth and the sky bordered, and the moonlight fell. At the same time, it was accompanied by dazzling sunlight. The entire starry sky had a blue-green background, like a painting of the heavens. Lu Yin pulled the curtain aside and looked outside. He took a deep breath and stretched. This was the Nine Firmaments universe, and it had finally arrived. Streaks of light shuttled through the sky like rainbow-colored galaxies. It was beautiful, and it was hard to imagine that the Nine Firmaments universe had been plundering spiritualized universes all this time. The fatty in front of him and the people beside the lake mostly cultivated by releasing their spirit seeds, not their true bodies. They had a second life. And this second life was built on the basis that the spiritualized universe had been plundered. This was a heavy thought, but Lu Yin didn't expect to see the Azure Lotus Empire first. Inexplicably, he looked forward to it. Perhaps it wasn't as difficult as he thought. It would take a month to travel from the previous place to the Xilin region with the beast carriage's speed. It had to be said that the Ninth Heaven universe was very big, far bigger than the spiritualized universe and the Tianyuan universe. This could be seen from the mother tree. The beast carriage wasn't slow. A few days later, Luin leaned on the beast carriage and looked at the horizon. He asked faintly, "Fatty, what's your name?" The fatty replied, "Sijosher." Luin looked at him. "Good name, it suits you." The fatty smiled. "Senior, what's your name?" "Call me seventh brother." The fatty's face twitched. "Yes, seventh brother. You're going to the Silin region to watch the fun." Indeed, the Silin region collects sword techniques and cultivates them with sword intent. In the end, the Silin region fuses together to form a sword chief. The Silin region's sword chief is one of the strongest cultivators in the continent of the Nine Clouds. Seeing the Silin region's sword chief is beneficial for me. Maybe I can learn something from it. What does the birth of the Silin sword head have to do with you? One uses the sword, the other uses the palm. What do you want to comprehend? I can teach you. Fatty blinked. Senior, teach me. Luin smiled. The great five palms. The fatty's expression changed slightly, and his tone became harsher. Senior, please don't joke around. The great five palm art is the ultimate technique of my great five palm sect. How could Senior know it? The members of the great five palaces were not afraid of anyone. Even if the fatty couldn't defeat Luin, he could compromise, but he would never allow Luin to humiliate him. This was the temperament of the great five palaces. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to nurture so many lawless freaks who wanted to challenge the divine defense. Luin did not argue. "If I say I know, then I know. If you want to learn, you can beg me, and I'll teach you. Consider it my reward for becoming a road sign." Road signs. The fatty didn't understand, but he didn't reply. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to restrain himself from cursing. The beast carriage passed through the land and sky, and from time to time, strange beasts would appear and travel through space. During this half a month, Luin saw many beasts. Was this Ninefirmament's universe adept at controlling astral beasts? Was it the same as the former above heaven? On this day, a thunderous sound rang out. Beneath the ground, the sound of a bell rang out, followed by a loud laugh. "My son is valiant, fighting against a strong enemy. He has the potential to become a junior minister. This old man is grateful to the heavens and earth." As the sound of his voice faded, streams of light scattered in all directions. Luin raised his hand and caught one of the streams of light, which contained quite a few spirit seeds. He looked at Sijosher. Sijosher explained, "Some people are willing to be grateful to the heavens and hope to gain the favor of the heavenly Tao so that their child can live a smooth life. The Azure Lotus Protector's path of karma has influenced generations of people in the universe. Everyone believes that there is a cause for an effect. Today's gratitude will definitely be reaped tomorrow." Luin casually put away the spirit seeds. Interesting. With your current strength at such a young age, did the five great sects thank the heavens? Sijosher disdainfully said, "We're all fighting against the heavens. Whoever dominates the heavens and earth is our target. There's no need to be grateful." Luin laughed. "So you want to be chosen by the Azure Lotus Protector as well?" Sijosher was speechless. If the children below can be thanked by the heavens, then the geniuses of the Junior Imperial Pavilion should be blessed by the entire nine firmaments, Luin said. Sijosher said, "The geniuses of the Junior Imperial Pavilion are the true geniuses. They're extremely rare since ancient times, and there's only one every few generations. If they really want to thank the heavens, then it's too grand. I remember that the Luo family of Elysium produced Luo Ning, and the scale of their gratitude shook the entire nine firmaments." Luin asked, "There's someone called Qian Shu who's also sleeping in the Junior Imperial Pavilion, right?" Sijosher nodded. "Yes, there's someone like that from the spring and autumn slip." "Tell me." Senior, do you want to know more about Qian Shu or the spring and autumn slip? Both. Si Jiushi hesitated. I don't know about Qian Shu, I can only tell you about the spring and autumn slip. In the continent of the 9 firmaments, there aren't many groups that are qualified to be called influential groups. The 5 great sects are one of them, the Luo family of Elysium and the spring and autumn slip are also one of them. The spring and autumn slip is a moving bamboo slip. It doesn't stay in a fixed position, it floats in the continent of the 9 firmaments. Lu Yin was surprised. A turbid treasure. Si Jiushi nodded. A turbid treasure from another universe. It's from the 6th night pillar. Back then, the ancestor of the spring and autumn slip wanted to take it away, but he had a falling out with the 6th night pillar. Whether it's worth it or not, it's a matter of opinion. The spring and autumn slip has nurtured generations of cultivators, and it has become one of the most influential groups in the continent of the 9 firmaments. But if you don't steal the spring and autumn slip, the first ancestor of the spring and autumn slip left it in the 6th night pillar to nurture the younger generation. But the spring and autumn slip's cultivation method is unique, it's written with a brush. Lu Yin looked outside and listened to Si Jiushi's words with a solemn expression. He had never heard of the 6th night pillar or the war in another universe. Rugua hadn't told him about this, and the cultivators he had captured in the continent of the 9 firmaments hadn't mentioned it either. It was just common knowledge. Maybe it was because Lu Yin stood at such a high position that they didn't need to know about some things. Indeed, with Lu Yin's strength, if he joined the continent of the 9 firmaments, he would be able to become a lesser god of defense. Even if he didn't become a lesser god of defense, he would definitely be qualified. Very few people like that were worthy of Rugua's attention. In Rugua's words, there were some groups that you didn't need to know about. You only needed to know a small number of people. But Lu Yin wasn't alone. He had Tian Yuan behind him, and he was fighting for Tian Yuan's survival. Rugua had never thought that Lu Yin wanted to become a lesser god of defense. He had fought for the position of the god of defense, but he had never imagined that there would be a day when he would have to fulfill all 7 conditions. What Lu Yin cared about the most was the war in another universe. As he listened to Si Jiushi's words, he gradually gained a better understanding of the continent of the 9 firmaments. He had originally thought that the spiritualized universe and the consciousness universe were the outer universes, but now it seemed that the continent of the 9 firmaments had always treated the 3 universes as a single entity. It was just that the Tian Yuan universe didn't know that this so-called outer universe was the universe outside of the 9 firmaments and the 3 universes. The spiritualized universe's greatest springboard was that they were afraid of being discovered by other civilizations and attracting powerful enemies. They didn't know that the continent of the 9 firmaments was a powerful enemy that they didn't want to be discovered. Si Jiushi introduced the spring and autumn scroll, but the relationship between the scroll and the 6th night pillar had led him to the topic of the outer universe. Lu Yin hadn't taken the initiative to ask about this topic, so he hadn't realized that Lu Yin wasn't from the continent of the 9 firmaments. Of course, the most important reason was that Lu Yin's aura didn't belong to the outer universe. Lu Yin had broken all common sense, so Si Jiushi hadn't thought about that. In short, the people in the spring and autumn scroll are all hypocritical and ruthless. Don't be fooled by how much they boast about how much ink they have. They look like talented people who are open and aboveboard, but they're actually sinister. Si Jiushi loathed the spring and autumn scroll, and his words were filled with insults. When he saw that Lu Yin didn't seem to mind, he cursed even more harshly. How does the spring and autumn scroll compare to your 5-palm sect? Lu Yin asked. Si Jiushi disdainfully replied, how can a bunch of weak chickens compare to my 5-palm sect? My 5-palm sect has challenged the guardian deity before, and the people in the spring and autumn scroll only know how to rely on connections to rely on the guardian deity. It's a pity that the junior defense tower, where Qian Shu is hibernating, gave them something to brag about. Otherwise, Lu Yin glanced at Si Jiushi. He could only trust 70% of his words. Was the spring and autumn scroll really no match for the Five Palm sect? Not necessarily. What about the 9-foot garden? So what? C. Josher replied, it's alright. They're considered quite powerful. Of course, they can't compare to our Five Palm sect. Even the spring and autumn scroll is stronger than them, but no one wants to offend them. After all, the 9-foot garden is backed by the guardian deity of Mooncliff. However, the guardian deity of Mooncliff has been stripped of his position as divine defender, so the 9-foot garden's days won't be easy. Luin asked, what's the situation with the 9-foot garden now? C. Josher shook his head, I don't know. It's too far away, so I didn't ask around. Luin frowned. According to Chow Yi, the 9-foot garden had been wiped out. How could C. Josher not know? Was it too far away? For powerful cultivators, distance was not a problem, unless news of the 9-foot garden had been sealed off. So what if it's Dead Hill? C. Josher was puzzled. Was Seventh Brother in seclusion all year round? You don't even know about Dead Hill? Luin casually replied, I've only interacted with Chow Yi, but we've only exchanged a few words. I don't know much about him. C. Josher was shocked. Chow Yi, the master of Dead Hill's 6th peak. Seventh Brother has interacted with him. We've only exchanged a few words. You're not familiar with him? Nope. I knew it. The people of Dead Hill are as cold as ice, and they don't even smile when facing the guardian deity. However, Dead Hill cannot be offended. It's a power independent of Yu Joxiao and Eternity Sky, and it's directly under the guardian deity of 9 heavens. However, I don't know which guardian deity oversees it. Yu Joxiao. Eternity Sky. Another unfamiliar name, but Luin committed it to memory and didn't ask any further questions. Thank you, Sirius Chin, for your tip. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3783. Time passed, and Luin spoke with C. Josher from time to time, trying to learn more about the 9 firmaments universe. However, he didn't ask too many questions. In less than 10 days, they would arrive at the Four Approaches region. One day, the road ahead was sealed, and C. Josher walked out of the carriage. What's going on? Why is the road sealed? The mountain range is blocking the road ahead. We'll have to take a detour, and it'll take us at least half a day. There was a branch hanging down from the mother tree in front of them, and it was connected to another branch. It looked like a mountain range, and the only way to get past it was to go around it or down it. However, no matter which way they went, it would take them some time, even if it wasn't much. Please take a detour, Your Excellency. The road ahead is dangerous, and we're doing this for Your Excellency's safety. Luin sat in the carriage and looked outside, listening to the conversation between C. Josher and the others. Soon, C. Josher entered the carriage. Seventh Bro, should we charge through or take a detour? Why is the road sealed? Luin asked. C. Josher replied, they didn't say, but they don't seem to be very powerful. With 7th Bro's strength, you should be able to deal with them easily. However, without 7th Bro, I'll have to take a detour. The mountain range ahead belongs to the Yen clan. Someone is probably trying to steal their Fate Scab. Luin raised a brow. Fate Scab. C. Josher nodded. Yes, those few. He suddenly paused and looked at Luin. 7th Bro, do you know anything about Fate Scabs? Luin narrowed his eyes, but he didn't say anything. C. Josher's face twitched as he replayed the conversation in his mind. He instantly figured out something. Damn, this person isn't from the 9 firmaments universe. But that can't be right. Why can't I sense his aura? There was silence. What's fate, Scab? Lu Yin knew that he had been exposed, so he asked directly. Si Jiushi looked at Lu Yin deeply and said, legend has it that the azure lotus cultivates a karmic phenomenon that covers the entire nine firmaments universe. We believe in karma and are grateful to the heavens, but in reality, we want to be favored by the azure lotus. From time to time, the karma's celestial phenomenon will produce something similar to a fruit. I don't know how it is produced, but it comes from the karma's celestial phenomenon. Anyone who has this fruit can go to the sea of karma to undergo a test. If they pass the test, they can become a blue lotus upper imperial disciple. Since ancient times, many people have gone to the sea of karma with the help of karma scabs. There are many nominal disciples of the azure lotus Shangyu. Some have achieved success in their cultivation, while others have died. There are not many left now. As for how to pass the test, not only does it depend on one's own ability, the most important factor is fate. The azure lotus ruler is all about fate. In this era, the word fate falls on women. Therefore, in the past 100 years, there have only been 7 women who passed the test with the word fate. We all call them the 7 fairies. Lu Yin looked up at the sky. So that's how it was. The 7 fairies were the 7 girls who had only accepted girls as disciples for the past 100 years. This azure lotus supremacy was truly capricious and generous, directly marrying off the 7 fairies to Lu Yin. What was he planning? Just because of the word fate. Si Jiushi said, rumor has it that in the next 100 years, the word fate falls on men. Coincidentally, half a year ago, more karma scabs fell from the heavens than before. No one knows why, but with so many karma scabs falling, it's only natural that people would fight over them. The Yen clan lost a karma scab and brought disaster upon themselves. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Half a year ago. When exactly was it? Si Jiushi tried to recall the exact time. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. It was the day he fell into the Sea of Karma Lotus Pond. Were the karma scabs and the Sea of Karma Lotus Pond related? No matter how much Lu Yin didn't want to admit it. He also felt that he had guessed the truth. He had borrowed the bright sun beast's palm to go to the 9th heaven universe, but on the way, the azure lotus supremacy had interfered with him, causing him to fall into the lotus pond. Why? When did the azure lotus supremacy start to target him? Spiritualize the universe to comprehend the way of karma? Or the bricks? Or the creation of karma? Lu Yin fell into deep thought. He didn't know if being targeted by the azure lotus supremacy was a good thing or a bad thing. At present, the azure lotus supremacy didn't seem to have any malicious intent towards him. However, he was from the Tianyuan universe and wanted to lure an eternal realm monster to the 9th heaven. Did the azure lotus supremacy really not care? A moment later, there was a rush from outside the carriage. The people who had sealed the road were driving them away. Lu Yin glanced at Si Jiushi. Let's go. Si Jiushi said to the outside, take a detour to the right. Go straight. Si Jiushi looked at Lu Yin in surprise. Break through. Lu Yin looked outside the carriage and lifted the curtain. In front of the Void Mountain Range, a group of cultivators stared at them. I'm a very upright person. I don't like to take detours. Si Jiushi blinked. There was something wrong with this statement. The middle-aged man driving the carriage was troubled and looked at Si Jiushi. Si Jiushi said, 7th bro, if we go straight, we'll run into them. I'm alone. The people of the 5 great gates fear nothing. You're about to challenge the imperial god, so why would you care about these small fries? Lu Yin asked. Si Jiushi was helpless. That's in the future. I'm only a progenitor now. I can't beat them. The realms of the Nina Firmament's universe were the same as the spiritualized and Tianyuan universes. They all had progenitors, sequence laws, primordial realms, and bitter adversity realms. It seemed that the Tian-Yuan universe had not interacted with the spiritualized and Ninifirmament's universes, but it was actually affected by them. The progenitor had only passed down his cultivation path to the Tian-Yuan universe. He did not know when he had been affected by the Ninifirmament's universe. According to the timeline, when the progenitor had cultivated in the Tian-Yuan universe, the Ninifirmament's universe already had eternal realm cultivators. Lu Yin looked outside and smiled. "All right, I'll help you." He then raised his hand and struck out with a palm. A gentle breeze blew past, causing the curtain to flutter. A palm print shot out from the carriage and grew larger and larger. Then, under the shocked gazes of the cultivators in front, it became as large as the sky and pressed down. Boom! A loud sound reverberated through the sky, causing ripples that spread out in all directions. The middle-aged man driving the carriage gaped as he stared at the mountain range in front of him. Even the mountain range had been struck by a giant palm print, let alone the cultivators. Was that the 5 great palms? Immortal Wood's miracle? Si Jiushi was just as stunned. He turned his head stiffly and looked at Lu Yin. The 5 great palms. Lu Yin smiled brilliantly. "Yes, didn't you say I knew it?" Si Jiushi gulped. Although he hadn't personally experienced it, that palm made him think of his uncle masters. That destructive power, that unshakable aura. Was this person in the primordial realm? Was he close to crossing the bitter adversity? "Let's go to the Yen family," Lu Yin said. Without waiting for Si Jiushi's orders, the middle-aged man hurriedly drove the carriage. Lu Yin looked at the mountain range in front of him. The giant palm print was incomparably clear, and he could see it even from outer space. This palm print was not weak, but it was not the 5 great palms. He had experienced Yuya's 5 great palms before, so he knew what it felt like. It could be simulated, but the true 5 great palms had the ability to strip and banish. No matter how one fled, they would all be within a single palm print. That palm was like the heavens. Lu Yin had not learned it, nor did he plan on learning it. It was just like the 9 feet heaven-defying technique. Although it seemed like a powerful battle technique, as long as it wasn't invincible, it would be useless. Since he was invincible, there was no need to waste time learning it. There were many powerful battle techniques in the world. This palm print was for outsiders to see. Si Jiushi looked at the giant palm print on the mountain range and finally reacted. He stared at Lu Yin in a daze. "7th bro, this palm print. It's very domineering, isn't it?" "Yes, but this palm print. You want to learn it? Beg me. This is the 5 great palms. Others will think that it was the 5 great palms." Lu Yin looked at him. "Isn't it?" Si Jiushi was speechless. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't. The 5 great palms had to take the blame for this. This person was clearly so powerful, so why did the 5 great palms have to take the blame? At the same time, on the mountain range, many cultivators were frightened by the palm print. The cultivators who had surrounded the Yen family had come from all over the world, and they had attacked each other without any cooperation. Otherwise, the Yen family wouldn't have been able to last until now. Lu Yin's palm print caused everyone to stop. They stared at the sky in shock. "It's the 5 great palms. Those lunatics are here. Although the 5 great palms are arrogant, they don't rob people. What's going on? Could it be the Yen family's helpers? Impossible. Who dares to have anything to do with the 5 great palms? They're courting death." In the Yen family's territory, a group of cultivators looked at each other, equally confused. The leader was an old man and his expression was ugly. "The 5 great palms won't rob us of yuan, sure, but they did. Who has anything to do with this?" The cultivators of the Yen family shook their heads. The old man looked at each of them and his face darkened. I'm warning you, don't have any dealings with the 5 great palms. Although the Yen family is in trouble, if we can't hold on, we can just hand over Yuan Shi. But if we have anything to do with the 5 great palms, we're finished. Those lunatics have offended too many people and they don't care about the defense of gods. Any one of them is someone we can't afford to offend. Do you hear me? Yes, Patriarch. Patriarch, this has nothing to do with us. While they were waiting, the beast carriage arrived. Everyone looked up and saw the carriage stop. The curtains were lifted and Joshi walked out. He didn't look too good. Everyone looked at Joshi, but they weren't too surprised. They had seen many strange creatures in the 9th heaven universe, even though Joshi looked very strange among the humans. Yen family, give me your Yuan Shi. I'll help you share the danger, Joshi said loudly. The cultivators who were attacking the Yen family had ugly expressions. The old man gritted his teeth and bowed slightly. May I ask which member of the 5 great palms you are? Joshi rolled his eyes. Cut the crap. Just give it to me. Otherwise, the Yen family will be in trouble today. I don't think you can stop these guys. I'm helping you. He didn't want to come out, but Lu Yin had forced him to. He had no choice but to come out and ask for Yuan Shi. The 5 great palms had never robbed anyone, and this was the first time they had done so. If they had only been forced, Joshi would rather die than submit. But Lu Yin had said that if he didn't submit, he would be slapped everywhere he went. He was sure to bring many friends to the 5 great palms. Joshi had never met someone so despicable as Lu Yin to force him out. The old man from the Yen family rubbed his cosmic ring. It was great news that Yuan Shi was with the Yen family, but he didn't know who had leaked it. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3784. Even with so many people fighting over it, he was unwilling to hand it over. He wanted to leave the opportunity to his descendants. If one of his descendants passed the test and became a disciple of the Azure Lotus Emperor, the Yen family would rise to prominence and become a major power in the future. However, he could only sigh. He took out the scab and tossed it to Joshi. Half a year ago, the scab had descended from the heavens, and no one knew how many people had obtained it. Some had hidden it, while others had been robbed. Too many people had died because of it. Some powers had even sent people to guard the road to Yehai, and anyone who went there would be unlucky. Even though the Azure Lotus Emperor's disciples had purged the area, it could not stop people's greed. The scab was a green object that resembled a lotus. It was a fruit of karma, but it could not be eaten or used. Countless people had tried it over the years, but no one had been able to do anything with it. Over time, the scab's only use was to send it to Yehai in exchange for a chance to pass the test. Joshi handed the scab to Lu Yin. Lu Yin took it, and the moment he touched it, he exhaled. Joshi's eyes burned with passion. This was karma, a tangible form of karma. He had never expected such a thing to exist. If the brick of the karma city wall was equivalent to 100 years of karma for an ordinary person, then this was much more. Just how much karma did the Azure Lotus Emperor have to produce something like this? Others naturally could not use it, but Lu Yin was different. This scab could directly increase his heavenly Tao of karma. Ever since his battle with that monster, Lu Yin's heavenly Tao of karma had shrunk to the point that he could not bear to use it. It was very pitiful. The things he wanted to find the most in Ninafirmament's universe were karma and eternal matter, but he did not know where to find either. Karma could be used to dig up bricks, but he was not that stupid to do so right under the Azure Lotus Emperor's nose. This scab had come at just the right time. Lu Yin looked up at Si Jiushi, interested. Si Jiushi shook his head, no. Don't you want to pass the test and see if you can become the Azure Lotus Emperor's disciple? Si Jiushi sat down. It would be a lie to say that I don't want to, but those who are already part of the 5 Great Gates will never betray them. They will always be part of the 5 Great Gates. Lu Yin put the scab away. Let's go to the nearest city to rest. You're not going to the 4 Overlook. Don't worry, we can make it. Driver, slow down. The beast carriage slowly rose into the air and headed in a certain direction. On the ground, the members of the Yen clan looked conflicted. Without Yuan Bao, they were safe, but they had also lost a great opportunity. Since ancient times, too many people had gone through the test. Although there were only a few who passed, as long as they passed, they would reach the heavens in a single bound. The Great 5 Palm sect is actually starting to snatch the scab. Didn't they say that those lunatics didn't like the divine defense and wouldn't compromise? Hypocrite. Someone was dissatisfied. Who in the world doesn't want to be apprenticed to the Azure Lotus Lord? You believe those words? That's true. Look at the Dong Lin Sword sect. They are clearly the weakest of the 4 Lin Sword sects and have no right to compete for the position of the head of the 4 Lin Sword sects. However, the other sects have sent more invitations than the most powerful Bei Lin Sword sect. It's all because the little princess of the Dong Lin Sword sect has entered Yihai. Not to mention the Blue Lotus Imperial Guard, just the 7 fairies themselves are enough to shake the hearts of countless people. Whoever can gain the favor of that little princess will also reach the heavens in a single bound. Even if the Northern Lin Sword sect becomes the head of the 4 Lin Sword sect, they won't dare to be rude to the Eastern Lin Sword sect. The 7 fairies, everyone's dream. Shut up. Is that something you can dream of? Be careful not to let someone hear you and take your life. Some people can't even dream of having them. Let's go to the 4 Lin Sword sect. I suddenly want to see how the Northern Lin Sword sect, which is the head of the 4 Lin Sword sect, will react to the Eastern Lin Sword sect, which is a disciple of the Azure Lotus Lord. Let's go. Then what about that person just now? The scab was snatched away just like that. What else can we do? Can you beat those lunatics? Don't worry, someone will take action. There have been rumors for a long time that the scab has been a man for the past 100 years. All the major sects have their eyes on it and won't give it up easily. 1 scab is a test, and 100 scabs are 100 tests. It's not like there hasn't been anyone who has tempted the Azure Lotus Lord. That's true. Inside the carriage, Si Jiushi was curious. 7th bro, are you trying to lure others to snatch the scab? Lu Yin nodded. Yes. Why? You've already gotten the scab. Si Jiushi was not stupid, and he knew that Lu Yin had asked the carriage to slow down and head to the nearest city. It was obvious that he wanted to do this, but he could not figure out the reason. Lu Yin looked at Si Jiushi. That palm strike of mine wasn't bad, right? Si Jiushi's eyes lit up. That palm strike alone had moved him. It was very strong. Someone who dares to snatch the scab after seeing that palm strike is no ordinary cultivator. Someone like that either has a scab or knows the whereabouts of the other scabs, Lu Yin said. Si Jiushi understood. You're fishing, but if you dare to snatch it, then you're not weak. I'm not weak either, and don't I have you guys? Lu Yin smiled. Si Jiushi was puzzled at first, but then his eyes widened. Are you trying to drag the 5 Palms sect down with you? Lu Yin smiled. Don't make it sound so bad. We're friends, after all, so we should help each other. Si Jiushi grew angry. The 5 Palms sect has never done such a thing. No, you can't use the 5 Palms technique anymore. Lu Yin raised a brow. What do you care what I use? You! Si Joshua trembled with anger, but he didn't know how to stop Lu Yin. He couldn't beat him in a fight, and he couldn't win in an argument either. This guy was shameless. Lu Yin tried to appease him. Alright, don't be so angry. People can only break through when they're pushed to a certain point. I'm helping you, and I'll compensate you. How about this, when I'm strong enough, I'll help you kill Yuya. Si Joshua's eyes narrowed, and he stared at Lu Yin in a daze. What did you say? Lu Yin met his gaze. Don't tell me you don't want to kill Yuya. Yuya. Si Joshua's eyes flashed with killing intent, not directed at Lu Yin, but at Yuya. Yuya was a must-kill target of the Five Palms sect, and the greatest goal of any member of the Five Palms sect was to kill Yuya. This was because Yuya had taken the body of the third master of the Five Palms sect. The tradition of the Great Five Palms sect was to challenge the defense of gods. It was normal for them to die in battle, so there was no hatred. However, Yuya had not only wiped out the consciousness of the third-generation Great Five Palms sect master, he had also taken over his body. This was something the Great Five Palms sect master could not tolerate. It was because of this that they had a blood feud with Yuya. It was also because of Yuya that they had been forced to split up to avoid being wiped out by him. He hadn't expected Lu Yin to know about the grudge between the Five Palms sect and Yuya. How do you know? Si Joshua didn't understand. Lu Yin replied, I know more than you do. When I asked you about the 9-foot garden, you pretended to be calm. But in reality, you also hate the 9-foot garden because it belongs to Lunar Cliff. Si Joshua didn't deny it. You're very cautious, but you don't have to be in front of me. Since I borrowed the name of the Five Palms sect, I will return the favor. Don't worry, you have to trust me. In the current universe, only I can help you deal with Yuya, Lu Yin said slowly. Si Joshua fell silent and didn't say anything else. He couldn't see through Lu Yin, and at first, he thought that he was someone who had been in seclusion all year round. Later, he discovered that he was someone from another universe. Now, he felt that things weren't that simple. Not long after they left, someone descended on the mountain range and saw the palm print. It really is the Five Palms sect. What do we do? Do it. The people of the Five Palms sect aren't to be trifled with. Once we fail, the worse, the better. Otherwise, what's the point? After a while, someone else arrived. From the palm print, it's at least at the level of a sequence law. It might even be at the primordial realm. Can we help? It's too risky if it's just me, but there are others in the dark. We can work together. Don't worry, young master. The patriarch entrusted you to me before he passed away. I will definitely fight for a chance for you to become a disciple of the Azure Lotus Emperor. Thank you. The universe was filled with interconnected branches. It could be a mountain range, an ocean, or even a city. In Nina Firmament's universe, there were countless floating cities. The one closest to the Yen clan's mountain range and on the way to the Four Overs region was called Mist Steppe. Clouds were used as stairs and mist as stairs to reach the city. The beast carriage directly entered Mist Steppe city. It was difficult for a small city like this to stop cultivators. Too many cities had been destroyed because of major figures that couldn't be offended. As a result, only the truly powerful cities were allowed to pass through. Seventh bro, are we going to rest here? Si Joshua asked. Lu Yin walked out of the carriage. There were many cultivators coming and going in the city, and the sounds of people hawking their wares were like a marketplace. Si Joshua brought Lu Yin into a restaurant and sat by the window. The streets below were very lively, and the aroma of food wafted over from time to time. Listening to the bustle of the marketplace gave Lu Yin a sense of peace that he hadn't felt in a long time. Ordinary people couldn't escape the aura of smoke and fire, and neither could cultivators who were high above. As long as there were people, there would be smoke and fire. Even noble clothing couldn't hide it. Everyone's requirements for life were very simple. No matter how long they lived, as long as they had a moment of brilliance, it would be eternal. Lu Yin looked down in a daze and didn't move for several hours. Si Joshua had already eaten a meal and was now calling out for another. His name was Si Joshua, and only by eating 9 times a day would he have strength. He glanced at Lu Yin from time to time, then at the bustling streets. He recalled his master's words: people started out as ordinary, lived their lives, and eventually returned to being ordinary. No matter how high one's cultivation was, even if they were in the eternal realm, there were still ordinary things that they couldn't achieve. Thus, the great 5 palms intended to drag the divine defense down. They were always at the finish line. These words were profound and unfathomable, and Si Joshua was stunned. His impression of his carefree master had changed, but not long after, his master had told him the truth after getting drunk. These words hadn't come from his master, but from an expert. As for how powerful that expert was, his master hadn't said anything. Who are those people? Lu Yin's voice woke Si Joshua up. He swallowed the meat in his mouth and looked down. Oh, that's she from another universe. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3785. On the street, a group of people lined up and walked slowly under the whip of a cultivator. They didn't look much different from ordinary people, but they had 4 ears, sharp teeth, long legs, and gray skin. They looked gloomy and dull, as if they had no intelligence at all. With a crack, the whip landed on someone's back. Raise your head. If I don't sell you off today, I'll make you wish you were dead. The person who was slapped trembled and tried his best to raise his head. He looked around and tried his best to smile. He even purposely bared his teeth. It was not a threat, but to let the people around him see his unique physique. Teeth were one of their uses. This scene caused Lu Yin's eyes to narrow. Did she mean slave? Outer universes. Through his conversation with Si Joshua, Lu Yin learned that the 9th firmament universe was divided into 2 camps, including the Defense of Gods, Death Hill, the Spring and Autumn Scroll, and the 9-foot garden. One was Yu Jiuxiao, and the other was Zhou Tianxiao. Yu Jiuxiao referred to the 9 sky-piercing pillars that surrounded the 9th firmament universe. These pillars supported and protected the 9th firmament universe, and they also served as a means of transportation for the 9th firmament universe's expeditions into outer universes. Many powerful cultivators gathered at each pillar, and once they discovered an outer universe, the pillars would attack, starting a war. Zhou Tianxiao referred to the internal powers of the 9th firmament universe, such as the Luo family, the 9-foot garden, and the Spring and Autumn Scroll. Yu Jiuxiao and Zhou Tianxiao didn't interfere with each other. Yu Jiuxiao wasn't the name of a power, it was a cultivation army that belonged to the 9th firmament universe. Cultivators could be unaffiliated or from various powers, but there was no division of power on the 9-foot pillars. They all followed the orders of the 9-foot pillars. It seemed that Yu Jiuxiao and Zhou Tianxiao didn't interfere with each other, but their struggles weren't something that ordinary people knew about. Lu Yin hadn't come into contact with any of this. What he knew was that there were indeed outer universes outside the 9th firmament universe and the 3 universes. Up until now, the 9-foot pillar had been sent out. Although it didn't mean that only one pillar had appeared each time, at least he knew that there were at least 5 outer universes that had been destroyed. It seemed like a lot, more than the 3 universes, but it had been discovered over countless years in the 9th firmament universe. There were definitely outer universes, but they were very difficult to find. These she came from the outer universe where the pillar of the 9 firmaments was destroyed. 7th brother, do you think it's too cruel? Si Joshua asked as he stared at Lu Yin. He was certain that Lu Yin did not belong to the Nina firmament's universe, but he did not know where he had come from. It would be fine if he had come from one of the three universes, but if he had come from some unknown universe, then that would be a huge problem. But he didn't think so. After all, he knew Chao Yi. People from Death Hill weren't afraid of death. If that person was a threat to the continent of the Nine Clouds, Chao Yi would kill him, or Chao Yi would kill him. There was no third option. Lu Yin replied indifferently, "There's nothing cruel about it. Every species fights, and life and death are up to fate." Nodding his head, Si Jiushi picked up a beast leg and took a bite out of it. Don't be fooled by how submissive those people are. Back then, during the Night Pillars expedition, countless cultivators died at their hands. Do you know how miserable the first batch of cultivators who fell into their hands were? I'm afraid you won't be able to eat if I tell you. Let's put it this way. They once boasted about a weapon that was very suitable for them. The main material of that weapon was... After a pause, his gaze turned cold. Tendons. Lu Yin looked at Si Jiushi. Si Jiushi glanced down coldly. Human tendons. Tendons are the main material, and they've equipped countless people before. Their flesh and bones are said to have formed mountains in their universe, and seas of blood filled the sky. Yes, we did invade their universe, but so what? The universe is like this, natural selection. If they had the ability, the continent of the Nine Clouds would have ceased to exist a long time ago. There's no need to sympathize with them. Lu Yin looked down again. Sympathize with them? They weren't in the wrong, they were protecting their own universe. Was the continent of the Nine Clouds wrong? They weren't wrong, they were wrong because they were too weak. Lu Yin didn't hate the spiritualized universe or the continent of the Nine Clouds. Even if the Tian Yuan universe had been reactivated, he didn't hate them. He only hated his own incompetence. One should never count on their enemies to be merciful. All they could do was improve themselves. Right and wrong would never appear on the battlefield. Lu Yin realized that he had forgotten about his hatred. Nothing in the world would appear for no reason. Others could destroy him, and he could destroy others. Hatred was meaningless. "My lord, here are your dishes," the waiter said respectfully as he walked over. Si Jiushi nodded and picked at his teeth while looking down the street. That group of people had left, and another group had arrived. However, they weren't the Shi, but rather strange creatures. There were even astral beasts that pulled their carriages. They weren't weak and could travel through the void, but they didn't have much intelligence. Suddenly, the waiter waved his hand at Lu Yin, a thin blade in his hand flickering with a cold, dark green light. It was obvious at a glance that it was highly toxic. Someone who dared to appear after seeing the Great Five Palms on the mountain range was definitely not an ordinary person. The blade streaked across the waiter's hand, cutting through the void and spreading darkness that contained a few stray particles. Si Jiushi couldn't react at all, and he could only watch as the blade streaked across Lu Yin's neck. He was dumbfounded. Was he dead? No way, it didn't look like it. The blade streaked past, and Lu Yin's figure slowly dissipated. The waiter's expression changed, and he ran out of the restaurant without looking back. A hand landed on his shoulder, crushing the stray particles and forcing him to the ground. When he looked up, he saw that Lu Yin was still sitting there calmly, as if he hadn't moved at all. However, he had clearly dodged the attack just then. "There's more," Si Jiushi shouted as he retreated. He didn't want to get involved, as Lu Yin was the one who wanted to fish. Sure enough, the fish had come, but they were all big fish. Behind Lu Yin, below him, and above him, enemies appeared from all directions. They were all sequence realm experts, and those who weren't at that level did not have the right to attack him. There was also a pair of eyes watching from the shadows. The owner of the eyes didn't attack, but they stared fixedly at Lu Yin. This person was a primordial realm expert. From the Tian Yuan universe to the spiritualized universe, and then to the current Ninafirmament's universe, there were more and more powerhouses. This wasn't just a matter of how long the cultivation civilizations had been passed down, but also the difference in the number of cultivators and the size of the regions. If the Tian Yuan universe had one cultivator, then the spiritualized universe had two, and the Ninafirmament's universe had at least 5. The difference wasn't even on the same level. As a result, a single attack on a restaurant had involved a primordial realm expert. Lu Yin looked up and took a step forward, disappearing only to reappear in the air. He pressed down with a single palm, instantly sending out 4 palm strikes. 3 of them landed on the restaurant, while the last one hit the shadows. The restaurant shattered, and the 3 sequence realm experts who had attacked Lu Yin were directly smashed into the ground. In the shadows, an old man attacked. He struck out with a finger, and his battle intent surged. It was very strange. Originally, he thought that he could block the palm strike, but he knew that he was in trouble the moment they collided. The finger strike had been destroyed, and the palm strike had broken his arm, crushing him into the ground. The old man was a primordial realm expert. He endured his heavy injuries and fled, but before he could even take a single step, Lu Yin appeared before him. The old man stared at Lu Yin blankly, filled with regret. No, he wasn't a sequence realm expert, nor was he a primordial realm expert. This person was clearly a tribulation transcendence expert. How could he be so young? Had he undergone spiritual cultivation? The gate of the 5 palm masters was known throughout the 9 firmaments, so it wasn't strange for one to undergo spiritual cultivation. I'm here. With a thump, Lu Yin kicked the old man into the ruins of the restaurant. Because of this battle, everyone in the surroundings retreated. They were all cultivators, so they moved very quickly. Things like this happened frequently in cities, so there was naturally a city lord here. However, that depended on whether the city lord could handle it or not. Clearly, the city lord could not handle this battle. For sequence realm experts and a primordial realm expert had appeared. The city lord himself was only a sequence realm expert, so he would not even show himself. After all, Lu Yin was just too unfathomable, and no one was willing to hand their lives over to someone else. Stepping on the ruins of the restaurant, the waiters and the owner of the restaurant trembled uneasily. They looked at the ruins of the restaurant, speechless. Si Jiushi walked over. 7th bro, are you alright? Lu Yin glanced at him. Compensate me. Si Jiushi was stunned. Me? Me? I don't have any money. Do you think I have money? Si Jiushi thought about it and then began to rummage through his cosmic ring. He guessed that Lu Yin was from another universe, so it was very likely that he had no money. A restaurant did not cost much, so he was just sullen. He was not the one who had attacked the restaurant, so why should he compensate? Lu Yin looked at the attackers. A karmic spiral appeared at his fingertip, and with a wave of his hand, it pierced through them. Karmic terminus, scab. The karmic world's landmarks that the Azure Lotus Emperor had given him were quite useful. Through these attackers, Lu Yin learned the whereabouts of 3 scabs. One of them was on Lone Swan Island. It was the first person to attack. He was from Lone Swan Island. The other was on the young man who had followed the primordial realm expert, who had a scab. There were 5 attackers. 2 had the scab's whereabouts, 1 did not, and the other 2 had nothing to do with the scabs. This was because Lu Yin's karmic terminus was the scab, so he could not see anything. This was interesting. He had purposely exposed the scabs and waited for people to come looking for trouble. If it was not because of the scabs, then was it because of the 5 palm gates? When he thought of this, he immediately used the 5 palm gates karmic terminus to see karma. He then sent out karmic threads that collided with each other. Within the ruined restaurant, there was endless chatter all around. As for Lu Yin, he stared at the two sequence laws powerhouses lying on the ground in a daze. Indeed, in the eyes of Si Jiushi and the others, he was in a daze. No one knew what he was looking at. Si Jiushi glanced at the two several times. What was he looking at? Had he lost his mind? However, he did not dare to disturb Lu Yin. Lu Yin had dealt with so many experts in just a few moves. They were at least in the primordial realm, and he had even used the 5 palm gates. The 5 palm gates was becoming more and more troublesome. Not long after, Lu Yin exhaled and looked at Si Jiushi with a strange expression. Si Jiushi asked nervously, "What's wrong?" "Seventh bro." Lu Yin looked away. "Prepare to set off. No one else will attack. Thank you for your support, brothers. I'll be updating at 2 p.m. My brothers have been watching Star Stepping, which is the greatest encouragement for Windswept. It's not easy to earn money in these special times, so there's no need for tips. Windswept will update. Thank you for your support, brothers. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3786. Given the strength that Lu Yin had displayed, no one would take action unless they were a powerhouse who had crossed the bitter adversity. Even in the Ninth Heaven universe, where there were many cultivators and ancient civilizations, there weren't many powerhouses who had crossed the bitter adversity. It was impossible to run into them by coincidence, and the ones who had just taken action had all undergone spiritual cultivation. Ordinary experts who had reached the primordial realm or bitter adversity wouldn't be willing to risk it, and these people who had undergone spiritual cultivation were all in their true bodies. Si Jiushi nodded and called the carriage over. Lu Yin told him to wait for a while before leaving on his own. He found the young man hiding on the other side of the street. This person was the primordial realm elder's follower, and the elder had taken action for him. The young man was scared stiff when he saw Lu Yin. Lu Yin shook his head. "Even if you have 10,000 scabs, it'll be useless. You'll never pass the test." With that, he casually pressed his hand into the hell of the general appointment platform, just like the primordial realm elder and the 4 sequence law experts. Pressing his hand into the hell of the general appointment platform was a good way to increase karma. However, in the 9 firmaments universe, Lu Yin didn't dare to do so unless he was an enemy. Otherwise, the Azure Lotus ruler might not have let him go. This young man hadn't undergone spiritual cultivation, nor had he released his spirit seed. He was in his true body. Many cultivators of the 9 firmaments universe would go out in their true bodies unless they encountered danger. After all, a spirit seed couldn't completely replace a person, and it was sometimes impolite to meet others with a spirit seed. The other one was on the Lone Swan Island. It was too far away, so it did not bother them. Moreover, one of the captured cultivators of the 9 firmaments universe had come from Lone Swan Island. There would always be a chance to find them in the future. The carriage left Misty Stairs City and headed for the Sifang region. Along the way, Si Jiushi asked, "Seventh bro, you looked at me strangely in the ruins of the restaurant. Did something happen?" Lu Yin leaned against the carriage and said casually, "It's nothing. I'm not the only one who threw the blame to the 5 palm gates." Si Jiushi was confused. "What do you mean? Do you know the White Jades? Spirit Alliance's White Jades?" Si Jiushi was surprised. Lu Yin looked outside and saw a meteor streaking across the sky with a blue tail. "Tell me about it." Si Jiushi said, "The White Jade clan is one of the 13 clans of the Spirit Alliance. The Spirit Ancestor is made up of cultivators from other universes and spiritualized universes who were destroyed by the continent of the 9 clouds. They formed an alliance to protect themselves. The White Jade clan is one of them." "Seventh brother, was there someone from the White Jade clan who attacked you just now?" "That shouldn't be the case, right? The White Jade clan's people can recognize them at a glance." Their entire body is white jade. Luin tossed out the 2 cultivators from General Terrace Hell. Where do you think they came from? Si Jiushi looked at the 2 of them. He didn't know what the 2 of them had experienced, but they were in a daze. Si Jiushi grabbed the arm of one of them and exerted force. His expression changed. Battle Clan, they are from the Battle Clan, one of the 13 clans of Spirit Alliance. Luin nodded. That's right. They actually belong to the White Jade Clan, and the White Jade Clan had them disguise themselves as members of the battle tribe to ambush me. My identity is that of one of the 5 Great Gates. You know what I mean. Si Jiushi was furious. F***ck, these White Jade bastards are so despicable. They have a grudge against the Battle Clan, and they actually want to use the Great 5 Palms sect to attack me. You're using them, Luin emphasized. Si Jiushi's words startled the 2, and they stared at Luin in disbelief. How did he know? They really were innocent. The Jade Clan had sent someone to disguise themselves as a member of the Battle Clan to attack the Great 5 Palms sect. On the surface, it looked like they were trying to steal the Battle Clan's scabbard, but in reality, they were trying to expose the Battle Clan's strength. The Great 5 Palms sect was one of the top powers in the continent of the 9 Clouds. Although the 3rd generation master of the Great 5 Palms sect had been defeated, the Battle Clan still couldn't compare to them. The Great 5 Palms sect could be compared to the Spirit Alliance. In the eyes of many in the continent of the 9 Clouds, the Spirit Alliance was nothing. The Great 5 Palms sect was different. Although they were lawless, they were ruthless and strong. Using the Great 5 Palm Gates, he could completely destroy the War Clan. But how had their plan been discovered? They stared at Luin in disbelief. Luin looked at the 2 and smiled. There's nothing you can hide from me. What's the point? Si Jiushi kicked the 2 of them. You bastards, you actually dare to use the Great 5 Palm sect. Your White Jade Clan is in big trouble. I'll tell Master right now, and he won't let you off so easily. Luin put the 2 cultivators away and looked at the furious Si Jiushi. Are there any bases of the Spirit Alliance's 13 clans nearby? Si Jiushi suppressed his anger and spoke to Luin even more respectfully. Yes, the Jin clan. How had Luin found out that the White Jade Clan was using the Great 5 Palm sect? Although Si Jiushi seemed crude, he was definitely not stupid. The White Jade Clan was even more so. They had raised those 2 cultivators to look like the Battle Clan, so they must have paid a huge price. They had been seen through so easily, not because they were incompetent, but because this 7th brother was too powerful. Si Jiushi did not know how Luin had done it, but he knew that he had been seen through as well. This person had unfathomable abilities. The Jin clan. Are they powerful? The Jin clan is one of the 13 clans and has always stood aloof from worldly affairs. Whether they're powerful or not depends on who they're compared to. They naturally can't compare to the traditional powers of the Eternity Plane, but they're about the same as the White Jade Clan. Then let's go to the Jin clan. Si Jiushi was puzzled. Tell them about this. Have them denounce the White Jade Clan and the Spirit Alliance. Expose their hypocrisy. Luin looked at Si Jiushi like he was an idiot. You really think so? Isn't that so? Luin sighed and beamed at Si Jiushi. You really are the pride of the Great 5 Palms sect. Si Jiushi felt like he had been scolded, but it also felt like he had not been scolded. The Jin clan's indifference comes from the alliance of the Spirit Alliance. Do you think that they're willing to expose this matter and cause internal instability in the Spirit Alliance? They'll either pretend that they don't know about this, or they'll inform the leaders of the 13 clans and have them find a way to reconcile with the Great 5 Palms sect and make the White Jade Clan pay a price. This price won't hurt them, but it should satisfy the Great 5 Palms sect. After all, the Spirit Alliance wants stability, and they can offend anyone but the Great Five Palms sect, which is the most unstable factor in the Ninefirmament's universe. Joshua felt like his own sect had been scolded as well. But they won't consider me. Liu Yin's gaze turned cold. They attacked me, not the Great Five Palms sect, so the price won't be so simple. Let's go to the Jin clan and cause some trouble for the White Jade clan first. Joshua was curious. Seventh brother, what do you plan to do? Liu Yin's lips curled up. You'll see soon enough. The carriage turned around and headed for the Jin clan. The 13 clans of the Spirit Alliance were scattered all over the Ninefirmament's universe, mainly because they lived in different environments. Some needed to live in the ocean, some needed to live in magma, and some couldn't touch the ground. The Jin clan, on the other hand, lived in the mountains and forests of the earth. An arc-shaped transparent shield enveloped the Jin clan's forests. Is that a spirit treasure array? No. Liu Yin looked at the Jin clan's forest in the distance. Joshua said, the Jin clan can extract some kind of power from the forest and vegetation. When the Night Pillar attacked the Jin clan's universe, they couldn't take down their habitat. In the end, it was the Danlong's god of defense who took action. Liu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Is the Danlong's god of defense very strong? Joshua nodded. Of course, the god of defense is very strong. But there are far more than 5 perfect coup adversity powerhouses in the Ninefirmament's universe. Joshua wasn't surprised at all, even if it was common knowledge in the Ninefirmament's universe. There are several prerequisites to becoming a god of defense. It doesn't rely solely on battle strength. Of course, battle strength must be achieved. First, you must have been the Night Leader. It's best to lead the Night Pillar into battle and destroy strong enemies. Second, you must have a family at most, such as the Ru family. The previous Ru-Shur god of defense came from the Ru family, not a clear power. Liu Yin interrupted, the Jiuqi garden belongs to Yuya. That was after Yuya became the god of defense. Although everyone knew about it, no one brought it up. Liu Yin understood. No wonder the Death Hill had destroyed the Jiuqi garden. It wasn't just because the Jiuqi garden had broken the rules and interfered in the affairs of the 3 universes, but also because the Jiuqi garden had completely revealed its relationship with Yuya. Tacit consent and disclosure were 2 completely different things. Furthermore, Yuya had been stripped of his position as the god of defense. Even if he had tacitly agreed, he would have been punished later. But here was the problem. The sleeping geniuses of the Junior Defense Pavilion were said to have a chance to compete for the position of God of Defense. But whether it was Luo Ning or Qian Shu, they were all tied down by power. How could they do it? The God of Defense can have disciples, or even a large number of them, but they can't have a clear power. Right, there's another exception, Yu Sang Tian of the spiritualized universe. He's the God of Defense, and he's in charge of the entire spiritualized universe. After a pause, Joshua continued, third, and most important, there's the possibility of stepping into the eternal life realm. Liu Yin's brows rose. The possibility of stepping into the eternal life realm. Joshua's expression grew solemn. I heard it from Master. Although the God of Defense is at the peak of bitter adversity, there are actually quite a few of them in the Ninth Heaven universe. Even if you don't count the cultivators, each power has at least one. If these people all compete for the position of God of Defense, the Ninth Heaven universe will be in chaos. This condition prevents most people from doing so. Because most bitter adversity cultivators can't step into the eternal life realm. Liu Yin didn't understand. If they're at the peak of bitter adversity, how can they be sure of stepping into the eternal life realm? Joshua smiled bitterly. That's a matter of that level. Perhaps the God of Defense saw through something. There's a saying in the Ninth Heaven universe. Visualize the 5 skandhas as emptiness, dissolving all bitterness. Master said this before. Many bitter adversity cultivators have said it before, but it's impossible to understand without reaching that level. Louis muttered to himself, visualize the 5 skandhas as emptiness, dissolving all bitterness. He fell into deep thought. Thank you, Brother Qian Yongxing, for your tip. I'll add more chapters. Thank you. Thank you, brothers, for your support. This is a special period. I hope everyone can live well. If there are any chapters, even if you don't tip me, I'll definitely add more. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Recently, my head has been a little dizzy, and I don't know what's wrong. I'll go down to the hospital to check. I hope nothing's wrong. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3787. Si Jiushi didn't disturb him. In his opinion, Lu Yin might be close to that level as well. Can Dan Hong reach immortality as well? Lu Yin asked. Si Jiushi didn't understand. She should be able to become a god of defense. Lu Yin looked at the Jin clan's forest. Yuya had said that Dan Hong couldn't reach immortality, which went against Si Jiushi's common sense. There were still many things that needed to be seen clearly in this universe. And now, boom! There was a huge explosion as a palm fell from the sky and slammed into the Jin clan's forest, shattering the barrier. Inside the carriage, Si Jiushi's mouth was wide open as he stared blankly. The middle-aged man driving the carriage was stunned as well. Although the Jin clan was only one of the 13 clans of the Spirit Alliance, it wasn't something that ordinary people could deal with. That barrier, in particular, was something that even a bitter adversity powerhouse would find difficult to break. Was this a joke? Let's go, Lu Yin said. The middle-aged man didn't dare to delay and hurriedly turned around to head for the Sealin region. At this moment, the Jin clan's cultivators were fleeing in panic. Their ears were long and slender, and they carried bows and arrows on their backs. They walked through the forest as if it were flat ground. Ordinary cultivators could travel through the void, but they seemed to be shuttling through the forest. What's going on? Elder, it's the Great 5 Palms. The Great 5 Palms are attacking us. Why are they attacking us? Our Jin clan has always stood aloof from worldly affairs. Where's the enemy? Where did they go? They didn't seem to be here, but they broke through our defenses. Far away, the carriage had already disappeared. Inside the carriage, Lu Yin met Si Jiushi's dazed gaze and said, "See, this is simple. The White Jade clan wants me to vent my anger on the War clan, so I'll drag the Jin clan down with me. Let them investigate. No matter what they think, this matter will eventually lead back to the White Jade clan." Si Jiushi was stunned. But you used the Great 5 Palms. Yes, I didn't. How would the Jin clan know that I did it? The carriage must have been seen as well, and they'll definitely investigate the White Jade clan. Just to drag the Jin clan down and make the Great 5 Palms the scapegoat. Don't mind it. It's just a small matter. It's nothing much. That's all. Although the Great 5 Palms sect was not afraid of the Spirit Alliance, there was no need to make enemies everywhere. They already had a lot of enemies. The Spirit Alliance had never been in the eyes of the Great 5 Palms sect, so they did not plan to make things difficult for them. But now, this person's way of thinking was very strange. No, I must run away when I reach the Sealin region. I can't be involved with him anymore. Moreover, I must inform my master. With such a person constantly shifting the blame, I don't know what will happen to the 5 great sects in the future. And how did this person know the Great 5 Palms technique? Several days later, outside the Jin clan, some people arrived. They looked at each other and saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. How could this be? Why did the Big Five Palm sect attack the Jin clan? I don't know either. Even if they didn't cause trouble for the War clan, what does this have to do with the Jin clan? The Jin clan was attacked, so they will definitely investigate clearly. What happened in Misty Stairs City cannot be hidden at all. When the time comes, it is very likely that they will find out about us. It will be troublesome. I just can't figure out why the people of the Great Five Palaces would want to attack the Jin clan. Even if they could see that our people were disguised as war clansmen, this has nothing to do with the Jin clan. It's not their style of doing things. The news from within the clan has dissipated. Let's go back quickly. The Jin clan is questioning the War clan, and this matter will soon be traced back to us. I also find it strange that we deliberately chose these impulsive lunatics from the Great Five Palms sect. They should have attacked the War clan without asking for any reason, but instead of causing trouble for the War clan, they attacked the Jin clan. Let's go back first. No matter what, the incident in Misty Stairs City must not be exposed. How unlucky, this Great Five Palms sect is different from the rumors. It took exactly 1 month for the beast carriage to arrive at the Four Overs region after setting off from the lake below the waterfall. Seeing the sword intent soaring into the sky in the distance, Si Jiushi heaved a sigh of relief. Seventh bro, we've arrived at the Four Overs region. Lu Yin stepped out of the carriage and looked into the distance. The Four Overs region was a vast expanse of land that had been divided into 4 parts by sword intent. 4 completely different sword intent soared into the sky, seemingly piercing through the heavens as they headed towards the canopy of the mother tree. Compared to the low-key Jin clan, the Four Overs region was much more high-profile. Along the way, their beast carriage passed through many mountains and rivers. Not a single city or clan dared to block their path. The Four Overs region was the only one that dared to block their path. There were very few forces in the universe, but any force that could be called a force was extremely strong. The Four Overs region was one of them. In Si Jiushi's words, the Four Overs region was the same without the Four Overs sword head. It was similar to 9-foot garden, but it was different after the Four Overs sword head was decided. It was enough to suppress a force like 9-foot garden. Although the sword was a gentleman's weapon, it was also a weapon of slaughter. From time to time, people would enter the Four Overs region, and among them, there was no lack of experts with noble auras and unfathomable strength. Seventh brother, we have arrived at the Four Overs region. This land is divided into 4 parts, and the sword gate is located in the center of each part. I won't be going, I still have something to do. Si Jiushi said. Lu Yin glanced at him, you want to avoid me? Si Jiushi smiled awkwardly, of course not, I really have something to do. A junior brother in the sect is in trouble, and Master asked me to solve it. Lu Yin nodded, alright, I won't force you. Since you are bringing me along, take it. He threw a wireless goo to Si Jiushi. Si Jiushi was puzzled. Lu Yin taught him how to use it. You can ask me for help in the future, but I might not necessarily help you. Si Jiushi was surprised and solemnly put away the wireless goo before bowing to Lu Yin. Thank you, seventh brother. There were too many ruthless people in the cultivation world. He could tell that Lu Yin did not belong to the Nine Heavens universe, so it would not be strange if Lu Yin killed him. But not only did Lu Yin not do anything, he even made a promise. Si Jiushi had been prepared to risk his life and had even left a backup plan to inform the 5 great sects, but now it seemed that it would not be necessary. But what about those pots? Lu Yin left. In the past, he would not have given the wireless goo to Si Jiushi. It was just a trip, and even if it caused trouble for the 5 great sects, it would not be a big problem. But ever since he came into contact with Blue Lotus Emperor, his mentality had changed. Blue Lotus Emperor was all about fate. He also wanted to pay attention to fate. Although he did not know what it was used for, he would do it first. This was like an exam. He knew the answer to a question in advance, and even if he did not see the question, he would be able to memorize it. The moment he stepped into the four-overs region, he could feel a faint sword intent on his skin. The stronger the person, the clearer the feeling. This reminded Lu Yin of the sword sect. The first time he had gone there, he had felt a similar feeling. Under the ground, sword chi sword, as if he was walking on a mountain of swords. Lu Yin looked at the sky. The four sword intents were not weak, but they were not strong either. He could destroy them with a flip of his hand. He was looking forward to what would happen when the four combined to form the four-overs sword head. What he needed to do now was to meet up with the 7 fairies who had given him the conditions. She was the daughter of the Donglin sword sect's leader, Lu Xiyu. Lu Yin walked step by step towards the Donglin sword sect. At the same time, within the sect, a girl was holding her chin and looking at the sky in a daze. Her eyes were bright and lively, and half of her face was covered by a purple veil. No one knew what she was thinking. The Donglin sword sect was very busy. Even though the current headmaster of the Donglin sword sect was the weakest and had no hope of becoming the head of the Four-Lin sword sect, there were many more people visiting the Donglin sword sect than the strongest Bei-Lin sword sect, all because of Lu Xiyu. Lu Xiyu had long since reached the age of marriage, and countless people had their eyes on her. Her appearance and family background were just one of the reasons. She was also a registered disciple of Uptala Emperor, which was an extremely noble status in the continent of the 9 firmaments. Even the leader of the Bei-Lin sword sect had to be polite to the leader of the Donglin sword sect. Even if they didn't care about Uptala Emperor's face, the 7 fairies each had a strong background. Their alliance was enough to shake the entire continent of the 9 firmaments. Everyone said that the leader of the Donglin sword sect's sword technique was bad, but his daughter was amazing. However, the leader of the Donglin sword sect didn't feel ashamed. On the contrary, he was very proud. Yes, if you have the ability, you can have such a good daughter too. His daughter's appearance was peerless, her personality was lively, her luck was profound, her heart was kind, and so on. Countless words of praise could not describe her. The leader of the Bei-Lin sword sect had the highest chance of becoming the four-overs sword head, while the leader of the Donglin sword sect had the highest chance of becoming his father-in-law. Ha 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 ha, baby girl, let's see what your father got. In the courtyard, Lu Xiyu rolled her eyes. She looked helpless. A middle-aged man walked into the courtyard, holding a birdcage in his left hand. His right hand was twinkling under the sunlight. He looked at the ring on his finger and laughed. This belongs to the talented girl, Yun Yi. Back then, Yun Yi and, bang. The door closed. The middle-aged man put down his hand and walked out of the room. He was concerned. Baby girl, what's wrong? Who made you angry? Tell me, I'll help you. Old Lu, don't be so shameless. Don't you know why people gave you gifts? Lu Xiyu's voice came out of the room. The middle-aged man smiled proudly. Of course I know. It's because of you, baby girl. They all want to marry you. Tui. Is it that simple? Baby girl, don't worry. If you don't like them, I'll drive them away. Of course, if my baby girl likes them, I'll take them away. Ha 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 ha. Lu Xiyu leaned against the window. She was speechless. The middle-aged man walked to the window and looked at Lu Xiyu. He smiled happily. You're not angry anymore. Come, look at this ring. It's... Lu Xiyu blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at the middle-aged man. Old Lu, father, leader of the Donglin sword sect, Lu Xizhan. The middle-aged man's face changed, serious. All right, tell me, I'm listening. How long until the four-overs sword head competition? 7 days. Are you confident? Not at all. Then why are you still here? Lu Xiyu looked at the ring on the middle-aged man's finger and then at the birdcage. Even Xiao Xiao looks down on you. Xiao Xiao was the name of the bird. Brothers, thank you for your support. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3788. The middle-aged man sighed. He leaned on the wall and said, "My dear daughter, you know that I don't have much ambition. How many times did your grandfather beat me up when he was still alive? It's too boring to fight for everything in life. We were born in this world to enjoy life. Yes, those people look down on me, but so what? I have you, ha 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 ha, who can compare to you?" Lu Xiyu sighed deeply. She looked at the sky and murmured, "But I want to have a hero as my father." The middle-aged man patted Lu Xiyu's head and said, "Silly girl, sometimes you treat me like an outsider. You and I are father and daughter. Even if your wish is not fulfilled, isn't it the same as fulfilling my wish?" "Father, what is your wish?" Lu Xiyu was curious. She had never heard of such a thing before. The middle-aged man's face was solemn. He said, "My wish is to have a daughter who brings wealth and treasures." With that said, he ran away under Lu Xiyu's stunned gaze. Lu Xiyu was furious. She said, You are too much, old Lu. Ha 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 ha. As the laughter faded away, Lu Xiyu shook her head. She couldn't help but laugh again. The maidservants came in. They were all smiling. "My lady, your master is really like a naughty child. But this is good. Look at the headmaster of the Shilin Swords Gate, Lu Bai. He is always gloomy. His daughter is miserable. How many times has she smiled?" "Yes, yes, yes." Another maidservant said, "The son of the headmaster of the Shilin Swords Gate is always drinking to drown his sorrows. I heard that he is scolded every day. Your master has never forced you, my lady. He even said that the marriage is up to you. This is a promise made when you were born. It is not because you are the disciple of the Azure Lotus Lord." Lu Xiyu was speechless. She held her chin again and said, "I know my father is a good man, but I am the only girl in my generation in the Donglin Swords Gate. I am not good with swords. I am afraid that one day, the Donglin Swords Gate will cease to exist. I am sorry for my father." "Then let him have another child." Lu Xiyu shook her head. "I have told my father that I want a younger brother, but my father—" Suddenly, her face changed. "Who is it?" The two maidservants hurriedly shielded Lu Xiyu behind them and looked around vigilantly. Soon, their gazes locked onto a corner of the courtyard. There was someone there. Lu Xiyu looked over and heaved a sigh of relief. "So it's you. I thought you wouldn't dare to come." The person who had appeared was naturally Lu Yin. He had entered the Fourth Overlook region and quickly found the location of the Donglin Sword Sect, as well as Lu Xiyu. "How did you get here without anyone noticing?" Lu Xiyu asked, sizing him up. Although the Donglin Sword Sect could not compare to the other three sects, there was no lack of experts in there. Even primordial realm experts could not avoid everyone. This was the safest place in the Donglin Sword Sect. Even Sect Master Lu Xijan's residence was not as safe as this. Lu Yin looked around. "Is there anything difficult?" "Miss, who is he?" the maid asked. Lu Xiyu waved her hand and said, "You can leave now. He won't hurt me." "But, it's fine, don't worry." The two maids looked at each other. The wariness in their eyes disappeared and was replaced with curiosity and some sort of guess. Could it be that this person belonged to the young miss? No, he had to tell Master immediately. Master was very concerned. The maids left the courtyard. Lu Xiyu's attitude changed, and her tone became cold and mocking. "Little thief, I was right about you. You can even break into the Donglin Sword Sect so easily. You must have some ability to enter the karmic sea back then. And you said you didn't peek. Luin pursed his lips. Since I agreed to fulfill your conditions, I'll let this matter rest. I don't care if you tell others, but it'll damage the reputation of the 7 fairies. Lu Xiu snorted and stared at Luin. Let me ask you, who did you touch that day? This question was awkward, and it reminded Luin of what he had felt at that time. I don't know. That scream sounded like third sisters, Lu Xiu said, and then smiled mischievously. How did it feel? Was it slippery? All right, let's not talk about that. I'm here to help the Donglin sword sect become the head of the 4 Overlook sword sect. That person was your father. No wonder you brought up such a condition. It really is difficult, Luin said. Lu Xiu sighed helplessly at the mention of this. Her face was full of melancholy. Luin was confused. Is becoming the head of the 4 Overlook sword sect that important to you? Lu Xiu rolled her eyes. Are you scared? Just tell me if you can't do it, but I've never put my hopes on you. It's actually very simple to make your father the head of the 4 Overlook sword sect. Lu Xiu was surprised. Simple? Luin nodded. Lu Xiu was disdainful. Do you know the strength of the other 3 sect leaders? I don't need to know. Luin said calmly, and he looked outside the courtyard. Cripple their legs, and they won't be able to compete with your father. Lu Xiu blinked and looked at Luin blankly. Do you know what you're talking about? Word for word. Do you know the strength of the other 3 sect leaders? It doesn't matter. You. Lu Xiu choked for a moment. Lu Yin's attitude was too arrogant, to the point that he thought he had become the god of defense. Luin was arrogant, but he had the right to be arrogant. He was no match for those in the eternal realm, but he could crush those in the eternal realm. Yuya and Yusang Tian were no match for him, let alone these cultivators who couldn't even compare to Yusang Tian. At most, they would only be at the crossing Ku air level. They would never reach the great circle of the crossing Ku air level, because only when the sword wills of the 4 Advent domain combined could a great circle of the 4 Advent sword head be created. Luin looked at Lu Xiu seriously. What do you think of this method? If you agree, I'll cripple their legs. Lu Xiu bared her teeth and wanted to take off her shoe and smash it on his face. Go ahead if you can. It's better if you die, then the other sisters won't have to worry about you. Okay. Luin left. He was serious. There was no need to cripple their legs, just leave some internal injuries. Otherwise, he didn't know how to help Lu Xizhan. He could tell at a glance that this person did not have any ambitions. An open-minded person like him could not be persuaded with words. This was the fastest way he could think of. Lu Xiu never thought that Luin could do it. She only thought that he was arrogant because he had the ability to sneak into the sea of karma. He thought that the world was his because he was recognized by her master. When he suffered losses, he would know that the 4 Overlook sword sect was not to be trifled with. What a pity, she still had some hope. Her master had misjudged him this time. At this moment, Lu Xizhan suddenly barged in. He stared at the corner of the room, and when there was no one around, he quickly scanned the surroundings and his eyes widened. Looking at Lu Xizhan's behavior, Lu Xiu was speechless. Old Lu, what are you doing? Lu Xizhan was puzzled. Where is he? Is your date over so soon? You, what are you talking about? Lu Xiu was furious. Lu Xizhan smiled and asked curiously, Little girl, where is that brat? Don't hide it from me, I'm not against your relationship. Don't worry, no matter who that brat is, I will accept him. He's gone. Gone. How rude, he didn't even bring a gift for his father-in-law. Fine, just you wait, I'll make him suffer. Lu Xiu covered her forehead. She did not want to explain, but she knew that if she did not do so, this old man would keep an eye on her, and this matter would not end until years later. I don't have that kind of relationship with him. He was sent by my master to complete the test. She told him about the conditions of the 7 fairies. As long as he passed the test, he would be able to become Qinglian Yu's disciple. Of course, she did not mention anything about the lotus pond, or she was sure that this old man would keep an eye on Lu Yin. Not long after, Lu Xizhan left the courtyard with a serious expression. To be recognized by Qinglian Yu and be able to freely enter the Donglin Sword Gate, this person was definitely not weak. He must have the strength of a crossing bitter disaster level, and he must have cultivated it himself. Otherwise, how could a person who trained in spirit be recognized by Qinglian Yu? Such a person, how talented must he be to be able to achieve this? Even so, he still had to go through the test of the 7 fairies. It seemed like he was not just an entry-level disciple, he must be a true disciple. He shook his head. This girl was too stupid, she did not even know how to show mercy. It was impossible for him to become the head swordsman of the Xilin Sword Gate. Since Qinglian Yu proposed the test, he must be satisfied with this brat, but it was ruined by this girl. He did not know what would happen in the future. Not only would she make Qinglian Yu unhappy, but she would also offend this person. It would not be peaceful in the future. Forget it, it had already happened, there was no point in thinking about it. He did not tell his daughter about these things, he hoped that she would live a peaceful and happy life. As a father, he had to bear some responsibilities. He did not know what price the Donglin Sword Gate had to pay for this person to not bear a grudge. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. At this time, Lu Yin had already left the Donglin Sword Gate and gone to the strongest Beilin Sword Gate. Beilin Sword Gate was the strongest of the 4 sword gates, and it was impossible for the Donglin Sword Gate to win unless Lu Feichen was dealt with. The Xilin Sword Gate was bustling with activity. There were only 7 days left until the competition for the head swordsman of the Xilin Sword Gate. Countless cultivators came from all directions, and various powers sent congratulatory gifts as they waited for the head swordsman of the Xilin Sword Gate to be born. With the head swordsman of the Xilin Sword Gate, the Xilin Sword Gate could not be compared to an ordinary power. In the ninefold universe, any power that could be called a power was not simple, and with the Xilin Sword Gate, it was a peak power that was not inferior to any other. The next day, Lu Yin arrived at the Beilin Sword Gate's territory and heard countless legends about Lu Feichen. Lu Feichen was a powerhouse who had survived the bitter adversity, and his meteor sword was unparalleled in the ninefold universe. He was also the face of the Xilin Sword Gate, and even without the head swordsman, his existence was enough to ensure that the Xilin Sword Gate would not be underestimated. Lu Yin walked step by step towards the Beilin Sword Gate, his gaze always fixed on the sword wall above the gate. It was full of spirit. Meteor Sword Gate. No, there was a second move. He could feel that this was Lu Feichen's true killing move. Legend has it that Lu Feichen's sword was comprehended from the 7th night pillar. It's not a legend. Many sword cultivators have gone to the 7th night pillar. It is the holy land of the sword dynasty, and every generation of the Xilin Sword Gate has left their sword techniques there. After all, the first ancestor of the Xilin Sword Gate came down from the 7th night pillar, and the 4 sword gate masters have all gone there to comprehend. The most famous one is the 5th night pillar, Sword Master Taizong, who comprehended his sword wall there. I've been there too, but I didn't feel anything. Most people can't comprehend it, or they would be famous in the ninefold universe. I heard that the 4th peak Lord of the Death Hill also. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3789. Lu Yin's ears were filled with hustle and bustle as he approached the North Face Sword Gate. When the sky turned completely dark, his figure disappeared. Compared to the liveliness of Donglin Sword Gate, Beilin Sword Gate also had visitors, but none of them had seen Lu Feichen. The competition for the head of the swords was imminent, and Lu Feichen hadn't appeared for half a year. The entire Balin Sword Gate was filled with a somber atmosphere, and some of the youths were suppressing their excitement. Soon, there were only 7 days left before the Balin Sword Gate would rule the Balin Sword Gate. The head of the swords would be born in Balin Sword Gate, and for the next few generations, the Balin Sword Gate would lead the Balin Sword Gate. In a valley in Balin Sword Gate, someone sat cross-legged on a boulder with a sword across his legs. It was covered in dust, and the water beneath the boulder was clear. From time to time, a bird would fly down, treating the person as a boulder. Suddenly, the person opened his eyes, and dust fell from his eyelids, turning the world gray. Lu Yin pointed a finger at him, and it seemed to travel through time and space. The person was shocked. He hadn't noticed Lu Yin until he was so close. There was a clang as the sword stabbed out, and the sky was filled with falling stars. Lu Yin saw a flash of starlight, and as far as his eyes could see, the star had already left, and the tip had returned. So this was the flying star's attack. Bang! There was a soft sound as the tip of the sword broke, and Lu Yin brushed past the person. He then took a step forward and disappeared. The person stared blankly in front of him, and the broken sword beneath his feet swayed slowly. One move, just one move, and his flying star had been broken. At that moment, the bird landed on the person's head again, as if it still didn't know that this person was a person and still treated him as a boulder. Both his and Lu Yin's aura hadn't changed, and everything in the world was fixed. In the bird's eyes, Lu Yin was just a walking boulder. It wasn't until the person fell to one knee that the bird was startled and flew away. The sword left his hand and fell to the ground. The person looked at his right leg, unable to straighten it. That person had injured his leg, but not completely broken it. There was still his arm. He looked up at his elbow. In an instant, his flying star had been broken, and he'd been injured at the same time. Who was that person? He thought of all the people in the ninth heaven universe, but he couldn't match them. He hadn't offended anyone. The Balin Sword Gate had always been low-key. Who was it? Even though the cultivators of the continent of the 9 clouds had a second life, it was just a second life. It wasn't about cultivation or recovery. Unless one did not care about the spirit seed and accepted spiritual cultivation, the spirit seed would also cause severe damage to the body. Once the spirit seed was destroyed, the body would become an ordinary person. It could either accept spiritual cultivation or be content with being an ordinary person. There was no way Lu Feichen would accept spiritual cultivation just because of a minor injury. Lu Yin walked out of the Northline Sword Gate and looked back, his eyes filled with amazement. This flying star was rather swift and fierce, but it was still unable to resist against him. It was broken apart by a single finger of his. At the same time, his arm and leg were injured, and this person still had a second move that he did not have time to use. Lu Yin was curious about the power of the second move, but that was it. No matter how powerful it was, could it surpass the triple firmament sword will? This was an eternal life realm combat skill. He had left hidden injuries on Lu Xizhan's legs and arms, preventing him from fully utilizing his sword will. As long as Lu Xizhan wasn't too weak, there was still hope for him to win. Next, the Western Lin Sword Sect. At the same time, the Donglin Sword Gate welcomed an important guest. Donglin Sword Gate. At the gate, Lu Xizhan looked at the young man in front of him in surprise. "Little brother, you are too straightforward. My Siyu has reached the marriageable age." Every year, there would be so many people coming to propose marriage, but they would all be elders or relatives. No one has ever come to me personally like you, and even gave me such a valuable gift. The young man bowed respectfully. "I don't like to entrust others to do things. I want to be in charge of my own life. Since it is my own wife, I naturally have to propose marriage myself." Lu Xizhan smiled. "Your courage is commendable, and you are very confident. But you still made a mistake. What mistake? The young man was puzzled. Lu Xizhan said, Siyu is the same as you. She wants to be in charge of her own life. You proposed marriage to me, wrong. You should propose marriage to Siyu directly. If Siyu agrees, then she agrees. I can't stop her. If Siyu disagrees, then she disagrees. I can't force her. The young man looked at Lu Xizhan, his eyes were filled with surprise and admiration. I thought that my way of doing things was beyond common sense, but I didn't expect that Senior's way of doing things was even more so. Lu Xizhan didn't care. I am not afraid of what others say. My daughter's life is in her own hands. That's right, I can't do anything about it. It doesn't matter. Whoever wants to scold me can do it, as long as they don't do it in front of me. I am impressed. If that's the case, then I have indeed made a mistake. The young man bowed again, and at the same time, handed over a gift. This is my apology. It has nothing to do with the marriage proposal. Whether I can marry Siyu or not, I will look for her myself. Lu Xizhan praised, there aren't many young people as polite as you nowadays. Oh yes, what's your name again? He loved reading books. The young man said, little nephew, Huang Ding. Lu Xizhan remembered, yes, Huang Ding. You are the disciple of the Taizong sword master. All right, you may leave. Huang Ding bowed again, and slowly left. After Huang Ding left, Lu Xizhan opened the box. When he saw what was inside, his expression changed, and he went to look for Lu Siyu. Lu Siyu was also shocked when she saw what was inside the box, the minor circle sword fusion manual. This is the sword technique that the Taizong sword master used to dominate the 9 heavens before he comprehended the sword will of the 7th night pillar. Countless people can't even get their hands on it, and he gave it to you just like that. Lu Xizhan praised, that kid was very polite. He said that it was an apology. Lu Siyu rolled her eyes, hypocrite. Don't say that. It's just his way of doing things. But to be so generous is a little wasteful. Little girl, what do you think? Ignore him. Old Lu, go and learn it. If you learn the minor circle sword fusion manual, you may be able to compete for the position of the sword master of the 4-lin sword. Lu Siyu looked expectant. Lu Xizhan shook his head and closed the box. Impossible. The Taizong sword master is powerful, but not to the point of being the #1 swordsman of the 9 heavens. Just based on the minor circle sword fusion manual that he can give away, he has no right to make me the sword master of the 4-lin sword. He underestimated Lu Feiqin and the others. The Taizong sword fusion manual is more likely. How will you know if you don't try? You are not facing the sword master of the 4-lin sword. Do you know how powerful Lu Feiqin is? I couldn't even see a flying star strike. And the Slayer's wall. That defense is amazing. And the Slayer's view. Although it is only one move, it is a move that even Lu Feiqin has to be careful of. The Taizong sword master sent his disciple not only to propose marriage, but also to see through the sword will of the 4-lin sword. He is also afraid that the sword master of the 4-lin sword will surpass him. Once I learn the minor circle sword fusion manual, even if I am surpassed by the sword master of the 4-lin sword, no one will be able to belittle him. They will even praise him for his generosity. Little girl, you must always be on your guard. Lu Siyu was surprised. She looked at Lu Xizhan. I can't tell, old Lu. You are quite smart to be able to see through this. Lu Xizhan was proud, of course. Although my sword will is not good, my ability to see through people is not bad. You are right, that kid is a hypocrite. He did not give this manual with good intentions. He knew that I was the only one who could learn it. He did not even have the chance to meet the leaders of the other 3 sections. He could only do this through me. Then give it back to him and smash it on his face. Lu Xiyu was angry. Lu Xizhan laughed. No need, keep it. When Lu Feichen becomes the sword master of the four-lin sword, he will be able to see through the weaknesses of the minor circle sword fusion manual and deduce the weakness of the Taizong sword master. If he wants to scheme against us, we can scheme against him too. Treacherous. Don't say that. I am your father. Treacherous father. At this time, the servant reported, Master, someone came to visit again. Who? He said he was here to deliver the sword will. He left after delivering it and did not leave his name. Lu Xizhan and Lu Xiyu looked at each other. Something like this happened again. Why did he not leave his name? Both of them quickly saw the sword will that was delivered. This is the first one. I know, it is my sister's. These are all good things. You must thank your sisters on my behalf. It is a pity that I cannot become the sword master of the four-lin sword with this. I have disappointed them. Lu Xiyu smiled sweetly. They don't mind. They just want to help me, but they are afraid that I will not accept it. All right, father, take it. Maybe it will be useful. This, all right. Sigh, I have received too many gifts. This is the first time I feel so embarrassed. Oh right, where did that Luin guy go? I can't find him anywhere. Lu Xiyu said with disdain, there is no need to look for him. He said that he would cripple the other three sword masters. He is just bluffing. Lu Xizhan, it was widely rumored that the sword master of the North Lin sword sect, Lu Feichen, was the strongest of the four Lin sword sects. He was also the most likely to become the sword master of the four Lin sword sects. This was not only the opinion of the outside world, but also the fact that everyone in the four Lin sword sect acknowledged. However, in order to become the head swordsman of the four Lin, one not only had to have a strong sword will, but also had to rely on luck. There had once been a head swordsman of the four Lin who had relied on luck to become the head swordsman of the four Lin. In that battle, he had focused on defense with his sword will and watched the other three fight to the death. In the end, he was the only one who benefited. Therefore, the sword master of the West Lin sword sect had a motto, don't rush, be thick-skinned and never break your sword. The sword master of the four Lin sword sect focused on defense since ancient times. Generations of disciples specialized in defense techniques. In the current generation, the sword master of the four Lin sword sect's defensive capabilities had far surpassed the previous sword master of the four Lin sword sect. Of course, the sword masters of the other three sects had also improved. The sword master of the West Lin sword sect had a labyrinth made of strange metals that were extremely hard. The sword master, Lu Bai, was walking in the labyrinth. It had been half a year and he had not left the labyrinth. Here, he was surrounded by barriers. Just like how his sword will made his enemies feel, if he could trap the other three with the barriers, he would win. He slowly walked through the labyrinth, completely immersing himself in it. If he could gain an epiphany, he would be even more confident. Lu Yin appeared outside the labyrinth and avoided everyone from the sword master of the West Lin sword sect. He looked forward in astonishment, as this was the first time he had seen such a cultivation method. The next moment, his consciousness spread out and covered the entire labyrinth. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3790. Lu Bai's expression suddenly changed. Who's there? A finger descended in front of him. Lu Bai's pupils shrank, but he had no time to think. His sword struck out like a mountain, and in an instant, layers of barriers appeared around him. It was as if a wall had appeared between heaven and earth, separating him from his surroundings. The void rumbled as it became heavy, and no one could break through his ultimate defense. Crack! Lu Bai was stunned as he watched his wall crack open. The crack then spread to the tip of the sword, and it shattered along the tip of the sword. When he looked again, there was nothing left. Where was the person? Where was that finger? However, the sword shattered and fell to the ground with a soft thud. The surrounding barriers were torn apart by the force, and they slowly collapsed as the wind blew past. Lu Bai stood there in a daze. One finger, just one finger. At that moment, he felt a sharp pain in his knee. He couldn't take it anymore and knelt down on one knee. He touched his knee and found that it was an internal injury. It wasn't serious, but it wouldn't heal in a few days. Who was it? Outside the Four Lin Sword Gates, Lu Yin took a step forward and headed towards the Southern Lin Sword Gate. Lu Bai's defensive sword intent was decent, but it was useless against Lu Yin's finger. Even the Four Lin Sword Gates might not be able to withstand it, let alone Lu Bai. This finger could become a nightmare for anyone below the Eternal Realm. After some time, Lu Yin arrived at the Southern Lin Sword Gate, and what he saw surprised him. He went to the Eastern, Northern, and Western Sword Gates, and saw sword intent soaring into the sky. This Southern Lin Sword Gate, however, was completely different. There was a bamboo forest and flowing water, and scholars chatted with each other while admiring the famous paintings hanging in the forest. This place didn't seem like the Southern Lin Sword Gate, but more like an academy, no, an art academy. He saw quite a few people painting. The outside world's impression of Lu Jing of the Southern Lin Sword Gate was that he used famous paintings to prove his heart. Lu Yin didn't understand what that meant at first, but now he understood that it was literal. He used these famous paintings as the source of his sword intent. Every painting contained the painstaking efforts of the painter, and they had been passed down for a long time. Countless people had seen them, and the emotions of those who saw the paintings seemed to have settled down over time and flowed into the paintings. Every painting had a different state of mind, and every painting depicted different landscapes, birds, and beasts. Many of the paintings even depicted cultivators battling each other. These paintings helped Lu Jing achieve his goal. He became the first person in the history of the Four Lin Swords Gate to comprehend the sword through paintings. The biggest difference between the Nan Lin Sword sect and the other three sects was that there were no restrictions on entry. Anyone could enter, even ordinary people. Lu Yin entered the bamboo forest and passed by many famous ancient paintings. Around him, scholars and literati chatted happily, but there was only one person in his eyes. That person seemed to have been waiting for him. At the end of the bamboo forest, under the flowing water, a pair of eyes had been watching Lu Yin the moment he arrived outside the Nanlin Sword Gate. "Were you waiting for me?" he asked, looking down at the bottom of the lake. "Were you waiting for me? Both Lu Bai and Lu Feichen were injured by you. Who are you?" Lu Yin was surprised. "How did this get out?" The labyrinth where the butchering wall is located is connected to the entire West Lin Sword Gate. When the labyrinth is destroyed, the outside world will naturally know. Lu Yin understood. He hadn't expected things to turn out this way. Lu Bai is a very cautious person, even in the Western Lin Sword sect, he is very cautious. This is the characteristic of every generation of the Western Lin Sword sect. Besides, Lu Bai doesn't care about his reputation, he directly contacted Lu Feichen. Coincidentally, Lu Feichen was also injured. "You are Lu Jing?" Lu Yin asked. "That's right. Jian." "Yes, I know. The Four Lin Swords Gate has always been a place I wanted to challenge. Unfortunately, you have disappointed me. Will you go to the Donglin Sword Gate?" "You suspect that I was sent by the Donglin Sword Gate?" "That's possible. I have been to the Donglin Sword Gate, but I didn't make a move. Lu Xizhan is too weak." "I can't refute that, but I believe in my guess. Did you come because of Lu Xiyu's invitation? Are you here because of the Seven Fairies? Or because of the Azure Lotus Emperor?" Since you knew that I was coming and didn't set up an ambush, I will give you my respect and show you the truth." Lu Yin raised his hand and pointed. In an instant, the void revolved and closed as a sharp light flashed. At the bottom of the lake, Lu Jing attacked at the same time. Eternal painting. The lake rippled and a drop of water fell, making a soft sound. It rained above the bamboo forest, and the scholars hurriedly put away their paintings. At the bottom of the lake, Lu Jing released the hilt of his sword. There was a hole in the blade from the attack just now. He had been defeated, and very badly, by the sword's will. The eternal painting was used to prove one's heart. Looking at the world and the sea, one could comprehend the killing sword. He had only used one move, and it was known as the strongest killing sword in the Four-Lin Swords Gate. It couldn't kill Lu Feichen, so he wasn't Lu Feichen's opponent. However, it could severely injure Lu Feichen. Just now, he had been defeated by the same killing sword. Lu Yin felt a sharp pain in his knee. As expected, this person specialized in knee injuries. Fortunately, the injury wasn't serious. At this moment, he had seen the truth. This person was definitely not a helper hired by Lu Xizhan or Lu Xiyu. Just like what he said, he wanted to challenge the swords of the Xilin domain. Because of this, a swordsman would definitely be obsessed with swordsmanship. He was not someone that Lu Xiyu could hire, and it was even more impossible for the Azure Lotus Protector to help the Donglin Sword Gate cheat. Lu Feichen didn't know whether to rejoice or be discouraged. Lu Feichen, Lu Bai, and himself had all been injured by this person. Only Lu Xizhan wasn't worthy of this person's attack, so naturally, Lu Xizhan wasn't injured at all. But who was this person? The Four-Lin Swords Gate wasn't weak, and there were people from all over the Nine Firmaments universe, but he had never heard of such a sword expert. Lu Yin disappeared outside the Nanlin Swords Gate. He hadn't expected an accident, but it didn't matter. Defeating Lu Jing with one move was enough to erase their suspicions about the Donglin Swords Gate. He only hoped that Lu Xizhan would be able to fight well in the Four-Lin Swords Gate in a few days. Otherwise, he would have to think of another way. It would be best if nothing unexpected happened. Sometimes, the more one didn't want accidents to happen, the more accidents would happen. The news that the Four-Lin Swords Gate had been attacked by a mysterious person shocked the entire Four-Lin Swords Gate, and it even spread outside of the Four-Lin Swords Gate, shocking many people in the Nine Firmaments universe. Defeating the leaders of the Four-Lin Swords Gate with a single move wasn't something an ordinary person could do. This person's swordsmanship had to be above the Nine Firmaments. Who was this person? The result of this news was that the Four-Lin Swords Gate's competition was postponed. At the same time, the Four-Lin Swords Gate invited Wanxiang Valley's elder Lu to search for traces of the attacker. This wasn't revenge, but rather to find out who this person was. This was the Four-Lin Swords Gate's dignity. In the Donglin Swords Gate, when Lu Xizhan and Lu Xiyu heard that the leaders of the other three sects had been injured, they were stunned. The injuries were laughable: knees. That's right, legs were crippled. They immediately thought of Lu Yin. How was this possible? His leg was crippled, his leg was really crippled. How did this guy do it? Was he really that powerful? Lu Xizhan and Lu Xiyu exchanged glances, and they both saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. Lass, tell me, what is this Lu Yin's background? Lu Xiyu's face was pale. She knew that things had gotten out of hand. If she had known, she wouldn't have agreed to Lu Yin's request. Who knew if he could really cripple the other three leaders? This was too fast. I don't know. He just accidentally wandered into the sea of karma. Master said that he recognized him as a fate and told us to set the conditions. I know all of this. Lu Xizhan's expression was solemn. Think about Qinglian Yu's attitude towards him. Was it praise, indifference, or something else? Lu Xiyu blinked. Praise. It was more than praise. He treated them like his own son. He actually wanted to marry them off to that little thief. What a joke. They were all stunned at the time. They didn't have the time to think so much. They only thought about how to reject him. Say something, lass. I forgot. Lass, how could you forget? Do you know how powerful that Luin is? If I'm not wrong, he definitely has the power of a complete bitter adversity cultivator. Lu Xiu gasped and covered her mouth. Her face was full of disbelief. Lu Xizhan smiled bitterly, don't doubt me. I don't know how strong the others are, but Lu Feichen's sword will is extremely terrifying. Furthermore, the meteor head wasn't his strongest sword will, he still had a hidden card up his sleeve. Even so, he was still injured by this person, and it was only a single move. To be honest, even a complete bitter adversity cultivator might not be able to do that. I'm more inclined to believe that he has the power of a lesser god. Lu Xiu's thoughts were in a mess. She kept recalling what had happened at the Lotus Pond of Karma Sea. Based on her master's attitude, it didn't seem impossible. Otherwise, with her master's vision, how could he recognize a little thief? He even wanted to marry her sisters off to him because of the word fate. Was Karma Sea something that could be entered by accident? That was the territory of Qinglian Yu. She didn't think much about it before, but now that she thought about it, she was full of questions. Father, don't ask anymore. I really don't know. Lu Xiu was confused. Lu Xizhan sighed and patted her shoulder. All right, little girl. I won't ask anymore. If you see Lu Yin again, you must be polite to him. Don't provoke a strong enemy. He's powerful, but he acts without restraint. People like that are the most terrifying. Lu Xiu bit her lip and nodded. She was still in a daze even after Lu Xizhan left. The power of a lesser god. This Lu Yin is from the 3 universes. What is he doing in Ninefall universe? Why does her master think so highly of him? Even the little Azure Prince wasn't favored by her master. Right, quickly tell the sisters that this little thief has such strength. They need to be careful. I'm not your enemy. A voice suddenly sounded, startling Lu Xiu. She looked at the corner of the courtyard and saw that Lu Yin had been standing there for a long time. Lu Yin looked up at Lu Xiu. I don't dislike your Lin sword gate, so normally speaking, we're not enemies. Lu Xiu was shocked and glared at Lu Yin. Of course I know that. Next time, if you make any noise before you speak, I'll be traumatized. Also, did you really cripple his leg? Didn't you already know? You're too cruel. It's just a lame leg. He'll be fine after some rest. It's a pity that the sword gate has been postponed. You sword gate people don't keep your promises. Lu Xiu was furious. You crippled his leg and you still have the cheek to talk about others. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3791. Lu Yin smiled faintly at her words. Let your father suggest it. This is his only chance to become the sword head of the 4 Lin sword sect. Lu Xiu bared her teeth. Old Lu is not that shameless. I haven't even said anything yet. If you do this, people will think that we are the ones who asked you to do it. They won't. Why? Think about it yourself. Me. Lu Xiu wanted to say something, but she suppressed her anger and glared at Lu Yin again. You better leave now. They have invited people from the Wanxiang Valley. You will be discovered. So, the conditions are met? Lu Yin asked. Lu Xiu wanted to bite this guy. What do you think? Yes or no, make it clear. I want to go to the next sect. Lu Yin was serious. Lu Xiu was furious. If you don't complete it, you will never be able to complete it. Lu Yin shook his head. Then why are you chasing me away? I'm afraid that the people from the Wanxiang Valley will find you here. Lu Xiu said angrily. Lu Yin's eyes brightened. Good idea. Lu Xiu raised her eyebrows and was about to explode, but then she thought for a moment and sneered. You have been trying to piss me off, trying to lure the people from the Wanxiang Valley to the Donglin sword sect to force me to fulfill your conditions. Let me tell you, it's impossible, it will never happen, no matter what you do, it will never happen. Humph, you want to be a disciple of the Blue Lotus Lord? Dream on. Lu Yin shrugged. I don't want to be a disciple. Lu Xiu sneered. She did not believe him anyway. If old Lu doesn't become the sword head of the Four Lin sword sect, you will never be able to fulfill your conditions. Once people find out that you are in the Dong Lin sword sect, no matter how strong old Lu is, he will never be able to become the sword head of the Four Lin sword sect. Lu Yin was amused. Little girl, you have it all planned out. Lu Xiu sneered. You think I'm not as smart as you? What a joke. If I'm not mistaken, you are the only one in the next generation. Lu Yin said slowly. Lu Xiu's expression changed. She bit her lips and kept quiet. Lu Yin looked at Lu Xiu. You are not bad. Lu Xiu looked up and met his gaze. She snorted and closed the window. Out of sight, out of mind. Your father is an open-minded person, and you are also very cheerful. It's just that you are a little narrow-minded. Inside the room, Lu Xiu was furious. This bastard even dared to say that she was narrow-minded. She wanted to open the window and curse at him, but after thinking about it, she decided not to be angry or anxious. This little thief was forcing her. Xiu, you must stay calm. Don't be instigated by him. She looks, but she can't be compared to my wife. Lu Xiu clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. She glared outside and ignored him. But this bastard s. Lu Xiu, Xiu. One of his strengths was his single-mindedness. Lu Xiu, he Xius. What is the origin of this myriad elephant valley? How did they find me? Lu Xiu pretended she didn't hear him and ignored him. I'll just stay here if you don't tell me. No one knows me anyway, and I have no plans to become Lu Xiu's disciple. The other 6 won't let me off so easily, so I'll just give up and drag your Donglin sword school down with me. I'll go down in history as an infamy. The next time there is a fight for the 4 sword head, they will say to be wary of the Donglin sword school. They will ask for external help and do despicable things. Lu Xiu couldn't take it anymore and opened the window, glaring at Lu Yin. You're the despicable one. I didn't tell you to attack the other 3 schools. You're shameless, you thief. Lu Yin crossed his arms. That's why I don't believe anyone can find me here. Lu Xiu sneered, looking at him as if he were a country bumpkin. You come from the 3 universes, so of course you don't know how powerful Myriad Valley is. Myriad Valley is a unique force in the 9 firmaments universe. They rarely fight with other forces and can use the momentum of heaven and earth to find all traces. No matter what kind of expert they are, as long as they make a move, there will be traces left behind. Be it ordinary people, cultivators, or even God's defense, they can find traces. That's why you can't offend them. They are like Master, they have another world. Lu Yin was surprised, another world. Lu Xiu looked forward. Master cultivates the way of karma, and in his eyes, there is an additional world of karma. Myriad Valley can see another world that we can't normally see. They call it the momentum of heaven and earth. Momentum. Could it be the same as Uncle Jiang and the others? Lu Yin was curious about Myriad Valley. All right, I'll wait for them to find me. Lu Xiu stared at Lu Yin and stopped talking. She closed the window and didn't want to look at him anymore. Lu Yin left the Donglin Sword School and appeared in a tavern in the center of the Four Sword Head region a few days later, waiting for the people from Myriad Valley. The competition for the head of the Four Sword Heads had been postponed, but no one had said when. Lu Yin couldn't leave until he helped Lu Xiyu fulfill her conditions. He didn't doubt Azure Lotus Protector's promise. If he fulfilled the 7 conditions, he could do something for him, but if he couldn't, he would have to pay the price. Do it? Lu Yin swirled his cup. Perhaps this was the closest he could get to helping the Tian Yuan universe, and nothing could stop him. Lu Xizhan had to be the head of the Four Sword Heads region. Lu Yin stayed in the tavern for half a month, doing nothing during that time. He only recalled the sword intents of Lu Feiqin and the others. Lu Yin couldn't do the same thing twice. His plan to cripple their legs and let Lu Xizhan win had already failed, so there was no point in doing it again. He thought about it for a few days and decided to do something about the other 3's sword intents. He wanted to decipher their sword intents and teach Lu Xizhan so that he could take them by surprise at the primordial realm. This wouldn't be easy, especially since Lu Feiqin was still hiding a move. He couldn't see it, so he could only infer it. Far away from the Four Sword Heads, Si Jiushi didn't go, but he kept an eye on the situation. When he learned that Lu Feiqin and the others had been crippled, the first person he thought of was Lu Yin. Although he didn't know Lu Yin's true strength, he had a feeling that it was him. Only this person was unrestrained and lawless. Who else could it be but him? The 4 sword heads of the 4 sword heads had been decided many times in the past, but nothing like this had ever happened. Lu Yin's goal had been the 4 sword heads from the very beginning, so he clearly had a motive. However, he didn't tell anyone else about this, as he was afraid that Lu Yin would find a few more problems for the 5 sword heads. That would be troublesome, and he wouldn't be able to explain himself even if he had 100 mouths. It would be best if the 4 sword heads dealt with Lu Yin as soon as possible. The Spirit Alliance wasn't peaceful either. The White Jade clan had nurtured people who looked like the War clan to ambush Lu Yin, and in the end, the Jin clan had been dragged into the mess. The Jin clan had blamed the War clan for their involvement, but the 2 clans had worked together and found out that the White Jade clan was the culprit in just a few days. Thus, the Spirit Alliance was bustling with activity as the Jin clan and the War clan worked together to pressure the White Jade clan. The White Jade clan had also begun to seek outside help. They relied on the Spring and Autumn Slip, which directly contacted the Spirit Alliance to suppress this matter. However, the other clans in the Spirit Alliance weren't willing. Some clans had powers backing them and were already at odds with the Spring and Autumn Slip, while others didn't have any powers backing them and hoped that the Spirit Alliance would reject external powers. Thus, the Spirit Alliance was divided into 2 factions because of this matter. What had happened in the 4 sword heads was no longer within the Spirit Alliance's consideration, and they were in even more trouble than the 4 sword heads. The White Jade clan hated the 5 sword heads the most. They had sent people disguised as the War clan to ambush them, so they could just retaliate. Why did they have to cause trouble for the Jin clan? Weren't they just looking for trouble? The 5 sword heads weren't just lunatics, they were also mentally ill. Thus, more than half a month passed. The 4 sword heads finally arrived from the Myriad Valley, Elder Lo. Elder Lo was a manifestation realm powerhouse from the Myriad Valley who traveled the 9 firmaments and was respected by countless people. Even the 4 sword heads had to pay a price to invite him over. This wasn't only because of the Myriad Valley, but also because of Elder Li's own abilities. The Myriad Valley observed the power of heaven and earth and cultivated the way of manifestation. It was divided into the 10 manifestations realm, the 100 manifestations realm, the 1,000 manifestations realm, and the manifestation realm. Of course, there was also the heaven and earth manifestation realm, but no one had managed to cultivate it. Although the 1,000 manifestations realm wasn't as good as the manifestation realm, it was still quite powerful and was enough to find traces of a bitter tribulation powerhouse. After Elder Lu arrived at the four sword heads, Lu Feichen, Lu Bai, Lu Jing, and Lu Xizhan all accompanied him, hoping to keep an eye on the culprit the moment they found him. Not only them, but there were also a few bitter tribulation powerhouses from the four sword heads who walked out, fully demonstrating the power of the four sword heads and bringing pressure to the four sword heads. Xiao Ding and the others also followed, waiting for the results. Xiao Ding also hoped to find the culprit. To defeat the four sword heads with one sword, this was a top-notch powerhouse. He didn't know if his master could do it, but this person could definitely fight with his master. If this person really did attack the four sword heads because he was obsessed with the way of the sword, then his next target might very well be the Taizong sword master. Xiao Ding had to keep an eye on him. Elder Lu stood quietly outside the south sword heads with his eyes closed, sensing something. He stayed there for a few hours, and when he opened his eyes, he went straight to the east sword heads. Many people looked at Lu Xizhan, wondering if this person was really an external aid that the east sword heads had invited. Lu Xizhan was nervous, but he didn't show it on his face. There was no need for him to explain, as Lu Jing and Lu Feichen had already explained for him that this person definitely had nothing to do with the east sword heads. That person's sword intent was extremely strong, and he must have come for it. Lu Bai, on the other hand, was a little suspicious of Lu Xizhan, but he couldn't say that this person was definitely related to the east sword heads. The group arrived outside the east sword heads, and Elder Lu continued his search with his eyes closed. Within the east sword heads, Lu Xiu was also nervous. Lu Yin had been here more than once. Not long after, Elder Lu opened his eyes, turned around, and looked in another direction before walking away. Everyone else could only follow. Lu Xizhan sighed in relief, almost unable to hold it in. They were now heading towards the center of the four sword heads. Lu Yin sat in a tavern, swirling his wine glass and looking at the ripples in the wine. He was a little lost in thought. It was impossible to deduce Lu Feichen's second move in such a short time. No matter what, Lu Feichen was a powerhouse who had survived the bitter calamity, and it would be a joke if he could deduce his trump card so easily. It seemed like he still needed to roll the die, and it would take at least a year to deduce it. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3792. However, he could break through Killer Wall and Killer Scene's sword intent. Of these two, one focused on defense while the other focused on offense. Their characteristics were too obvious, making them easier to break through. Waiter, bring some wine and some side dishes. Alright, coming right up. Hey, have you heard? That senior from Myriad Elephant Valley has tracked down the person who attacked. Of course I have. Why else would I come here? My senior has been following him and told me that Senior Lo is heading this way. This way. Could it be this tavern? Of course not, but this is the right direction. I don't know what the Sealin sword sect is thinking. They could have chosen the Sealin sword head and used it to fight that person. They have already lost. So what if they find that person? I dare say that no one in the Sealin region can stop that person from leaving. I know that. I heard it's because of Lu Feichen. Lu Feichen. Didn't he lose as well? Lu Feichen is a proud and arrogant man. He used Meteor Shower to meet the enemy head-on. But rumor has it that he has been hiding his second move. That person who attacked him was too fast, he didn't have the chance to use his second move. He wanted to find that person and have a real fight. Actually, it's not just Lu Feichen. The Sealin sword sect has always been arrogant. They might not even give face to the defense of God. I heard that Yuya's god of defense visited the Sealin sword sect and asked for their help in some matters, but they rejected him. What matters? Even the god of defense came to the Sealin region for help. I don't know about that. Hearing the discussions around him, Lu Yin asked, when did Yuya's god of defense come to the Xilin region for help? Well, it's been a while. About a few decades. Yeah, it's been a few decades. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. A few decades. Yuya had chased them from the spiritualized universe to the universe of consciousness, which meant that it had been 20 years. Then, he had fought with them in the universe of consciousness. It had been a few decades since Lu Yin had come to the ninth heaven universe. This meant that when 9-Foot Garden broke the rules to help Yuya kill his way into the consciousness universe, Yuya was also looking for other helpers, not just 9-Foot Garden. However, he was rejected. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. This Yuya had indeed staked everything on this one gamble and had lowered his status to seek help from the All-In Sword sect. If the All-In Sword sect had given him some face back then, even if they had sent a few experts, the outcome might not have been the same. Does this mean that I owe Xilin region a favor? Lu Yin put down his cup. His goal of making Lu Xizhan the head of the swords would not change, but once this condition was fulfilled, he could compensate the swords. For example, he could tell Lu Feichen and the others about the weaknesses of their sword intents and help them improve their sword intents. When he had gone from the Tian Yuan universe to the spiritualized universe, he had been filled with hatred and revenge. He had been prepared to face death with equanimity, and he had been filled with hostility toward the spiritualized universe. Now, he did not feel much hostility toward the Nine Heavens universe, a colossus that had plundered the resources of the other 3 universes. The universe was like this. Survival was always the first law. Under this premise, all obstacles to survival were enemies, but there was no need for hatred. The change in his mentality also changed Lu Yin's judgment of things. If he had faced the Nine Heavens universe with the same mentality as when he had left the Tian Yuan universe, it would have been hard to say what would have happened to the Azure Lotus Protector. Competition and survival were the only things that mattered. There was nothing else. After a while, Elder Lu brought people from the All-In Sword sect to the tavern and surrounded it. The cultivators who had been talking in the tavern were stunned. What was going on? Faced with the experts from the All-In Sword sect and the cultivators who had followed them to watch, the waiter in the tavern went limp. Elder Li's gaze landed on a table, and he walked over and touched it. It's still warm. He left not long ago. He then looked at the waiter. The table hasn't been cleaned up yet. What did he look like? The waiter stared blankly at the empty table and tried hard to recall. In the end, he cried, I don't remember. Lu Feichen looked at the surrounding customers. What about you? Does anyone remember what he looked like? Draw it out, and the All-In Sword sect will reward you. The people looked at the table and tried hard to recall, but they could not. Someone was depressed. We talked to him. Right, he was the one who asked about Yuya's god of defense, right? I even looked at him and saw his face. How come I don't remember him? Strange. Lu Bai asked. What did he ask? Something to do with Yuya's god of defense. Yes, we praised the integrity of the All-In Sword sect and rejected Yuya's god of defense for help. He asked us when it happened, and nothing else. Lu Bai looked at Lu Feichen. Lu Feichen's eyes flashed. Yuya. Indeed, decades ago, Yuya had come to the All-In Sword sect and asked them to send experts to the lower 3 universes. This was against the rules, and they had rejected him. They had offended Yuya because of this, but Yuya had already been stripped of his position as god of defense. They didn't take this matter to heart until they heard something that made them rejoice. The 9-Feet Garden was destroyed by Death Hillock. This matter had been kept a secret, but it was not difficult to find out. The 9-Feet Garden had always sided with Yuya, and this was not a secret. Yuya went to the lower 3 universes and could not ask for help from the All-In Sword sect, so he took the 9-Feet Garden with him. In the end, the 9-Feet Garden was destroyed. As for what happened to Yuya, they still did not know. Was this person related to this matter? Or did he ask out of curiosity? Could this person be taking revenge on behalf of Yuya? Lu Xizhan asked. Lu Bai frowned. It's not impossible. Impossible. Lu Jing denied. If Yuya could have this person to help him, why would he ask for help from the all-in sword sect? Even the 9 Feet Garden would not be able to do that. He did not continue. The news of the 9 Feet Garden's destruction had not spread yet. Even though it had been a few years, as long as Death Hillock did not confirm the destruction of the 9 Feet Garden, the news would not spread. Only a few major forces knew about this. Lu Feichen ordered, investigate everything about Yuya. I want to know where he is now. Yes, Sect Master. Lu Bai, Lu Jing, and even Lu Xizhan gave their orders. Although Lu Xizhan himself had not been able to become the All-Lin Sword Sect's leader, the Dong-Lin Sword Sect was not weak. Elder Lu did not care about this, as he was only responsible for finding the culprit. He sat in Lu Yin's previous seat and closed his eyes, continuing to search. Unless you leave the All-Lin Sword Sect, I will definitely find you. In the distance, Lu Yin looked at the wine shop and saw Elder Lu. Was this the power of heaven and earth? If he was not wrong, then he should be able to see the traces of the spirit seed liquid's manifestation in the universe of the 9 firmaments. Elder Lu had seen the traces of Lu Yin walking through the 9 firmaments and had chased him all the way here. This method was quite interesting, but if Elder Lu wanted to track Lu Yin, then it would depend on how capable he was. Lu Yin used the reverse step and instantly disappeared, reappearing and disappearing again. Time was also a powerful force, and although some experts could see through the power of time, it did not mean that they could control it. Within the wine shop, Elder Li's eyes went wide as he looked into the distance. Why are there so many traces? Everyone was puzzled and looked at him in confusion. Elder Li's eyes flickered. No, there can't be so many traces. How can one person leave so many traces at the same time? Time, yes, it must be the power of time that allows this person to leave thousands of traces at the same time, but which one is real? Which one is fake, and which direction is he in? Elder Li's face grew paler and paler. Lu Feichen and the others exchanged glances, feeling a bad premonition. Everyone in the crowd was shocked, leaving Elder Lu, a manifestation realm expert, at a loss. The person who had attacked the All-Lin Sword Sect was indeed very strong. They immediately spread the news in all directions. It was already unbelievable that this person had suppressed the All-Lin Sword Sect with just his sword intent, and it had attracted the attention of many powers in the 9 firmaments universe. Now that he had also grasped the ability to avoid being tracked by Myriad Valley, they had to be even more cautious. There was no lack of people in the 9 firmaments universe who had grasped the power of time, but to make it difficult for a manifestation realm expert to track him was not something that could be done just by grasping part of the power of time. This person had to have been immersed in the domain of time for a long time and was an absolute expert. Wei Ding's heart sank. Sword intent, time, this person had to be found, or else he would be a great threat to master. Elder Lu walked out of the tavern and closed his eyes again. When he opened them again, his jaw dropped even more. In his eyes, there were traces of Lu Yin everywhere. It wasn't just one person who had walked out, but the traces of thousands or even tens of thousands of people. It was hard for him to distinguish such a method. The Myriad Valley had always been aloof, but they feared the power of time the most. He had not expected to meet such a time expert here. After looking for a while, he was disappointed and bowed to Lu Feichen and the others. I'm sorry, I can't find this person. Lu Feichen squinted. Can you find him in the manifestation realm? Elder Lu said confidently, you can, but the seniors of the manifestation realm in the Myriad Valley are either in seclusion or not nearby. Do you want to wait? Lu Bai shook his head. No. He looked at Lu Feichen. This person is obviously avoiding us on purpose. Even if the manifestation realm comes and finds him, they might not be able to stop him. Secondly, this person can leave early. Not to mention wasting time, the price is not small. Lu Feichen nodded and looked around with a deep gaze. Elder Lu, is this person nearby? Elder Lu said, he must be in the Xilin region, and he is watching us. Lu Feichen raised his head and looked around. His loud voice spread across the Xilin region. I am Lu Feichen from the Xilin Sword Sect. I am not looking for you for revenge, and you did not hurt us too badly. I just hope that you can show yourself. I have a second sword intent, and I hope you can teach me. Everyone, back off. Lu Bai and the others looked at each other and left silently. Lu Xizhan looked around and felt a little guilty. He also left. Elder Lu also left with the people of the Xilin Sword Sect, but he did not leave the Xilin region. Although his mission was over, he still wanted to see who this person was. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. No one showed up. Lu Feichen was still waiting. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3793. 7 days later, Lu Feichen did not wait any longer and he spoke again. Are you looking down on me? Fine, if that's the case, the Xilin Sword Gate will decide the Xilin Sword Head as soon as possible and challenge you to a duel. I can guarantee that the Xilin Sword Gate has no personal grudge against you. He then looked into the distance and said to Lu Bai, Lu Jing, and Lu Xizhan, half a month later, the Xilin Sword Head competition will begin. Do you have any objections? The three of them shook their heads, indicating that they had no objections. The search for the culprit had ended, but the number of people waiting for the Xilin Sword Head competition was increasing. Many people came from all directions to the Xilin city to see who the mysterious culprit was. In the Donglin Sword Gate, Lu Xiyu saw Lu Xizhan coming back and she asked anxiously, Old Lu, how was it? Lu Xizhan heaved a sigh of relief, not bad, they didn't find anything related to us. Only Lu Bai was suspicious. Lu Xiyu also heaved a sigh of relief, that's good, that's good. She then blinked and said, Old Lu, I heard that the Xilin Sword Head competition will be held in half a month. Lu Xizhan nodded, yes, by the way, did that person come to you? Lu Xiyu pursed her lips and nodded. Lu Xizhan was nervous, he didn't do anything right. He didn't say anything right. He didn't plan to do anything right. Lu Xiyu blinked again, Lu Xizhan was anxious, his face turned pale, what else does he want? Lu Xiyu said, he said that he will make you the Xilin Sword Head competition or else he won't give up. Lu Xizhan was speechless. He felt like he was being forced by his father to compare himself with other children. His father had been dead for so many years and yet he still felt this way. He didn't know what to say anymore. Couldn't they just let him rest in peace? What do you think he will do? Lu Xizhan was nervous. Lu Xiyu shook her head, I don't know. Old Lu, did the people from the Wanxiang Valley not find him? This person is quite capable. Old Lu couldn't find him and said that he needs the help of the Wanxiang realm to find him. The Wanxiang realm. Is he that strong? Lu Xiyu sucked in a breath of cold air. Throughout the 9 clouds universe, how many people in the universe of 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 the universe? Lu Xizhan said helplessly, even Lu Feichen and the others were defeated so easily. It's not surprising that he could do this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have impressed the Blue Lotus Lord. Then, he thought of something and stared at Lu Xiyu. The reason why he was so determined to help me win the title of the Head of the Swords was because of your condition, right? Tell me, what will happen if the condition is fulfilled? Lu Xiu rolled her eyes and said, Master didn't agree. Master said that since the conditions were set, they must be fulfilled. This is fate. Lu Xizhan raised his eyebrows. Girl, as long as you lie, your eyeballs will roll around unconsciously. You're lying to me, aren't you? No, it's just that when I think of Master, I feel a bit of reverence. This is a very serious matter. If this person does something extreme again, the Donglin Sword School will be the unlucky one. Even if we can't fight for the position of head swordsman in this generation, the next generation, or even the generation after that, we can still fight for it. Father, do you have a son? Lu Xizhan rolled his eyes. It's the same for a daughter. Do you think that the inheritances of the great forces must have a son? Just find a son-in-law to marry into the family. I've done that before. Girl, you don't have to worry about me. The head of the swords is important, but the Donglin Sword School is even more important. Lu Xiu gritted her teeth and remained silent. Lu Xizhan's eyes widened. Good, you really are a liar. Quick, tell me that the condition is fulfilled and let that person go. Quick. Lu Xiu was speechless. I don't know. Master didn't say that I can fulfill the condition at any time. Should I ask? Lu Xizhan hesitated. The Blue Lotus Lord. What the girl said should be true. Since the Blue Lotus Lord asked the 7 fairies to raise the condition, the degree of completion must be approved by the Blue Lotus Lord. This was troublesome. He knew that the Blue Lotus Lord was sincere in accepting Lu Yin as his disciple. Then, what was the bias of the Blue Lotus Lord? Would it be easier for Lu Yin to complete the test, or would it be more fair? He couldn't be sure. The word fate seemed simple, but it was the most difficult. Old Lu, should I ask Master? Lu Xiu probed. Lu Xizhan's eyes flickered as he looked at Lu Xiu, then at the enormous Donglin Sword School. In the end, he gritted his teeth. No need. Let's leave it at that. The Donglin Sword School was important, but was Lu Xiu not important? If the Blue Lotus Lord wasn't satisfied, then Lu Xiu would have to bear the consequences. This was not something he wanted to see. He didn't want to compare himself with others. He wanted to live his own life, and he didn't want Lu Xiu to bear any responsibility for the Donglin Sword School. His daughter couldn't be wronged. If something did happen, then he would bear the consequences. In the courtyard, Lu Xiu's expression was complicated. She subconsciously looked at the corner, but there was no one there. Are you here? She asked. No answer. Father is under a lot of pressure. I'll consider you fulfilled the condition. You can leave now, Lu Xiu said. There was still no answer. She bit her lip and asked a maid to bring a stool to the corner. She sat there and waited. She wanted to wait for Lu Yin to come and tell him that the condition was fulfilled. She wanted him to ask Master if it was fulfilled. This way, she wouldn't be implicated, and her father would be at ease. Elsewhere, Lu Yin was on a mountain in the Xifang region, slowly rolling his die until it stopped at enhance. This was his third roll. He entered the time-stop space and began to deduce Lu Feichen's second move. The range of his karmic world was much smaller than before. This was the price he had to pay to deal with an eternal realm cultivator, and he was satisfied. After all, who could escape from an eternal realm cultivator? With his karmic deduction, a year should be enough. Several days passed, and Lu Xiu was still sitting in the corner of the courtyard, waiting for Lu Yin to come. Lu Xizhan had been apprehensive all this time, afraid that the other 3 schools would leak some more information. That person's cultivation was so high that he couldn't be that lawless. On this day, the stars hung high in the night sky. Silver light scattered across the land, illuminating the path at night and bringing a hint of coolness to the land. Lu Yin entered the Dong Lin sword gate and appeared in front of Lu Xizhan, who was drinking alone. Lu Xizhan held a cup of wine and slowly raised his head. His eyes flashed when he saw Lu Yin. "You are Lu Yin." Lu Yin walked over and sat opposite Lu Xizhan. "That's right." Lu Xizhan heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally met Lu Yin. He stood up and personally poured Lu Yin a cup of wine, bowing slowly. "This cup is my apology to Mr. Lu. My daughter is young and immature, and has caused you trouble. I am deeply remorseful, and I hope Mr. Lu can forgive me." Lu Yin smiled. "It's no trouble, just a bit of a delay." Lu Xizhan's expression was respectful. "May I know what Mr. Lu plans to do next?" "This one has disappointed Mr. Lu. If this one has the ability to compete for the first head of the Xifang region, then, Mr. Lu wouldn't have to waste time in the Xifang region. If I delay Mr. Lu's apprenticeship, it will be my fault. I am willing to bear the consequences." Lu Yin smiled. "You have the ability to compete for the first head of the Xifang region." Lu Xizhan was stunned. What does Mr. Lu mean? He was afraid that Lu Yin would attack the other three sections. Lu Yin said, "I've sparred with the other three headmasters, and I've discovered the weakness in their sword will. I can teach it to you and let you win." Lu Xizhan was shocked. "Weakness?" "Yes, a weakness that is bound to be defeated. No, Lu Xizhan, may not be as strong as them, but I won't use such a method to win. This is not my own strength, but Mr. Lu's." Lu Xizhan rejected. Lu Yin looked at him. "Don't you want to be the first head of the Xifang region?" Lu Xizhan said seriously, "With my own strength, I want to. I taught you the sword will so that you can win with your own strength. You are a level lower than them, and your sword will is also weaker, but it is not to the extent that you are not qualified to compete with them." Lu Xizhan rejected again. "No matter what, winning with such a method is a disgrace to the Xifang region. I hope Mr. Lu can forgive me." Lu Yin frowned. "I must fulfill Lu Xiyu's condition, it is very important." Lu Xizhan said, "Of course it is important to be able to become the disciple of the Azure Lotus Lord. If Mr. Lu fails because of my daughter, I am willing to pay with my life. But I will never win with such a method." Lu Yin stood up. "Then I'll go kill Lu Feichen and the others." "Don't you want to become the head of the Xifang region?" Lu Xizhan was enraged. He glared at Lu Yin. "Mr. Lu, do you really want to become the enemy of the Xifang region?" Lu Yin's eyes turned cold. "The condition must be fulfilled, and no one can stop it. Your Xifang region is not enough to withstand my wrath." Lu Xizhan did not expect Lu Yin to do this. "Mr. Lu, if you fulfill the condition with such a method, not to mention how the other 6 fairies will make things difficult for you, Mr. Lu, do you really think that after this, you can still become the disciple of the Azure Lotus Lord?" Lu Yin sneered. "Do you think that the Azure Lotus Lord has only killed a few people?" Lu Xizhan's eyes widened. He did not expect Lu Yin to say such a thing. This was the Azure Lotus Lord. Under the influence of karma, everything in the 9 heavens could be known to him. Lu Yin would never kill the innocent just because of a condition, not to mention that he had a good impression of Lu Feichen and the others. But that did not stop him from threatening Lu Xizhan with the Azure Lotus Lord. The people of the 9 heavens universe respected the Azure Lotus Lord more than the sky. The more Lu Yin said such words, the more he did not care about the Azure Lotus Lord, and the more Lu Yin would think of him as a lunatic. And who would not be afraid of a lunatic? Lu Xizhan said word by word, "Mr. Lu, please be careful with your words." Lu Yin did not care. "As long as I fulfill the condition, I can become the disciple of the Azure Lotus Lord." He did not say what method I should use. The Azure Lotus Lord is all about fate. Even if I slaughter everyone in the 9 heavens, once the condition is fulfilled, he will not go back on his words. What do you think I will do? Lu Xizhan clenched his wine cup tightly. His expression was uncertain as he looked at Lu Yin, as if he was trying to see through Lu Yin. Lu Yin had faced with such situations too many times, how could he be seen through? If there was anyone who could see through him, it would be Lu Yin who could see through him. Wang Wen had laid a foundation for Lu Yin's thoughts. The cultivation civilization could control the hearts of people. There was no need to understand how a person thought. As long as one understood the cultivation civilization they were in, one would be able to take the initiative. No one was an exception, including the Azure Lotus Lord. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3794. After looking at each other for a moment, Lu Xizhan said dejectedly, "All right, I'll do whatever you want me to do." Lu Yin was satisfied. "That's more like it. Relying on me to climb up the ranks might be a little bad for your reputation, but it's fine as long as you achieve your goal." Lu Xizhan's gaze was complicated. "I will follow your instructions. If I still fail, don't blame me." Lu Yin's lips curled up. "Since you're following my instructions, you'll definitely be seen through by others. If you fail even after seeing through it, you'll be the one losing face." Lu Xizhan did not refute. "It seems like you don't mind." "That's right, you've been looked down upon for so many years, and you've long since gotten used to it. I'm guessing that you've placed all your hopes on Lu Feichen's second move, and that no matter how much I teach you, you won't be able to break it. In the end, you won't be the sword master of the Silin sword sect. You'll only be embarrassing yourself, but you won't be implicating the Silin sword sect." Lu Xizhan's eyes flashed. "You think too much." "I'll teach you how to break Lu Feichen's second technique," Lu Yin said. Lu Xizhan was surprised. "You've seen the second move?" Lu Yin looked at him with a faint smile. "No, but I deduced it." Lu Xizhan was dumbfounded. Impossible. No matter how powerful this person was, it was impossible for him to deduce Lu Feichen's second move. After all, he was at the crossing bitter disaster realm. Unless he was an eternal life realm expert, even the god of defense would not be able to deduce it. "I don't care if you believe me or not. Just follow my instructions." Lu Yin's tone suddenly turned icy. "If you intentionally go easy on me, then not only will I slaughter the other 3 sects, but your Donglin sword sect will also die. No one will be able to stop me." "You can try." Lu Xizhan's 5 fingers twitched as the look in his eyes grew colder. Lu Yin sighed in his heart. For the sake of fulfilling the conditions, he had forced himself to become an evil person. Such a feeling was really complicated. Since the Silin region had appeared in the 9 Clouds universe, there had been a tradition of fighting for the position of the first sword of the Silin region. The first sword of the Silin sword gate contained the sword will of the current headmaster of the Silin swords gate. It could bring the Silin domain to a whole new level. And the place to fight for the head of the swords of the 4 Lin sword was called the sword plate. Using the sword as a plate, he suppressed everything around him. At the bottom of the sword plate, there were the sword marks carved by the 4 Lin swords. Only the headmasters of the 4 Lin swords gate could comprehend the sword marks at any time. The others were not allowed to come close. Once, in order to improve the strength of the 4 Horizon region, the first sword head of the 4 Horizon region changed the rules and allowed everyone in the 4 Horizon region to watch. However, the result was that most of the disciples who watched had their sword wills shattered and eventually became depressed. If one did not reach a certain height, one would be injured just by looking at it, let alone comprehending the sword intent. On this day, the swords of the 4 Lin sword sects gathered their sword plates and began the competition for the position of the head of the swords of the 4 Lin sword sects. Countless people appeared outside the sword disc. They could only see the process of fighting for the 4 sword heads, but because they were far away and the sword disc also had the ability to resist the sword will inside, they could not personally feel it. Lu Yin was also standing in the crowd, calmly looking at the sword disc. Death Hill has prepared a betrothal gift, but I don't know who it's for, but it's definitely for one of the 7 fairies. This is a huge matter that will affect the entire Jiuxiao universe. The Jiuxiao universe, eternity, and Death Hill are in the middle. This situation has been going on for too many years. Whichever side Death Hill is close to, that side will definitely suppress the other. It might even lead to a war. Lu Yin looked away. Death Hill is in the middle. It's more powerful than I thought. No wonder a mere 6th peak master could destroy the 9-foot garden. Thud. With a soft thud, sword intent soared into the sky from the Four Corners region. At this moment, everyone living in Four Corners region, regardless of whether they were ordinary people or cultivators, knelt in front of the sword intent, waiting for the Four Corners sword head to appear. Lu Feichen, Lu Bai, Lu Jing, and Lu Xizhan stood in the 4 corners of the huge sword board, looking at each other from afar. The battle for the 4 corners sword head was not a one-on-one battle. Instead, the person standing at the end of the board would become the 4 corners sword head. At the same time, a few old fellows from the 4 corners sword sect walked out, their auras surging and terrifying. Lu Yin had sensed the auras of these old fellows when he'd broken into the 4 corners sword sect. They were all from the previous generation, or even the generation before that. They were very strong, but not too strong. At least, none of them had reached the peak of bitter adversity. However, Lu Yin believed that the 4 corners sword sect definitely had experts at that level. They might have cultivated their spirits, or it might have been their own cultivation. The 9-foot garden already had a cultivator at the peak of bitter adversity and a cultivator at the vast misty waves sword sect, not to mention the 4 corners sword sect. The cultivation method of the Jiuxiao universe was too much of a cheat. When people died, their spirits could be passed down to their descendants, which was why the powers here could be passed down from generation to generation. Any power here could sweep through the Tian Yuan universe. It was a pity that only spirit seeds could be accepted. Otherwise, if all of these spirits were taken away and given to the Tian Yuan universe, the Tian Yuan universe could immediately create a large number of experts. At that moment, another sword hum resounded throughout the 4 corners sword sect and spread to the outside world. This sword hum was different from the previous one, and it was filled with respect. Countless people looked at the sword plate. There were 5 seats on it, and each seat was occupied by the 4 seniors of the 4 Lin Swords Gate. The middle seat was reserved for the person invited by the 4 Lin Swords Gate. This person was not from the 4 Lin Swords Gate, but was an invited witness. Every generation's battle for the 4 corners sword head would invite such a person. Everyone was curious as to who the 4 corners sword sect had invited this time. As the sword hum faded away, a figure appeared and slowly took a seat. It was a middle-aged man with an upright appearance and deep eyes. He did not have a shocking aura, but when one looked at him, they would feel as if they had been sucked into some kind of vortex and could not pull their eyes away. This person was dressed in a rather noble manner, and his clothes were embroidered with strange carvings that seemed to be some kind of giant beast. The moment one looked at him, it seemed to come alive, and one could even hear a shocking roar. Most people were confused when they saw this person. They did not recognize him, but his aura was definitely extraordinary. However, those who recognized him were shocked, and some were even in disbelief. Is that Mingjue? Impossible, how could Mingjue be here? Is it really Senior Mingjue? Lu Yin looked at the middle-aged man, and his gaze turned grave. This person's aura was not any weaker than Zhao Yi's. Was he at the peak of coup adversity? Lu Yin did not know if this person had accepted spiritual cultivation or cultivated it himself. Gradually, Lu Yin confirmed that this person had cultivated on his own. Although coup adversity was at the same level as coup adversity, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. Yusang Tian could easily suppress the spiritualized universe and sweep through the 13 celestial phenomena because of his battle prowess at the peak of coup adversity. In the entire spiritualized universe, only Yu Sang Tian had reached this level. Even the oldest elder salamander and Emperor Wu, who had used the sealed sky foundation, could not reach this level. Only elder salamander from the consciousness universe had a consciousness comparable to that of Ku adversity. Even in the ninth heaven universe, which was filled with powerhouses, there were not many at the peak of Ku adversity, and those who had cultivated it themselves were even rarer. The reason why Lu Yin was certain that this person had cultivated it himself was because of his other identity, Qinglian Xiangyu's disciple. Lu Yin looked at Lu Xiyu, who had already climbed onto the sword plate and bowed to Mingzhuo with a sweet smile. Xiyu greets senior brother. Countless people looked at them, some envious and some jealous. They wished that they were the ones who could pay their respects to Mingzhuo. However, how many people in the ninth heaven universe were qualified to do so? Mingzhuo smiled at Lu Xiyu. It's been a while, but you've become prettier, haha. Lu Xiyu blushed. Senior brother, you're spouting nonsense again. How can I compare to the other sisters? Mingzhuo smiled. Each of you has your own merits. Junior sister, you're lively and quick-witted, and master likes you very much. When will you find your Mr. Right? Let me keep an eye on you. Master may not be free, but I'll definitely keep an eye on you. No one can take you away. Senior brother. Lu Xiyu blushed and ground her teeth. She glared at Mingzhuo. It was obvious that they had a good relationship. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3795. The surrounding seniors of Sword Sect smiled. It was great to have someone like him as a disciple of the Azure Lotus Lord. Otherwise, they would not have the face to invite Mingzhuo. Mingzhuo was not just a disciple of the Azure Lotus Lord. He was also one of the strongest in Yujiuxiao, the fourth pillar of night. He was qualified to be the Night Chief. Once the war came, Mingzhuo could compete for the position of Night Chief. With his strength and identity, the possibility of him becoming the Night Chief was extremely high. Although he wasn't a lesser god of defense, in times of war, Xiao Shou was on the same level as the lesser god of defense. Other than the superior god of defense, no one could stop him. Wherever his sword pointed, he would be invincible, bringing with him mountains of corpses and seas of blood. During that period of time, even the large organizations in the universe did not dare to go against him openly. Why is senior brother here? Lu Xiyu was curious. She did not know that the Sword Sect had invited Mingzhuo. Mingzhuo smiled mysteriously. You will know later. Alright, you can leave now. The battle of the Sword Sect has been delayed. It's time to begin. Lu Xiyu nodded, bowed, and then left. Mingzhuo looked at the four people on the sword board. Begin. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword will suddenly changed. The butcher wall immediately raised his sword, and the sword will transformed into a stone wall. Lu Xizhan swung his sword at Lu Bai. At the same time, Lu Bai pointed his sword at Lu Feichen. His only opponent was Lu Feichen. The Sword Sect had known each other for so many years. They knew each other's strength. There was no need for them to work together. Lu Bai only had one attack left for Lu Feichen. Lu Feichen also wanted to see the power of Lu Bai's attack. Lu Bai had to wait. He had to wait for the other three to exhaust their strength. That was how a sect master of the Sword Sect became the Sword Sect head. Of course, the chances of him becoming the Sword Sect head were extremely low. Lu Bai was too weak. Very few sect masters were still at the primordial realm. He was worried for Lu Xizhan. If Lu Xizhan had reached the level of Du Ku Ai, he would have some hope against Lu Feichen. Now, it all depended on Lu Bai. As for Lu Bai's sword technique, he did not even look at it. It could not break through his defense. Not only Liu Bai, everyone looked at Liu Bai. Liu Bai's attack was the best. Using the famous picture to prove his heart, he observed the world and the sea. Famous ancient map. Lu Jing's gaze was stern as he thrust out his sword. In an instant, the heavens and earth were distorted as if paintings had appeared. On the paintings, mountains, rivers, flowers, and birds came to life. There were also countless illusions of people rushing towards the sword will, causing the killing power of the sword to transform continuously. It was changing every moment. Ming Zhuo was astonished. Not a bad sword intent. No one has ever made their sword intent so full of endless changes. Under the famous paintings of the ages, there are not only famous paintings, but also people who appreciate them. Very few people in the continent of the nine heavens can block that sword. Hearing Ming Zhuo's words, the four elders beside him laughed. Although the four Lin sword sects competed with each other, they were still one entity. The four Lin sword sects ruled over the entire four Lin sword sects, not just one sword sect. For Ming Zhuo to be so impressed, it meant that Lu Jing's sword was indeed not bad. Amidst the crowd, Lu Yin remained calm. His sword will was constantly changing, and the timeless painting's rich heritage had indeed allowed Lu Jing to comprehend the sword of slaughter. If he had enough time, and enough timeless paintings, his sword will would continue to rise until it was difficult for others to keep up with him. But, was this his sword will? Was this sword his, or someone else's? His sword intent had been greatly affected. Slaughter Fei Chen unsheathed his sword, and a cold light flashed. Flying stars flew towards the sword, the person, and the painting. Between heaven and earth, blurry paintings were torn apart. Lu Jing and Lu Feichen swept past each other, and blood flowed down his wrist. Lu Jing was powerless, and he let go of the sword hilt. The sword fell to the ground with a soft sound. Lu Feichen kept his sword, turned around, and looked at Lu Jing's back. Your heart is too complicated. The crowd was in an uproar, thinking that they had heard wrongly. Lu Jing had always been calm, and the Nanlin sword sect allowed scholars to enter and leave as they pleased. They could not disturb him at all. His heart should be the calmest. Outsiders' perception of Lu Jing was that he was calm and indifferent, like a pool of stagnant water. Only his paintings could make this pool of stagnant water boil. But in Lu Feichen's words, it was complicated. On the high platform, Ming Zhuo's lips curled up. Although there are thousands of sword wills, they can't completely merge into one's own Tao. In the end, they are just complicated. I'm sorry, the elder from Nanlin sword sect said bitterly. Ming Zhuo waved his hand. It's not that bad. It's already quite good for him to be able to cultivate his sword will to this extent. If he doesn't fight with the peerless master pros, it would be hard to find a match for his sword will. Although this cultivation method is complicated, there's a lot of room for improvement. The elder sighed and shook his head. On the sword board, Lu Jing turned around and looked at Lu Feichen. I hope you can get rid of the word complicated. This sword will is yours. Lu Feichen said, we haven't decided on the sword leader yet. Lu Jing smiled. Who else can be your opponent? Them. As he said that, he looked to the other side, and his gaze suddenly changed. How could it be? Lu Feichen frowned and looked over. He saw that Liu Bai, who should have completely defended against Lu Xizhan's sword will, had fallen. When? Lu Feichen did not expect that he would be so focused on Lu Jing that he forgot about the other side. Or rather, they did not really care about the other side. However, something unexpected happened on the other side. Liu Bai was defeated. On the other side of the sword board, Liu Bai was lying on the ground. His right hand struggled to support himself on the ground. He slowly got up, panting heavily. On his chest, a red dot gradually spread. It was blood. He stared at Lu Xizhan and gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with anger and disappointment. I hope it's not you, but it is you. Why is this position so important? Why are you willing to go against your morals to get it? On the other side, Lu Xizhan was different from his usual self. His face was terrifyingly calm. He did not answer but looked at Lu Feichen. Below, the crowd was discussing. However, most of them were focused on the battle between Lu Feichen and Lu Jing. They did not notice how Lu Bai was defeated. On the high platform, Mingzhuo said calmly, to be able to see through the defense of the heavy sword in an instant, it doesn't make sense. Beside him, the elder from the Shilin sword sect was furious. It's that person. The person who injured the 3 sect leaders helped Lu Xizhan. Lu Bai guessed that the person might have been invited by the Shilin sword sect. At that time, I even shouted at him to stop. The Shilin sword sect would not be so despicable. I never thought that it was true. Another elder's face turned ugly. It shouldn't be like this. Old man, this is the person from the Shilin sword sect. Are you going to do something about it? If you don't, I will. This is outrageous. Since ancient times, the battle for the Shilin sword sect's head has always been fair and square. Since when has such a thing happened? I will give you an explanation for this matter. With that, the elder from the Shilin sword sect stood up and looked at the sword plate. Lu Xizhan. Lu Xizhan looked over. Let me ask you, how did you see through the flaws of the butchering sword will? Everyone present. Everyone looked at Lu Xizhan. Lu Xizhan's face was calm. Victory is victory, defeat is defeat. If everyone thinks that I cannot win, why would I be standing here? That person was invited by you. The elder from the Shilin sword sect shouted, causing a commotion. The seniors from the Shilin sword sect frowned. Don't speak nonsense. Don't jump to conclusions. Otherwise, the Shilin sword sect will be the laughing stock of the outside world. The elder from the Shilin sword sect was furious as he glared at Lu Xizhan. Below, Lu Xiyu had a complicated look in her eyes. She finally understood why Lu Yin did not go after the other 3 sections. He had his eyes on her father. He told her father about the flaws of the other 3 headmasters' sword wills so that her father could win. No wonder she hadn't seen her father for half a month. She thought that her father was studying the sword wills given to him by her sisters. Father, why did you agree to it? With your character, it is impossible for you to do such a thing. Lu Xizhan's gaze swept across the crowd. Will the battle continue? Explain yourself first. The elder from the Shilin sword sect shouted. The others looked at Lu Xizhan but did not say anything. At this time, Lu Feichen spoke with a cold gaze. Brother Zhan, do you want to continue? Lu Xizhan looked at Lu Feichen and said, I must become the Shilin sword sect's head. Why have you become like this? Lu Bai coughed up blood as he stood up with difficulty. His eyes were filled with disappointment. Lu Jing was surprised as well. He looked at Lu Xizhan. In their minds, Lu Xizhan was a righteous and open-minded person. He had a clear understanding of the world and was very tolerant. That was why he had failed to overcome the bitter adversity, as there was nothing worth his pain. The primordial realm was not shameful. Even though Lu Xizhan was the weakest of the 4, he was not looked down upon. However, the current Lu Xizhan was very unfamiliar. In the distance, everyone discussed how despicable Lu Xizhan was, actually inviting outsiders to attack his own people. Lu Yin stood with his hands behind his back as he watched quietly. He admired Lu Xizhan very much. He could maintain his original heart in the complicated and dangerous world of cultivation, showing his care and tolerance for his daughter, and even reaching the primordial realm. There were not many people like that. Forcing him to compete for the position of the Shilin sword sect's head was very cruel. However, as someone who carried the Tian Yuan universe on his back and was constantly plotting and scheming, how could he not be cruel? Lu Xizhan was just like Lu Shaoxian. He was the beautiful azure lotus guard of the past, the heart that the consciousness of the heavenly tower had sought. So, what do you want to do now? Father, forget it, Lu Xiyu called out. Lu Xizhan remained unmoved. On the other side of the sword plate, Lu Feichen nodded, all right, let's continue. The elder from the Western Swords Gate wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Mingzhua. If you can defeat other experts with just a few moves, how can those experts bear the title of the Shilin sword sect's head? His words silenced the crowd. That was right. Lu Xizhan had been taught, but his cultivation had not changed, nor had he borrowed any external help. He was still himself. If he could defeat Lu Feichen, then Lu Feichen would be useless, and there would be no need for him to compete for the position of the Shilin sword sect's head. Mingzhua reminisced, Lu Zhang is a vicious person. If he were here, he would rather have his flaws seen through by others to make up for it, let alone being taught by others. I hope that the Shilin sword sect can produce another Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang was the previous head of the Shilin sword sect. He had died in a war outside. The people of the Shilin sword sect were familiar with the name, especially Lu Feichen, because Lu Zhang came from the Northern Swords Gate. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3796. Lu Jing and Lu Bai got off the sword plate. Lu Feichen faced Lu Xizhan. I really want to know how a primordial realm expert can overcome the flaw of meteor strike. Lu Xizhan shook his head. You can use the second move directly. Lu Feichen raised his eyebrows. That person has never seen my second move. Lu Xizhan exhaled. He has deduced it. Impossible. Lu Feichen's expression changed for the first time. On the stage, the elders and Mingzhua's expressions changed. Deducing was the ability of a superior cultivator to control an inferior cultivator. Moreover, the difference between the two had to be large enough, or it would be impossible. Mingzhua believed that his cultivation was shocking, but even he couldn't deduce Lu Feichen's second move. No, he couldn't even deduce Lu Xizhan's primordial realm sword intent. To deduce Lu Feichen's second move, one had to be at the complete tribulation realm. Was he at the eternal realm? Lu Feichen didn't believe it. Everyone who heard it didn't believe it either. Even Lu Xizhan himself didn't believe it. He didn't know what Lu Feichen's second move was, but he sincerely hoped that it wasn't what Lu Yin had deduced. Otherwise, Lu Yin was too terrifying. Lu Feichen took a deep breath and said solemnly, do you really believe that he has deduced my second move? Lu Xizhan said calmly, I don't know. Lu Feichen nodded, all right, I'd like to see if he has really deduced your second move. If he has, his sword skills will be unparalleled. With that, he swung his sword and meteor strike fell like meteors. At the same time, he turned his sword, Mo Huanchao. Mingzhuo leaned forward. What a good sword technique. Everyone's attention was drawn to the sword. They were all immersed in it, as if the sword wasn't aimed at Lu Xizhan, but at them. It could cut through everything. Lu Xizhan stared at the sword in a daze. He had once seen meteor strike and couldn't fight back at all. His sword intent was called 100 retreats, using retreating as a way to advance. However, no matter how he retreated, he couldn't avoid meteor strike. But now, he wasn't shocked by meteor strike, but Mo Huanchao. Mo Huanchao was exactly the same as what Lu Yin had deduced. At that moment, Lu Xizhan's heart sank completely. If there was really someone who could deduce Lu Feichen's second move, why would that person come to Xizhan? As for why he was related to Siyu, He now understood why this person was chosen by the Green Lotus Emperor. That person was unscrupulous. Falling star sword, don't return dawn. Since he had learned the seventh night pillar, nobody had ever made Lu Fei-chin use the second attack. He didn't intend to use it even when he became the first sword of the Xilin region. He wanted to use it to challenge the strongest swordsman of the continent of the Nine Clouds. He wanted to use his sword to make the Xilin region rise again. Since you want to see, I'll let you see why the person who attacked dared to say that he could deduce the second move. Strike Xijan. Strike. 3 breaths, 1, 2, 3. With a light bang, it was a very ordinary vertical slash. It was like a child who had just picked up a sword, allowing his own strength to slash down. It was like a blacksmith hammering, causing sparks to fly. With such a simple move, he managed to break Lu Fei-chin's sword that was coming at him. Lu Xijan hadn't been able to see that strike. That strike hadn't shown its true power, but it had been cut in half. Lu Fei-chin stared blankly at his broken sword. How was that possible? He wasn't the only one who was wondering, everyone was wondering the same thing. Even Ming Zhuo's eyes were wide open. Even he hadn't been able to find the weakness of Mo Huanchao's sword in such a short time. If Lu Fei-chin's sword had been so easy to break, the Xijan sword school would have ceased to exist a long time ago. In this world, all kinds of martial arts had their weaknesses. His master had said that karma had its weaknesses as well. It was just a matter of whether one could catch it or not. If one could catch all the weaknesses, they could destroy everything. As of this moment, he saw someone else on Lu Xijan. No, it was someone else. Someone who had been hiding behind Lu Xijan. That person had not only deduced Lu Fei-chin's second move, but had also seen through it, allowing Lu Xijan to seize the opportunity. That person was terrifying. A chill ran down everyone's spines. Nobody had thought that such an incredible thing would happen. Lu Xijan's sword hadn't just destroyed Lu Fei-chin's sword, it had destroyed all the sword cultivators of the continent of the Nine Clouds. Even his master, Sword Master Tai Tsang, wasn't that strong. Elder Lo was astonished. He made up his mind to ask his master to help him find that person. That person was monstrously strong. Lu Xiyu's face paled. Just how strong was Lu Yin to be able to do something like this? Did her master know something? They didn't know anything about him. At that moment, the sword disc fell into a deathly silence. Lu Xijan slowly raised his sword and pointed it at Lu Fei-chin. You've lost. Lu Fei-chin looked at Lu Xijan and loosened his grip on the sword hilt. The sword fell to the ground and made a soft sound. He laughed happily, without the bitterness of being defeated. Ha 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 ha, there really is such a person. He deduced and saw through my sword will. My life has not been in vain. He glanced around and bowed deeply. Lu Fei-chin, thank you for your gift. It's my honor to be able to see through your sword intent while I'm still alive. In the distance, Lu Yin was impressed. The Four Lin sword sect wasn't bad at all. Fei-chin, what are you talking about? Pick up your sword. Lu Xijan can destroy Mo Huanchao, but he can't destroy your other sword intents. You can defeat him with the most ordinary sword intents, shouted the old man from the Four Lin sword sect. The others looked at Lu Fei-chin. He was right, Lu Xijan had only been taught how to see through Mo Huanchao and Flying Star sword sect's weaknesses. It didn't mean that he had the ability to do so. If they fought using ordinary sword intents, Lu Xijan wouldn't be able to defeat him. Lu Fei-chin shook his head and took a deep breath. The Four Lin sword sect is the Four Lin sword sect, not the North Lin sword sect. He saw through my sword intent. I can't defeat him, but he's different, said the old man. He looked at Lu Xijan and Lu Xijan looked back at him. Lu Xijan, have you fought against him? Lu Xizhan frowned. We haven't. Lu Fei smiled. That's right, he's arrogant and doesn't like you. He hasn't fought with you yet. You're the only one among us who can defeat him. With your sword intent, you have to combine the 4 sword intents into one and achieve the transformation of the 4 sword heads. Only then can you fight him. The 4 Lin sword sect is yours. On the stage, the old man from the North Lin sword sect wanted to say something, but he didn't say anything. There were some things that Lu Feichen didn't say. The person in the dark had defeated 3 headmasters, and the only one he hadn't defeated was Lu Xizhan. Of course, it wasn't because he wasn't strong enough, but because he didn't think highly of Lu Xizhan. Regardless, to the outside world, Lu Xizhan had never been defeated. Now that he had defeated 3 other headmasters, he became the 4 Lin sword sect's head. He had never been defeated, regardless of the reason. Only Lu Xizhan was qualified to be the 4 Lin sword sect's head. Lu Xizhan and Lu Feichen looked at each other. I understand. Will you fight against him? Asked Lu Feichen. Lu Xizhan didn't reply, he just walked to the center of the sword plate. For sword intents, combine. Lu Feichen raised his hand and pointed at Lu Xizhan. At the same time, Lu Bai and Lu Jing didn't hesitate either, they did the same thing. That was the skill of the founder of the 4 Lin sword sect. For sword intents could be cultivated separately, each headmaster could cultivate 1 sword intent, and in the end, the 4 sword intents would fuse together. Many people were staring at Lu Xizhan from all directions. The 4 Lin sword sect's head was out of everybody's expectations. Who would have thought that Lu Xizhan would become the 4 Lin sword sect's head? The news spread far and wide in the continent of the 9 clouds. Many people were astonished. Especially those who were interested in Lu Xiyu, they were stupefied. Now that Lu Xizhan had become the 4 Lin sword sect's head, Lu Xiyu's status was even more different. She had the support of the 4 Lin sword sect, and she was one of the 7 fairies. If anyone wanted to ask for her hand in marriage, they would have to pay a high price. Add more, add more, add more. Old man, is it worth it? In order to marry Lu Xiyu, you're willing to sacrifice everything. What do you know? Lu Xiyu has the support of the 4 Lin sword sect, the 7 fairies, and up to you. If you marry her, you'll be lucky. You're not dead yet. Piss off. That's a good thing. Lu Xizhan has no ambition, he's just an honest and upright person. Such a person can't even enter Ku'a. He'll definitely become the weakest sword of the 4 Lin sword sect. Humph. The 4 Lin sword sect doesn't care about him anymore. What about the one who's guiding him? Don't worry about it. It's probably one of Uptulayu's disciples, maybe even Uptulayu himself. The 7 fairies are really favored. It's true. It seems like we have to change the conditions. The 4 Lin sword sect was in a remote area. Even though they were strong, they didn't really care. The 4 Lin sword sect's head could have changed the situation of the continent of the 9 clouds, but people knew Lu Xizhan too well, so they didn't care. A person like that couldn't change anything. In the distance, Lu Yin watched Lu Xizhan absorb the sword intent. He was amazed. It was similar to the 9 clones technique, but it was a sword intent clone. The 4 Lin sword sect's ancestor had some strange ideas. Splitting the sword intent wasn't a big threat to the outside world, and if there was an accident, he could fuse the sword intent together. Interesting. It took half a day for the 4 sword intents to fuse together. Everybody was waiting, including Mingjue. It was a sign of respect for the 4 Lin sword sect's head. A sword intent dashed to the skies, and the sky above the 4 Lin sword sect's head seemed to have been cut open. At that moment, whoever dared cross the sky would be unlucky. Lu Yin looked up. That sword intent wasn't bad. It had only taken half a day to fuse the sword intents together. At that moment, Liu Xizhan had basically transformed. Not only did he have his own sword intent, but he also had the sword intents of Wall Slayer, Slayer Jing, and Slayer Feichen. If he challenged Slayer Feichen in his current state, even if Lu Yin hadn't helped him find Mo Huanchao's weakness, he could still win because he knew Mo Huanchao. In theory, there wasn't an absolute difference in strength between the primordial realm and the crossing calamity realm. It was just a matter of cultivation. Of course, if someone broke through to the crossing calamity realm, their strength would increase. Coincidentally, the leaders of the other three sects were such people, so they didn't treat Liu Xizhan as a threat. But now, that difference had been made up. It had truly been made up. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3797. On the platform, the elders from the Four Lin Sword sect were helpless. Liu Xizhan had only made up for the gap between him and the other three sect leaders. How could he be called the Four Lin Sword Head? Which of the past Four Lin Sword Heads wasn't nearly invincible? Liu Xizhan could defeat the other three with a single strike, but it was impossible for him to defeat all three with a single strike. He had only made up for the gap. Liu Feichen and the other two paled, but they bowed deeply to Liu Xizhan. Greetings, Sword Head. The sword intent had been given to Liu Xizhan, and they would have to cultivate again. Of course, it wasn't difficult because of their realms. However, they were no longer a threat to Liu Xizhan. Everyone from the Four Lin Sword sect bowed. Greetings, Sword Head. Greetings, Sword Head. Greetings. On the platform, the four elders stood up and bowed as well. Greetings, Sword Head. Liu Xiyu maintained her bow, but her emotions were complicated. Her father had really become the Sword Head, but this wasn't the position he wanted. She felt stifled, and she wanted to find him and give him a good scolding. Lu Yin smiled. The conditions had been met, but the next 6 conditions would be even more difficult. Liu Xiyu was probably quite dissatisfied with him, but he had no choice. If he hadn't done this, how could he have pushed Liu Xizhan up? Then again, he had only pushed Liu Xizhan up to the position of Four Lin Sword Head, and it wasn't like he was evil. However, because of the Four Lin Sword sect's actions, Lu Yin had become an evil person. Still, he had used Liu Xizhan to point out the flaws in their sword intents, and they would be able to advance even further in the future. Liu Xizhan would have to suffer for the rest of his life if he had to resort to such methods. He could only help the Four Lin Sword sect as much as he could in the future to make it up to them. Above the sword board, Liu Xizhan opened his eyes. They were completely different from before. At this moment, there was a deep and cold look in his eyes. He glanced at Liu Feichen and the others, then turned around and faced the high platform. He bowed deeply. Disciple Liu Xizhan is ashamed to face the ancestors. I had no choice but to participate in the competition. Disciple kowtows and apologizes. He then knelt on the ground. Everyone was moved. Liu Xizhan was now the Four Lin Sword Head, and he was a big shot even in the 9 heavens. The gazes of the disciples of the sword sect who had been complaining about him softened a little. However, there were still many people who were resentful. They could be forgiven just by kneeling a little. Would it be like this in the future when they fought for the position of Sword Head of the Four Lin Sword? Disciple Liu Xizhan is willing to die to repay your kindness. Yes, not only to the Lin Sword Gate, but also to the person who taught me how to see through the sword will. Liu Xizhan stood up and looked into the distance, where Lu Yin was. I've obtained the Sword Head. Your conditions have been fulfilled. Now, please show yourself and fight with me. The Four Approaches region will not be humiliated, and I will use my status as the Sword Head to show my sincerity. Everyone was moved once again. He was going to die to prove his sincerity. He didn't do it willingly. He was forced to use this method to fight for the title of Sword Master of Sillin. But why? Who was it that wanted to force him to fight for the title of Sword Master of the Sillin Sword? What was the significance of becoming the head swordsman of the Four Lin Kingdoms to that person? Below the stage, Lu Xiyu shouted, "Yes, father." "Shut up." Lu Xizhan shouted without even looking at Lu Xiyu, "I've made up my mind and I won't change it." Lu Xiyu cried. She was the one who had forced her father to do this. It was all her fault. Why did he suddenly appear at this time? Could it be him? But he was so young. Everyone in the Sword Gate stared at Lu Yin warily. On the stage, the four elders' eyes were filled with murderous intent. Ming Zhuo appeared with a smirk. In the distance, Huang Ding's jaw dropped. So it was him. No wonder he looked at me like that. This bastard wants me to be the scapegoat. Everyone stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin calmly looked at Lu Xizhan. Is it worth it? Lu Xizhan met Lu Yin's gaze. Yes. Then what about your daughter? Lu Xizhan glanced at Lu Xiyu, who had tears on her face as she looked pleadingly at Lu Xizhan. Lu Xizhan closed his eyes and hardened his heart. When he opened them again, they were filled with coldness as he stared at Lu Yin. Some people have to pay the price for their actions. I am no exception. Lu Yin was amused and sighed. Yes, you have to pay the price for your actions. He then faced the stage and slowly bowed. I'm sorry, everyone from the Sword Gate. On the stage, the four elders subconsciously stood up. I was the one who forced Lu Xizhan to compete for the position of Sword Head. I was also the one who attacked the other three sect masters. Lu Yin straightened up and glanced at Lu Feiqin and the others. The competition for the position of Sword Head is an internal matter of the Sword Gate, but I interfered. It was my fault, so I apologize. He had never apologized in the spiritualized universe. Back then, he had only held grudges, but now, his mentality was different. At his height, there was no such thing as grudges. There was only survival, competition, and killing. Even if one had to fight to the death, there was still right and wrong, and there was justice. When they heard his apology, the gazes of the people around him softened. Who are you? Where are you from? The elder from the Donglin Sword Gate asked calmly. They could feel that Lu Yin's strength was unfathomable. They had not sensed him at all when he had appeared on the stage, and they could not see the depths of his strength. The fact that such an expert was willing to apologize to them reminded them of Lu Xizhan's apology. This person had a good character, and he was not someone who used his cultivation to bully others. Otherwise, no matter how strong he was, the Sword Gate would not have feared a battle and would not have allowed Lu Xizhan to take them on alone. Lu Yin smiled. I can't tell you my background. This matter started because of me, and the competition for the position of Sword Head was delayed because of me. Since that is the case, I will compensate you. He then looked at Lu Xizhan. Your life is incomplete. Lu Xizhan was stunned, not understanding what Lu Yin meant by this. The others did not understand either. Lu Xiyu stared blankly at Lu Yin. She was the one who had proposed the conditions, and this person had only wanted to fulfill them. However, he had not said anything, as if he had forgotten about her. Her conditions were not worth mentioning in this person's eyes. An incomplete life might be perfect, and everyone envies you, including me. However, you won't be able to take that final step. Let me help you. With that, Lu Yin vanished and reappeared in front of Lu Xizhan in the blink of an eye. Lu Xizhan, who had already become the Sword Head of the Sword Gate, could not react at all. Lu Feiqin and the others could not react in time either. They only saw Lu Yin place a hand on Lu Xizhan's shoulder. On the stage, the four elders subconsciously wanted to attack, but they forced themselves to hold back because they would not make it in time. Only Mingzhuo's eyes narrowed as he stared at Lu Yin with a burning gaze. What strength! He really wanted to fight. Karma coiled around his fingertips, and at such a close distance, Lu Yin released his heavenly Tao of karma and created a strand of karma that he sent into Lu Xizhan's body. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3798. Lu Xizhan stood in place, his head lowered as he stared at the ground. His eyes flickered with an expression that had never been seen before. If you really want to atone for your sins, then bear the burden of the four-lin sword's gate. After all, you have indeed become the head swordsman. He then stepped away from Lu Xizhan. Everyone looked at Lu Xizhan, not understanding what had happened to him. Only Mingzhuo stared blankly at Lu Yin. No way, is this why I'm here? Master, you've really found me. Lu Xizhan lowered his head and stared blankly at the ground. A piercing heartache tore his body apart, the grief causing the surroundings to darken and envelop him. Father! Lu Xiyu called out. Her voice was like spring water flowing over a rock, dripping into Lu Xizhan's heart and creating ripples that pushed away the darkness. Lu Xizhan turned around and looked at Lu Xiyu. Lu Xiyu's eyes were red as she stared at Lu Xizhan. Lu Xizhan's eyes moved and he regained his senses. He smiled, Xiaoyu, father will protect you. He then took a deep breath and flicked his sword with his thumb. His sword intent soared into the sky, and at the same time, countless swords shot into the sky from the ground. Everyone who used a sword stared blankly at the sky, watching as their swords flew out uncontrollably towards the sword tray as if they were worshipping it. Countless people knelt down. Lu Xizhan raised his head and roared into the sky. His breath transformed into a sword wave that resounded in everyone's ears, causing the dust on the ground to swirl up like tiny swords. Eventually, it transformed into a tornado. With a wave of his hand, the tornado dissipated, and dust fell like raindrops, sprinkling down on everyone. It was cold, not because of the temperature, but because of the sharpness of the sword. Huang Ding opened his hand and looked at the dust on his palm. The bone-piercing cold sent a chill down his spine. Only his master had ever given him such a feeling. Was this Lu Xizhan? The bitter adversity boundary. Lu Xizhan actually stepped into the bitter adversity boundary. Everyone was shocked. They had seen Lu Xizhan step into the bitter adversity boundary with their own eyes, and his sword intent had undergone a metamorphosis. When one stepped into the bitter adversity boundary, some were calm, while others were shocked. Lu Xizhan was the one who had shocked the entire four-lin domain. Ha 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 ha, good, good, good. On the high platform, the old man laughed loudly. The other three old men also heaved a sigh of relief. Lu Xizhan had finally entered the bitter calamity. Even if he couldn't become the strongest sword head of the Si-Lin sword race, he should have reached the standard. He wouldn't be as weak as Lu Feichen anymore. Lu Feichen and the other two looked at each other and smiled, feeling relieved. Such a Lu Xizhan was truly the head of the swords of the surrounded sword. They could feel the terror of the sword intent, which far surpassed all of them. At this moment, Lu Feichen had the urge to challenge Lu Xizhan, even though he had to recultivate his sword intent. Lu Yin's lips curled up, as this was the compensation that he was giving to the Si-Lin sword sect. Only after Lu Xizhan entered Kuai would he truly become the head of the Si-Lin sword sect. His stubbornness had also been resolved in that instant. At that moment, he was interested in how strong Lu Xizhan's sword intent was. Even though Lu Xizhan hadn't reached the maximum level of the Dooku adversity level, he had fused 4 sword intents together. He was comparable to a cultivator at the maximum level of the Dooku adversity level. He was at the top of the continent of the 9 clouds. He was a true leader of a faction. Mingjue smiled. Interesting, this is the true head of the Silent Sword sect. Let me see how big the gap is between him and Lu Zhang. On the sword board, Lu Xizhan's temperament was completely different from before. If he had been frivolous and carefree before, then there was now a sense of otherworldliness. The sharpness of the sword will could not be felt from him at all. Instead, he seemed more amiable and natural. Lu Xizhan was perhaps the most unique of the Silent Sword sect's heads. Old Lu. Lu Xiyu was nervous. Lu Xizhan looked at her and smiled. Don't be afraid, girl. Lu Xiyu sighed in relief and smiled happily. Finally, Lu Xizhan looked at Lu Yin and casually raised his arm, the sword in his hand still restrained. Thank you for your help, sir. Please enlighten me. Everyone looked at Lu Yin, not understanding how he had done it. He had actually made Lu Xizhan enter Kuai. At this moment, Lu Yin was filled with mysteries. Those from the Silent Sword sect were especially uneasy. Even if Lu Xizhan had entered Kuai, they still felt that facing Lu Yin would only bode ill. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Do you think you can defeat me by entering Kuai? Lu Xizhan shook his head. I've never thought of it that way. You are not in the wrong in this matter, but you have helped me enter Kuai. I will repay this kindness in the future. However, you have defeated 3 of our headmasters, and as the Silent Sword sect's head, it is only right for you to fight. It is not easy to become the Silent Sword sect's head. I can tell you clearly that you are not my opponent. Lu Yin said indifferently. Everyone's heart sank. They did not doubt Lu Yin's words. A person who could make someone enter Kuai and see through the flaws of the 3 headmasters' sword intent was worthy of their trust. Lu Xizhan had just become the Silent Sword sect's head, and if he was defeated, it would be a huge blow to the Silent Sword sect. However, Lu Xizhan had no intention of backing down, and neither did the Silent Sword sect. On the stage, the 4 old men's faces were solemn. The Silent Sword sect is not afraid of defeat. Please enlighten us. The sword is a weapon of slaughter, but it is also the weapon of a gentleman. A gentleman is not only humble, but also magnanimous. He has the courage to fight even if he is defeated. Lu Feichen and the others looked on expectantly. Lu Yin defeated them in a single move. They were eager to see Lu Yin's true strength. Lu Yin looked at Lu Xizhan. To be honest, I'm a little impressed by the Silent Sword sect's strength of character. It's rare. Lu Xizhan smiled faintly. It is the Silent Sword sect's honor to be praised by you, please. Lu Yin nodded. I'm also curious about the strength of your Silent Sword sect's head. After saying that, the 2 of them stood where they were without moving, but in an instant, a chill swept across the sword plate and swept across the entire area. The sky was divided into 2, and an invisible force came from below, causing everyone to be shocked. Although they couldn't see it, they knew that if they were caught in the shock wave, they would die without a doubt. It was a terrifying sword intent. Elder Li's eyes widened as he stared at the sky. The momentum of heaven and earth was split apart. A cold light flashed as Lu Xizhan made his move. It was invisible, but there was a wall drawn from the void, and a star chart was engraved on the wall. The sword intent of the 2 moves, Wall Slayer and Slayer's vision, reached its peak in an instant. Lu Yin saw the sword approaching, and it felt both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. He raised his hand, and a long sword flew out of its scabbard and landed in Lu Yin's hand. He didn't need to use a sword, but he still used it out of respect. With a slash, the wall and the painting were torn apart, and the sword was pushed back. No, it wasn't the sword, but time and space. Sword descends, 100 retreats. Lu Xizhan's left hand brushed past the sword, and everything around him seemed to be moving backward. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. This sword. Cheng. The sword flashed past, and under everyone's confused gazes, Lu Xizhan and Lu Yin passed each other. With a clang, the sword in Lu Xizhan's hand broke and fell to the ground. Lu Yin casually tossed the sword back to the person below the stage. The person pulled out the sword, and there wasn't even a scratch on it. He blinked. Countless gazes landed on the person's sword. It was a very ordinary sword, but not only did it break the sword of Lu Xizhan, the Silan sword head, there wasn't even a scratch on it. The difference was obvious at a glance. There had never been a case where the Silan sword head had been defeated the moment it was born. Moreover, it had been defeated so quickly and so miserably. Looking at the people from the sword sect, they didn't seem dispirited, which puzzled many. The Silan sword head had clearly been defeated, so why didn't they feel bad at all? Lu Xizhan smiled wryly and looked back. Lu Yin turned around at the same time. I'm impressed, Your Excellency's sword intent is unparalleled. In the entire 9 firmaments, there are very few who can defeat Your Excellency in sword intent. It's almost impossible. Lu Yin smiled. You're worthy of being the Silan sword head to be able to force me to use my sword. Given some more time, you'll be able to reach the peak of the 9 firmaments sword intent. Lu Xizhan shook his head, wanting to say something. On the stage, Mingzhu praised, well said, Lu Xizhan. Your sword isn't any weaker than Luzong's. I thought that it would take you a long time to reach Luzong's level, but you've done it. Bitter adversity is difficult for you, but once you step into it, you'll also transform greatly. The world calls you the happiest and most useless person, but that's because they don't understand. Everyone has their own characteristics, and when you walk out of them, you'll become even more powerful. You'll surpass Luzong sooner or later, surpass all the sword intent masters in the 9 firmaments universe, and become a sword wielder. Everyone looked at Lu Xizhan, not expecting Mingzhu to have such a high opinion of him. Huang Ding's expression turned ugly. Sword wielder. What did he think of his master, sword master Taizong? However, he couldn't understand that sword at all. If only his master was here. He couldn't understand Lu Xizhan's sword intent, and that person was even more puzzled. He had actually broken through Lu Xizhan's sword intent. Where did this person come from? Mingzhu's gaze landed on Lu Yin. You came from Yehai. These 5 words silenced everyone. Aside from Lu Xizhan and Lu Xiyu, no one knew of Lu Yin's origins, but now, they were all stunned. Yehai was the territory of the Azure Lotus ruler, and no one was allowed to enter, not even the lesser ruler. That person had actually come from Yehai. Was he Azure Lotus ruler's disciple? The 4 elders beside Mingzhu were shocked, but they also rejoiced that they hadn't made an enemy out of this person. At the same time, they also understood why Mingzhu had come. They hadn't originally invited Mingzhu as a witness, but Mingzhu had come uninvited and chased that person away. He had become a witness himself, and they didn't dare refute him, so they simply told everyone that they had invited Mingzhu. Mingzhu was someone who was qualified to be the 4th Night Pillar's Night Chief. In terms of status, only the sword masters of the 4 firmaments could be his equal. He also had another identity, Azure Lotus ruler's disciple in name, which was enough for him to ignore the lesser ruler. It was very difficult for the 4 firmaments to invite someone like him. He hadn't come for the 4 firmaments, but for that person. Lu Yin looked at Mingzhu. He was an expert, but he couldn't surpass Yu Sang Tian or Yu Ya. They were already at the peak of bitter adversity, and it would be extremely difficult to surpass them, even if this person was Azure Lotus ruler's disciple. Mingzhu's eyes burned with passion. You carry Master's word of fate. You will ascend the 9 firmaments and follow your heart. Lu Yin and Mingzhu looked at each other in silence. Mingzhu continued, shall we have a chat? Lu Yin nodded, all right. Thank you, Brother Meat, for your tip. I'll give you an extra chapter. Thank you. Thank you, brothers, for your support. I've been feeling dizzy and tired lately, so I'll have to take my time to update. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3799. Lu Xizhan led the Four Lin Swords Gate and the onlookers away from the sword disc, but he didn't let Lu Yin and Mingzhuo leave. Outsiders had never been alone in the disc before, but Lu Xizhan treated Lu Yin and Mingzhuo with respect. He didn't allow outsiders to stay because the disc contained the sword intent carved down by the Four Lin swords. He was afraid that outsiders would learn it, but Lu Yin and Mingzhuo didn't want to learn it. Master told me about you. If you need any help, just ask. Those girls aren't easy to deal with. Mingzhuo smiled. Lu Yin was grateful. Thank you, senior. Mingzhuo waved his hand. Don't call me senior. Maybe you'll be able to call me senior brother soon, huh? Lu Yin didn't explain. Since Lian Yu hadn't mentioned that he'd refused to become Mingzhuo's disciple, he was happy to owe him a favor. He didn't know how many disciples Lian Yu had, but any one of them wasn't easy to deal with. The 7 fairies had only become Lian Yu's disciples in the past 100 years. Although their strength was average, their background was absolutely monstrous. Lu Xiyu alone could mobilize the Four Lin Swords Gate. Conservatively speaking, the 7 fairies combined could mobilize half of the universe. To be honest, I didn't expect you to be so strong in the path of the sword. You were strong enough to break Lu Xizhan's sword. I wasn't exaggerating. Lu Xizhan's sword was indeed comparable to Lu Cang's. There aren't many in the 9 firmaments universe who can compete with him in terms of sword intent, Mingzhuo sighed. Lu Yin was modest. I've met many sword experts along the way, so I cultivated the path of the sword. And the path of karma, right? Mingzhuo suddenly said, staring at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at him and didn't deny it. Mingzhuo sighed. As expected, you've comprehended karma. No wonder Master thinks so highly of you and told me about you. Even the little junior brother sleeping in the junior pavilion wasn't valued that much by Master. He then looked Lu Yin up and down with envy and longing. Can you tell me what karma tastes like? Lu Yin was stunned. Taste? Mingzhuo nodded eagerly. Lu Yin thought for a moment. There's no taste, just control. Mingzhuo looked at Lu Yin expectantly. Lu Yin said, I don't know how to describe it. Mingzhuo said bitterly, yes, how do I describe it? Brother, don't mind me. You don't understand the continent of the 9 clouds cultivators' desire for karma. It's not only a kind of strength, it's also a kind of belief. In simple words, it's the path to becoming a god. The path to godhood. That's right. Once you comprehend karma, you'll be able to become a disciple of the Azure Lotus Protector. Then, you'll be able to touch the path of eternal life. It's something that countless people dream of. Senior brother is no exception. Unfortunately, after so many years, apart from Master, no one else has comprehended karma. This path is called a shortcut, but it's actually more difficult than anything else. Who can comprehend karma? Little junior brother is extremely talented and is qualified to sleep in the junior imperial pavilion. However, he is still unable to comprehend it and has disappointed Master. It's good now. Master finally has a successor. Although Mingzhuo felt that it was a pity that he didn't have one, he still looked at Lu Yin with happiness and blessings. Work hard, junior brother. Strive to become immortal as soon as possible so that our Azure Lotus sect will have 2 protectors. Ha ha ha. Lu Yin smiled. He could see the shadows of his senior brothers in Mingzhuo. The eldest senior sister had followed him out of heaven's prime and spiritualized during battles. The second senior brother, Mu Xia, had given him his wooden blade and saved him more than once. The third senior brother, Mu Xia, and the fourth senior brother, Qing Ping, had constantly protected him and were willing to do anything for him. They had always been very tolerant of their little junior brother. And Ming Zhuo was the same. The way he looked at Lu Yin was the same as how his seniors looked at him, which made Lu Yin feel very close. Unfortunately, it wasn't real. What if I can't become a disciple of the Azure Lotus Protector? Lu Yin asked. Ming Zhuo smiled. Impossible. Master won't let you off. Do you know how long he's been waiting for a disciple like you? He then thought for a moment. But since Master has given you a test, there's also a chance of failure. After all, Master also cares about fate. Forget it. No matter what, I like you very much. Even if you can't become a disciple, you can still find me. He looked at Lu Yin expectantly. Why don't you become my disciple? I'm also very powerful. Lu Yin was speechless. Powerful? If you don't give me face, I can beat you up. I'm just joking. Right, junior brother, where are you from? I heard Master say that you're from 3 universes. Ming Zhuo asked. Lu Yin nodded. The Tian Yuan universe. Ming Zhuo was shocked. I thought it was a spiritualized universe. Right, if it was a spiritualized universe, Master could have just said it. There are many spiritualized universes in the 9th heaven universe. But I really didn't expect that someone from the Tian Yuan universe would come. Hiss. Has the Tian Yuan universe already made contact with the spiritualized universe? Lu Yin told Ming Zhuo about some of the things that had happened in the Tian Yuan universe and the spiritualized universe. He wanted to satisfy Ming Zhuo's curiosity, but he also wanted to learn more through Ming Zhuo. After all, Ming Zhuo was someone from Yu Jiuxiao, and Yu Jiuxiao was the one who slaughtered outsiders. Ming Zhuo's expression was solemn as he looked at Lu Yin with admiration. You're really brave. You could have enjoyed life in the Tian Yuan universe, but you still went to the spiritualized universe. Your Tian Yuan universe has a bunch of hot-blooded people, and I admire such people. If possible, senior brother will definitely think of a way to prevent the Tian Yuan universe from being reactivated. Lu Yin bowed solemnly. Thank you, senior. Ming Zhuo waved a hand. Don't be so polite. I said that it's possible, but it's actually not very likely. After all, Yu Jiuxiao doesn't participate in the decision-making. The ones who truly decide which universe to restart are the defensive gods and the leaders of some of the major powers in the universe. You have to be mentally prepared. I've noticed that the 5th night pillar has been acting strangely, and he might make a move. Lu Yin was shocked. The 5th night pillar is going to make a move. Ming Zhuo grunted and looked in a direction, which was where the 5th night pillar was. The night pillars rotate when it comes to external expeditions. Last time, it was our 4th night pillar. This time, it's naturally the 5th night pillar's turn. I've heard rumors that the 5th night pillar's target might be one of your 3 universes. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. Why? Because there hasn't been any external expeditions recently, Ming Zhuo said. Lu Yin's heart sank. Could it be a newly discovered external universe? Ming Zhuo said, that's a possibility, but it's not very likely. Surviving in the universe is crueler than fighting between cultivators. Don't look at how powerful the 9th heaven universe is. We even have Yu Jiuxiao, who specializes in killing external forces, but we don't dare to casually expose ourselves. He paused here. Forget it. There are some things that I'll let Master tell you. In short, the universe is cruel and mysterious. My 9th heaven universe has experienced more than one extinction crisis, and we often have to prepare for certain crises. Otherwise, why do you think the 3 universes exist? This is cruel, but it's also true. If there comes a day when the ninth heaven universe is in danger, the first to bear the brunt will not be the ninth heaven universe, but the three universes. Lu Yin understood Mingzhuo's words. The ninth heaven universe was supported by the spiritualized universe's resources, which allowed the cultivators of the ninth heaven universe to have a second life. They also accepted the method of spiritual cultivation to directly nurture experts. The spiritualized universe also used the Tianyuan universe as a barrier. The Tianyuan universe was equivalent to the outermost barrier of the entire ninth heaven universe. If it were to be destroyed, the Tianyuan universe would bear the brunt. The ninth heaven universe needed to restart the universe to increase its experts, and so did the Tianyuan universe. Although Mingzhuo didn't say it directly, the fifth night pillar's target was most likely the Tianyuan universe. After all, the Tianyuan universe had developed to this point, and it was time to restart it. Actually, Lu Yin already knew this, but he hadn't expected it to be so soon. Was the fifth night pillar ready? How much time do I have? Lu Yin asked. Mingzhuo sympathized. It depends on the fifth night pillar's preparations. You'll have to ask the fifth night pillar's people, and they have to be important figures. Otherwise, you'll have to enter the fifth night pillar yourself. Then, his eyes lit up as he looked at Lu Yin. If you can become the fifth night pillar's night chief, you might be able to change your fate. The fifth night pillar's night chief. Lu Yin was stunned. Mingzhuo nodded. The night chief has full authority over everything in the night pillar, including the lives of all cultivators. But I want to become the lower god, Lu Yin said. Mingzhuo rolled his eyes. You're ambitious enough, but it's very difficult. It's not something that can be accomplished with power level or a high realm. Speaking of which, what's your cultivation? Lu Yin was very calm. I've crossed the abyss. Mingzhuo was confused. Is that so? Yes. Why can't I see it? Senior wants to see my abyss. That's not what I meant, but I keep feeling that something is wrong. Forget it, perhaps the Tianyuan universe's cultivation methods are unique. At this point, he looked at his waist and took out a teardrop-shaped object. Junior brother, I still have matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. Right, if you really want to understand the situation, you'll have to join the fifth night pillar. The night chief has full authority during wartime, and even the upper god cannot influence him. If you want to join the fifth night pillar, one of the 7 girls can do it. I hope that one day, you'll be able to call me senior brother. Lu Yin watched Mingzhuo leave, his thoughts complicated. The fifth night pillar. He remembered that there was someone from the fifth night pillar here. Back in the fourth overlook region, Huang Ding was in a hurry to return to the fifth night pillar and tell his master about Lu Xizhan's strength. He had thought that Lu Xizhan becoming the fourth sword chief would be a joke, as he was the weakest fourth sword chief in history and posed no threat to his master. Who would have thought that Lu Xizhan had actually transformed? That sword was truly terrifying. There was also that person from the Sea of Yi, who was related to the Azure Lotus Guard and had a powerful sword intent. It would have been fine if he had agreed to help Lu Xiyu, but if he really wanted to challenge the fourth sword gate just to compare sword intents, then his next target might very well be his master. His master could not be defeated, especially at this juncture. As these thoughts ran through his mind, he was already far away from the fourth overlook region. In order to save time, he did not even take the beast carriage. Suddenly, he stopped and stared blankly in front of him. Why are you here? Lu Yin looked at Huang Ding. Let's talk. Huang Ding's eyes flickered, and he wanted to refuse, but he did not. He knew that he could not refuse, so he slowly bowed. Huang Ding greets senior. Lu Yin landed with Huang Ding, and the two of them sat down in a pavilion in front of them. Tell me about the fifth night pillar. Huang Ding did not understand, but he still slowly explained. Lu Yin listened quietly. Xiao Ding wiped the sweat off his forehead and once again headed into the distance. This trip was really unlucky. On the other side, Lu Yin returned to the Xilin region and went to the Donglin Sword Gate. At this moment, the gate was decorated with lanterns and colored banners, creating a lively scene. Lu Xizhan carried the birdcage in his left hand. Just like before, he looked carefree and unfettered. But now, no one dared to say anything about him being a good-for-nothing anymore. Even though he didn't rely on himself to become the head of the swords of all kings, his death as a sign of his will and his suffering made everyone acknowledge him. Mingzhuo's praise had made him the true sword master of the Xilin region, and he was comparable to Lu Zhang. However, there were fewer people coming to propose marriage. Lu Xizhan's status put even more pressure on others. In the courtyard, Lu Xiyu rested her chin on her hand and beamed as she looked into the distance. "Miss, Master is so impressive," the maid praised. Lu Xiyu smiled and said, "Of course. Don't you know whose father he is? So happy. Does that mean I've fulfilled my request?" A voice suddenly rang out, startling Lu Xiyu. She looked to the corner, gritted her teeth, and glared angrily, "Can't you make some noise? You're always like this, are you trying to scare me to death?" The maid quickly retreated when she saw Lu Yin arrive. Lu Yin leaned against the wall and grinned at Lu Xiyu. "How did my request go?" Lu Xiyu snorted, "You still have the face to ask, you almost got my father killed." Lu Yin praised, "Your father has a righteous heart, I admire him." "Of course." Lu Xiyu was pleased with herself, raising her neck high to reveal her snow-white skin. Lu Xiyu blushed when she saw Lu Yin staring at her and lowered her head. "What are you looking at, thief?" Lu Yin laughed, "Tell me about your 6 sisters." Lu Xiyu blinked, "Are you curious?" "Very." "Why don't you ask the others?" "The 7 fairies are famous in the 9 firmaments, many people know about them." "I don't want to ask, I just want to ask you." "I'm not telling you, it's not that easy to get information out of me. My sisters won't let you fulfill their request so easily." Lu Yin smiled, "Do you want them to experience the helplessness you felt when you squatted in the corner?" Lu Xiyu's heart clenched at the mention of this, thinking about her father's helplessness and her own despair while squatting in the corner waiting for Lu Yin. She glanced at Lu Yin. This little thief was very powerful, and his actions were unscrupulous. If her sister's conditions were too troublesome, then they would definitely cause trouble for themselves as well. No, she had to remind them. But this way, the conditions wouldn't be too difficult, and she could help this little thief. The more she thought about it, the angrier she felt. Lu Xiyu gritted her teeth, not knowing what to do. She suddenly thought of something. Could this thief be doing this on purpose? It was true that the conditions Yi Futian had proposed were difficult, but for a powerful warrior like him, there was no need for him to cripple Yi Futian. However, Yi Futian did it anyway. Later on, Yi Futian must have known about Yi Futian's conversation with Old Slayer. Yi Futian must have known that Yi Futian wanted to cancel Yi Futian's conditions, but he did not appear. Yes, he was doing this on purpose. He wanted to make things difficult for her and put her in despair so that he could threaten her sisters. Yes, that was it. Lu Xiyu glared at Lu Yin, "Just you wait, my scheme won't succeed so easily." She then slammed the window shut. Lu Yin was baffled. What scheme? Why was she suddenly angry? He had to admit that he was at a disadvantage in this situation. Even if he could see through people's hearts, he still couldn't understand Lu Xiyu's thoughts. A woman's thoughts were difficult to guess. Cough cough. Lu Yin looked outside the courtyard and saw that Lu Xizhan had arrived. When he saw Lu Yin looking over, he smiled helplessly and said apologetically, "My daughter was rude. I hope you don't take offense." Lu Yin grunted, "It's nothing. Why are you here?" Lu Xizhan looked at the courtyard strangely. Shouldn't he be here? Lu Yin realized that he had said something wrong. "Sorry, I forgot that this is your home." If you don't mind, you can treat this as your home. Donglin Sword Sect will definitely welcome you." Lu Xizhan smiled. Lu Xiu pushed the window open. "Old Lu, what are you talking about?" Lu Xizhan frowned and scolded, "Girl, don't be rude." Lu Xiu snorted. Lu Xizhan faced Lu Yin and bowed slowly, "Mister, you've helped me to overcome my hardship. The Donglin Sword Sect must repay this debt of gratitude." He then took out 2 scabs and asked, "Are you satisfied with these?" Lu Yin's eyes lit up. "For me?" "Yes." "Thank you." Zhong Yu didn't reject her offer. Although the competition for the position of the sword head of the 4 Lin swords was full of ups and downs, the result was good. After he fulfilled the conditions, he apologized to the 4 Lin swords gate and helped Lu Xizhan to overcome her ordeal. In terms of debt, they didn't owe each other anything. However, he needed the Yuan scab, and since Lu Xiu was a Blue Lotus Upper Imperial disciple, he didn't need it. Lu Xiu didn't stop him, but gloated instead, "Little Lu Yin." Lu Yin looked over. "I've already told my sisters about what happened here. They said that they will reconsider the conditions. Don't think that you can get away so easily." Lu Yin smiled, "Don't worry, there's always a way. I won't lose out anyway." Lu Xiu's face changed. She gritted her teeth and glared at Lu Yin again before closing the window. Lu Xizhan was embarrassed. "My daughter is being rude again. If you are not in a hurry to leave, you can stay here for as long as you want." Lu Yin looked at Lu Xiu's room. "All right, I'll have to trouble you then." He had to wait for the conditions of the other 6 girls. Donglin Sword Sect quickly tidied up a courtyard for Lu Yin, some distance away from Lu Xizhan and Lu Xiu. Lu Yin didn't know how long it would take for him to meet the conditions, so he decided to roll his die and absorb the scabs. Lu Xizhan then came to Lu Xiu's courtyard. "Old Lu, he's staying." "Yes. This little thief is despicable. He's purposely making things difficult for us to lower the difficulty of the conditions." Lu Xizhan said, "Don't make wild guesses." Lu Xiu frowned, "I'm not making wild guesses. It must be him." She wanted to say that Lu Yin was peeking at the lotus pond, but she stopped herself in time. Lu Xizhan didn't notice. "Little girl, you're not young anymore. It's time to think about life." Lu Xiu felt a headache coming on. "Old Lu, you said you wouldn't force me, and I'm still young." Lu Xizhan looked at Lu Xiu and sighed deeply. "In the past, I was confident that I could protect you. Plus, you were Blue Lotus Superior's disciple, so I let you do whatever you want. However, I will grow old one day, Blue Lotus Superior." He didn't continue as he was troubled. Lu Xiu didn't understand. "Old Lu, what are you trying to say?" Lu Xizhan looked towards the mother tree and looked up, seeing the majestic canopy that covered the sky. Upstanding Lotus Emperor is also human. You have to think of a way out for yourself. The 7 fairies may not always be favored, and upstanding Lotus Emperor's disciples can also die. You know that. Lu Xiu facepalmed. "It still happened." Lu Xizhan didn't understand. "What happened?" "Change, old Lu. You didn't think this way before. You're very cheerful and open-minded. Although you're a little useless, you're very bright. Little girl, how can you talk about your own father like that?" "But that's the truth. Why else would people call me the happiest and most useless person?" Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3801. Lu Xizhan shook his head helplessly. I haven't changed. I just saw something. What is it? Lu Xizhan's expression was solemn. Is it easy to help others enter bitter adversity? Lu Xiyu said, of course not. That's bitter adversity, not other realms. Some people can't even enter bitter adversity, such as you. Yes, then why can Lu Yin help me? Lu Xiyu was curious. I want to know too. Lu Xizhan looked at Lu Xiyu. Does upstanding lotus ruler value him? Lu Xiyu nodded. How much? Lu Xiyu pursed her lips. How much? So much so that he wanted to marry the 7 fairies to the thief. Of course, she couldn't say that out loud. I think it's very important. Very important. Why? How would I know? Lu Xiyu rolled her eyes. Suddenly, her expression changed and she looked at Lu Xizhan. Lu Xizhan also looked at her. The two looked at each other and saw the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. No, that's impossible, Lu Xiyu stuttered. Lu Xizhan took a deep breath. Nothing is impossible. I don't know how much upstanding lotus ruler values this person, but the more important he is, the higher the possibility. Then wasn't it absolutely certain? Lu Xiyu was speechless. That thief had comprehended karma. Impossible. No one had comprehended karma at such a young age except for upstanding lotus ruler. Impossible. Although she didn't want to believe it, Lu Xiyu instinctively felt that it was possible because she knew that Lu Yin came from the 3 universes. Why did he suddenly appear in Yehai? Why did Master value him so much? It was as if Master wanted to take him as a disciple and marry the sisters to him. Why didn't Master blame him when he refused to marry the sisters? Was it because of fate? Master did value fate, but there was no need to exaggerate so much. Moreover, whether or not he married the 7 fairies was up to that thief. If this news spread, the entire Jiuxiao universe would be shaken. But that thief didn't care. Even if they didn't want to admit it, Lu Xiyu and the 7 fairies admired Lu Yin's will and determination. It wasn't impossible for someone like him to comprehend karma. At this moment, Lu Yin's figure on the sword board overlapped with the confidence of helping Lu Xizhan enter bitter adversity. Lu Xiyu recalled what happened in Yehai and felt a chill down her back. If that person really understood karma strength, the continent of the 9 clouds would change. Lu Xizhan patted Lu Xiyu's head and said, "Little girl, I can't protect you forever. Although this man is unscrupulous in his actions, he has principles and a bottom line. Such a person may not be a good person, but he is definitely not a bad person. If I leave you in his care, I can rest assured." Lu Xiyu bit her lip. "I don't want it." Lu Xizhan smiled. "Think about it yourself. If you're willing, I'll definitely find a way to make it happen." Lu Xiyu looked in the direction of Lu Yin's courtyard. Of course, as she wasn't willing, this little thief was annoying no matter how she looked at him. She was in charge of her own life, so why did she have to marry him just because he was strong? Moreover, even if he was willing, his master would not be able to do anything about it. At least this little thief was tactful enough to reject his master. On the other side, Lu Yin rolled possession and entered the time-stop space. He looked at the scab in his hand, and the karmic spiral hauled out as it entangled the scab. As the scab shattered, waves of karma shot up into the sky and fused with Lu Yin's karma heavenly Tao. Lu Yin let out a long breath. This was good stuff. If a karma brick was equivalent to 100 years of karma for an ordinary person, then this scab was equivalent to the capacity of nearly 10 million karma bricks. In other words, with his speed of digging through karma bricks, this scab could save him a year's worth of time. With this, there was no need to dig through karma bricks. It was tiring and a waste of time. However, there shouldn't be much of it. 10 million karma bricks seemed like a lot, but how much karma could a single brick contain? Compared to the amount he had spent on the eternal realm astral beast, it was much, much less. If he wanted to make up for it, the number of scabs would be ridiculous. If he used karma bricks to make up for it, it would be impossible to just dig through them. He had been thinking of other methods, but unfortunately, he couldn't try anything in the continent of the 9 clouds. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to stealing someone's power right under the nose of the Azure Lotus ruler. Lu Yin had absorbed 4 scabs in total, but to be honest, it still wasn't enough to help Lu Xizhan consume karma. As expected, the fastest way to increase karma was to suppress powerhouses into the general platform hell. If he could throw all the powerhouses in the continent of the 9 clouds into the general platform hell, Lu Yin didn't dare imagine how much karma he would gain. However, what did Lu Xizhan mean by giving him a scab? It seemed that he had guessed something. Lu Yin had already been tested by the Azure Lotus ruler, so he didn't need a scab. Yet, he still gave him one. Was he testing him? Had he guessed that Lu Yin had comprehended karma? It didn't matter. Many people in the continent of the 9 clouds knew about this. Yuya, Chaoyi, Mingzhua, and the others all knew. There was also the 9th spirit, but he didn't know where she was. If she returned to the continent of the 9 clouds, Dan Xiong would know as well. It would be best to complete the 7 fairies' conditions before that happened. Otherwise, someone might come looking for trouble. The next day, a maid reported that someone had come to visit Lu Yin. Lu Yin saw that it was Elder Lu, and Lu Xiyu was there as well. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat when he saw that Lu Xiyu had come as well. "Greetings, sir." Elder Lu was very respectful to Lu Yin. Lu Yin raised a hand. "No need to be so formal. Why are you looking for me?" Elder Lu took out a scented pouch. "My lady asked me to bring this to you." Lu Yin glanced at Lu Xiyu. Lu Xiyu rolled her eyes. Her attitude didn't change because she guessed that Lu Yin had comprehended karma. She was just like that, doing whatever she wanted. "Your lady is one of the 7 fairies?" "Yes," Elder Lu replied. Lu Yin understood. "So you saw my relationship with the Donglin sword sect, but didn't point it out. Instead, you went straight to the tavern." Elder Lu smiled. "Not all of them. The Donglin sword sect invited me here to find you, sir. As for your relationship with the Donglin sword sect, it's not my place to guess, and I won't say much. These are the rules of the Myriad Valley." Lu Yin took the scented pouch and looked at Lu Xiyu. "You were so flustered back then." Lu Xiyu curled her lips. "I was really worried that you would implicate the Donglin sword sect." The rules of the Myriad Valley are very strict, even 4th sister can't break them. If Elder Lu really pointed out your relationship with the Donglin sword sect, even 4th sister wouldn't be able to help us. Lu Yin nodded and opened the pouch. There was a piece of paper inside, and there were only 3 words on it: Ming Xiaoqiu. Ming Xiaoqiu. Lu Yin was confused. Lu Xiyu's expression changed as she looked at the piece of paper. Elder Li's expression changed as well, and he stared blankly at the 3 words. Lu Yin replied, "That sounds troublesome. Tell me, or else I won't know anything based on these 3 words alone." Elder Lu was stunned. "My lady hasn't let it go, but why did she hand it over to you? You have nothing to do with the Myriad Valley." Lu Xiyu interrupted, "Elder, 4th sister has her reasons for doing so." Elder Lu looked at Lu Xiyu and then at Lu Yin, recalling Mingzhua's words. He came from Yihai, so he understood a little. He took a step back and bowed solemnly to Lu Yin. "If you can help the Myriad Valley, I'm willing to repay you with my life." Lu Yin was speechless. Lu Xizhan likes to die to prove his sincerity, and you want to repay him with your life. Why do you people from the ninth heaven universe like to die so much? Elder Lo was shocked. Ninth heaven universe. You're not from there. Did I say I'm from there? Lu Yin retorted. Elder Lo didn't know how to answer. If he wasn't from the ninth heaven universe, then where was he from? Another universe. Or 3 universes. Why couldn't he tell from his aura? But no matter where he came from, it wasn't something he could control. After all, Lu Yin was from Yihai. Lu Xiyu's heart sank when she heard Ming Xiaoqiu's name. She slowly said, Ming Xiaoqiu is fourth sister's brother. This matter starts from the bet, Lu Xiyu spoke slowly and carefully. Lu Yin listened attentively, especially towards the end, because this matter involved the spring and autumn slip. The fourth of the 7 fairies, Ming Xiaolong, came from Myriad Valley. She had a brother called Ming Xiaoqiu, and both siblings were born there. They were the children of deceased disciples. Both siblings were extremely talented, especially Ming Xiaoqiu, who was called a rare genius by the Myriad Valley. When the senior disciples of the Myriad Valley reached the 10 phenomena realm, Ming Xiaoqiu reached the 100 phenomena realm, and then quickly broke through to the 1000 phenomena realm, shocking countless people in the ninth heaven universe. Coincidentally, the spring and autumn slip passed by the Myriad Valley and saw Ming Xiaoqiu's amazing talent. It set up a bet, and the result was obvious. The arrogant Ming Xiaoqiu lost, and the condition of the bet was for him to stay in the spring and autumn slip for 10,000 years. Although 10,000 years wasn't a long time for many cultivators, Ming Xiaoqiu had been so young at the time. 10,000 years was boundlessly long for him, and 10,000 years was enough for Ming Xiaoqiu to change his understanding of the universe. The spring and autumn slip was the best at changing people's thoughts. The Myriad Valley had negotiated with the spring and autumn slip many times, but the slip refused to let him go. It used the bet as an excuse to keep Ming Xiaoqiu. Ming Xiaoqiu's talent moved the spring and autumn slip, and no matter what price the Myriad Valley paid, the slip would not relent. This matter had been stuck until now. The spring and autumn slip. Lu Yin's lips curled up. He had wanted to find them for a long time. He had broken through the celestial gate, and if not for the spring and autumn slip, he wouldn't have been kicked out. He clearly had nothing to do with the spring and autumn slip, but that old woman still made a move. It was time to talk to them. Is Ming Xiaoqiu that valuable? For the spring and autumn slip to offend the Myriad Valley? Lu Yin didn't understand. Elder Lu said in a low voice, Ming Xiaoqiu's talent in cultivating the power of heaven and earth has not been shown in other cultivation paths, so he has no value to the spring and autumn slip. Letting Ming Xiaoqiu go would allow the Myriad Valley to owe him a favor, and it would also show the generosity of the spring and autumn slip. Everyone thought that they would do that, so when the Valley Master knew about the bet, he didn't stop them. Ming Xiaoqiu was too arrogant, and the Valley Master wanted to teach him a lesson. Who knew that the spring and autumn slip wouldn't let him go? We only found out the reason later. He looked at Lu Yin with a solemn expression. The spring and autumn slip wants to create another Myriad Valley. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3802. Lu Yin was shocked. Create another nature valley. Lu Lao nodded. Lu Xiyu continued, fourth sister once said that it was strange that the spring and autumn bamboo scroll did not release her brother. Therefore, she had been investigating it. In the end, she found that the spring and autumn bamboo scroll used Ming Xiaoqiu as the core to create another nature manifestation valley. Can you do it? Even if Ming Xiaoqiu had betrayed the Myriad Elephant Valley, it was impossible to create another Myriad Elephant Valley. First of all, the Myriad Elephant Valley would never agree to it, as it would cause a huge war. Secondly, the other powers in the world of cultivation would not agree to it either. If another myriad elephant valley could be created today, then wouldn't another power be created tomorrow? If they really did that, the cultivation world would have been in chaos long ago, and there would have been endless killings. Even though the world of cultivation was filled with endless killings, it still depended on the reason. Such actions would make the spring and autumn jade slip the public enemy of the entire universe. Elder Lu said, logically speaking, it shouldn't be possible, but the cultivation method of the spring and autumn bamboo scroll is unique. They use the cultivation method of the spring and autumn bamboo scroll as the foundation to change the world. They don't look at the existing forces of heaven and earth, but instead, they look at the forces of heaven and earth that the Wanxiang Valley created. They can also do what the Wanxiang Valley can do. Although this method is immoral, because it is an original method, the consequences won't be so serious. We won't be attacked by everyone. Moreover, our myriad elephant valley has too many rules all this time, causing many people to be dissatisfied. If the spring and autumn bamboo slip can do what our myriad elephant valley can do, it will naturally satisfy those people. Lu Xiyu raised her head. After all, the spring and autumn slips are despicable. Lu Lao was silent. Fortunately, although Ming Xiaoqiu is proud and arrogant, his willpower is extremely firm. Until now, he has not helped the spring and autumn bamboo slip. He is even unwilling to cultivate the momentum of heaven and earth in the nature manifestation valley, so the spring and autumn bamboo slip is helpless. She looked at Lu Yin and asked, "Can you help fourth sister take Ming Xiaoqiu away from the spring and autumn scroll?" Elder Lu also looked at Lu Yin expectantly. If it had been before the competition for the head of the swordsman, they would not have held out much hope for Lu Yin. After all, that was the spring and autumn jade slip, one of the great powers of the Ionian realm that was on par with the swordsmen of the four-limbed sword sect. Furthermore, the swordsmen of the four-limbed sword sect were sinister, and their cultivation methods were unique. They were very difficult to deal with. But now, they knew how strong Lu Yin was. Even though he couldn't dominate the continent of the Nine Clouds, there were very few people in the continent of the Nine Clouds who could defeat him. The four-limbed sword sect couldn't do it, and neither could the spring and autumn jade slip. With Lu Yin's help, he could at least put some pressure on the spring and autumn scroll. With the addition of the myriad elephant valley, the spring and autumn scroll might not necessarily not release Ming Xiaoqiu. Lu Yin thought about it. It's very difficult. If the myriad elephant valley can't force the spring and autumn jade, then I can't force it either. Lu Xiyu panicked. Then if we can't force them, then we'll just destroy them. Lu Yin didn't wait for her to finish. Lu Xiyu choked on her words, and Elder Lu stared at him blankly. Destroyed. Destroy the spring and autumn bamboo slip. What kind of joke was this? That was the spring and autumn scroll. How could a great power be destroyed so easily? In the continent of the Nine Clouds, the influential groups were difficult to destroy not only because of their strength, but also because of their strength. On the surface, the 9 Feet Garden only had vast misty waves, a powerhouse who was close to completing the bitter calamity stage. Yet, they were able to take out spirit seeds to allow the misty waves Red Raccoon to reach this level. At the same time, they were able to have a few more bitter calamity stage powerhouses who could unleash the 9 feet anti-heaven technique that could cover the entire consciousness universe. The 9 Feet Garden wasn't the strongest force in the Nine Clouds universe. It was inferior to the spring and autumn jade slip. There was a saying in the continent of the Nine Clouds that everyone agreed with: apart from the god of defense, no one could move unhindered in the Nine Clouds universe. Even the god of defense would find it extremely difficult to destroy a power. The spring and autumn jade slip was hated by many, especially by the fact that it had offended the 6th night pillar. After Chao Yi entered the Death Hill, he had been thinking about taking revenge on the 9 Feet Garden day and night. However, if Yuya hadn't made the 9 Feet Garden break the rules, he still wouldn't have had a chance. The 9-Feet Garden was afraid of Chao Yi's revenge and had sided with Yuya not because of Chao Yi, but because of the Death Hill behind Chao Yi. The Death Hill might be one of the few existences who had the qualifications to destroy a power. Now that they heard Lu Yin say this, they felt like they were in a fantasy story. Lu Yin knew what they were thinking. Indeed, even if the entire spiritualized universes Yu Sang Tian and the 7 great Sang Tians attacked the 9 Clouds universe, they might not be able to destroy the Spring and Autumn Jade Slip, let alone Lu Yin alone. However, he had fought against an Eternal Realm monster, fought against a Grass Grandmaster, suppressed Yu Sang Tian and Yuya, and even thought about how to resist the God of Green Lotus. This was not something they could understand. Elder Lo and Lu Xiyu looked at each other and didn't know what to say. Did they think that Lu Yin had become arrogant because he helped Lu Xizhan become the head swordsman? Where is the Spring and Autumn Jade Slip now? Lu Yin asked. Elder Lo immediately answered, it has drifted to the Mausoleum Plains. The Mausoleum Plains. That's not too far from the Myriad Elephant Valley, right? Lu Xiyu asked. Elder Lu said, it's about half the distance from the Myriad Elephant Valley to the Silan region, and the Myriad Elephant Valley is right in the middle. So, the Spring and Autumn Jade Slip will pass by the Myriad Elephant Valley? Lu Yin asked. Elder Lu said, yes. Lu Yin thought about it and said, let's go take a look at the Myriad Elephant Valley. Lu Xiyu was shocked and stared at Lu Yin vigilantly. Why are you going there? What does it have to do with you? Lu Yin asked. Lu Xiyu snorted, you want to find my 4th sister, right? Let me tell you, don't have any ideas about her. She has a soft personality. She's a good girl. What did you say? Elder Lu fell silent. He didn't know why Lu Yin wanted to go to the Myriad Elephant Valley, but since this person was willing to help them, they couldn't reject him. What was his relationship with the 7 fairies? He helped Lu Xizhan become the Silan sword leader, and now the mistress wanted him to save Ming Xiaoqiu. Could it be a test from the Azure Lotus ruler? Thinking of this, Elder Li's expression became more respectful. If it was really a test, this person might become the Azure Lotus ruler's disciple in the future. No wonder Ming Zhuo treated him like that. But, wasn't the mistress test too difficult? If he couldn't save Ming Xiaoqiu, this person wouldn't pass the test. Would he vent his anger on the Myriad Elephant Valley? Elder Lo and Lu Xizhan had the same thought, but normal people would think so. Not long after, Elder Li's beast carriage stopped outside the Donglin Sword Gate, waiting for Lu Yin. Lu Yin bid farewell to Lu Xizhan and asked a question before he left, how can I become the god of defense? He asked Ming Zhuo before, but Ming Zhuo didn't explain clearly because he was in a hurry to leave. He also asked Si Jiushi before, but Si Jiushi's level was too low, and he felt that there were some things he didn't understand. Now, he naturally had to ask Lu Xizhan. Lu Xizhan was shocked. You want to become the god of defense? Lu Yin nodded. He had asked Chao Yi to send a message to the 9 firmaments, and the condition was also to become the god of defense. Unfortunately, he had no bargaining chip, and he didn't know how to return to the spiritualized universe for the time being. That condition naturally didn't count. Lu Xizhan looked at Lu Yin deeply. It's very difficult to become the god of defense. Battle power and realm are only one of the criteria, and they aren't even the most important ones. In the 9 firmaments universe, there are many powerhouses who have completed the Ku Wo stage. Almost all the powers that can be named have them, and this doesn't include those who have completed the Ku Wo stage through spiritual cultivation. There are only 5 positions for the god of defense. To become a god of defense, the first condition is to have completed the Ku Wo stage. Secondly, you have to create your own power system and have the possibility of attaining eternal life. At the same time, you don't have to cultivate the rules of the sequence in order to comprehend the way in the future. You don't have to cultivate your soul, and you don't have to be inferior to others. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. There were many conditions, even more than what Si Jiushi had said. Every god of defense has created their own power system? That's right. Of the 5 gods of defense, no, there are only 3 now. Yu Sang Tian was bestowed, but because he belongs to the spiritualized universe, his cultivation method is very different from the 9 firmaments universe. It's also considered a unique power system. The god of defense created the pill technique to help the 9 firmaments universe avoid certain dangers. He earned everyone's respect. The god of defense connected the 9 firmaments universe and spiritualized. There are many things that only she can do. It's also a unique power system. The god of defense, who died at Yu Sang Tian's hands, created the True Sutra. He focused on one path and abandoned everything else. This has never happened before in the 9 firmaments universe. Yuya, who was stripped of his position as the god of defense, was a thought entity. He used his thoughts to create a unique power system. They all have their own unique power systems. The most difficult part is not creating a power system, but... He looked at Lu Yin solemnly. Using a self-created power system, without cultivating a soul or the sequence laws, to become an almost invincible powerhouse at the bitter adversity level. This is the most difficult part. Think about it. How difficult is it to be invincible at the bitter adversity level with so many restrictions? At least, I can't do it. Among the leaders of the major forces I know, there are very few who can do it. Even if they use all their strength, they still won't be a match for the gods of defense. If the gods of defense give up their positions, it's hard to imagine how much strength they can unleash. The gods of defense are equivalent to the level between the bitter adversity level and the eternal realm. It's not something that can be explained by the perfect adversity level. Lu Yin had fought Yu Ye and Yu Sang Tian before, so he knew how strong they were. Lu Xizhan was indeed not their match, and Lao Tu was also at the perfect adversity level, but he was also not their match. There was a considerable gap between them, and they did not use their souls. Yuya also did not reveal his sequence laws. Compared to the standard of power, being the night leader and not being tied down by a major force was also very important. Not everyone could be free of ties, and the stronger a force was, the more likely it was to give birth to an invincible powerhouse. However, these powerhouses were rooted in powerful forces and were difficult to shake off. In the end, their success and failure were also due to the powerful forces. Lu Xizhan could not become the god of defense unless he gave up his background as the Silan Sword sect. The Ru family was just a family, not a major force. Lu Yin left, riding Elder Li's beast carriage towards Myriad Elephant Valley. Lu Xizhan sighed as he watched the carriage disappear. He had finally left. Lu Yin's actions in the Silan Sword sect had angered and respected him. They feared his style of doing things, but they also admired his character. It was best to stay away from such a person. It's best if he never comes, Lu Xiyu said. Lu Xizhan sighed. This universe is about to change. Lu Xiyu did not understand. What do you mean? Old Lu. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3803. Lu Xizhan explained, many things in this world are predestined. Every time there's a great change, some incomprehensible characters will appear. You can think of them as being born in response to the current situation, or you can also think of them as the current situation occurring because of them. It's inexplicable. In any case, the appearance of this person will definitely change the situation. Lu Xiyu rolled her eyes. Why are you being so secretive? Girl, it's fine if you don't want to marry him. Father just wants you to live a normal life and live a happy life. This person is destined to be extraordinary, Lu Xizhan said before turning around and leaving. Lu Xiyu looked at the horizon, but the carriage had already disappeared. Inside the carriage, Lu Yin looked out the window and saw meteors streaking across the sky. They might have been humans or other creatures, but the mother tree was the most spectacular backdrop. Raindrops dripped onto his hands. Is it raining? Lu Yin stared into the distance in a daze. Lu Yin hadn't asked about one of the requirements to become a lesser god, but he knew that it was the most important one, not cultivating the laws of the universe. In the three universes, the laws of the universe were the cornerstones of one's path to becoming a powerhouse. Anyone who had the opportunity to cultivate it would not miss it. This was common knowledge. However, after arriving in Ninafirmament's universe and speaking with Si Jiushi, Lu Yin learned that the laws of the universe could make or break a person's potential. The laws of the universe were a shortcut to eternal life, but the path to eternal life was very bumpy. It was like a normal person climbing a mountain. It would take 5 hours to climb from the foot to the top, but there was a small path that would only take an hour to reach the top. This path was similar to the main road, and it could be climbed quickly. However, the path to the top was almost vertical, and the walls were smooth. Normal people would not be able to climb up at all, and they would only be able to look at the top helplessly. This was the price of cultivating the laws of the universe. It allowed you to see the top of the mountain faster, but you would never be able to touch the top of the mountain. If you wanted to climb up this small path, you would have to put in much more effort than those who took the main road. It would also take a lot more time. This also depended on what the sequence rules were. The progenitor was feared by Yuya and the others because of his laws of the universe. He made the path flat, and it was very possible to climb to the top using this path. However, most people who cultivated the sequence laws were unable to do so. Many people in the continent of the 9 clouds, especially those who were confident in themselves, didn't practice cultivation because the path wasn't easy to walk on, even if it was fast in the beginning. It was also because it was difficult to climb to the top of the mountain, but it could prevent people from climbing on the main road. That was the next weapon. If he couldn't even keep his life, how could he talk about immortality? Some people didn't want to cultivate the sequence laws, but had no choice but to do so. Lu Yin didn't know if he was rejoicing or not, but he was already about to cultivate the laws of the sequence. However, because the time wasn't right, he had yet to cultivate it. This meant that he would be like Luo Ning and the others, and he would be able to pick up the next weapon in the future without taking the shortcut. The act of picking up the next weapon is called Dharma enlightenment. The mother tree stood between the heavens and the earth, as if it was propping up the universe. From the bottom to the top, the blood pagoda rotated slowly in the boundless distance. Everything in the surroundings rotated along with it, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. No one could see it, but it stood high in the sky, eternally unchanging. Yuya, you broke the rules twice. You will be permanently deprived of your godly defense and banished to the 5th night pillar. Outside the blood pagoda, Yuya looked miserable and pitiful. He raised his head and begged, I don't want a Dharma enlightenment. Lord of the blood pagoda, please give me another chance. Please give me another chance. I can go to the 5th night pillar and fight for the continent of the 9 clouds. I can do anything, please don't make me Dharma enlightenment. Yuya, immediately, Dharma enlightenment. Yuya howled in grief, but he couldn't change the blood pagoda's punishment. The dark golden clouds kept boiling and suddenly, they moved away, but the blood pagoda appeared in the distance. The clouds changed directions, and the blood pagoda appeared again. Why? Why can't you give me a chance? I want to change my way of thinking, I want to become immortal, I want to become a lord. You're afraid. You're afraid that I'll surpass you. You're afraid. Ha 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 ha. You're afraid. 3 lords are afraid of me. No matter how much Yu howled, the blood pagoda was like a wall that blocked him from leaving. Finally, the dark golden clouds stopped boiling. All right, I'll comprehend the law. Who said that comprehending the law can't lead to eternal life? Just you wait, I'll definitely find Lu Yin and use his consciousness to transform. I'll even become a supreme ruler. You can't stop me, you definitely can't. After that, the world fell silent. Some places in the continent of the 9 clouds were dark, while others were bright and sunny. There were also places where raindrops were connected to rainbows, and there were places where strong winds swept up the clouds. The land was vast and boundless. They had already left the Silan region, and with the speed of the beast carriage, it would only take 5 days to reach Wanxiang Valley. The beast that pulled the carriage was completely different from the one that Si Jiu ate. Along the way, Elder Lu enthusiastically introduced the continent of the 9 clouds to Lu Yin. He didn't neglect Lu Yin because he came from another universe, but he didn't dare. With this kind of strength, it didn't matter where he came from, especially since Lu Yin was from Yihai. He was obviously someone who knew Upanishad. This time, he was going to help Wanxiang Valley, so he was the most distinguished guest. Your lady might not treat me as a guest. Lu Yin leaned against the beast carriage and looked out the window. The scenery of the 9 clouds universe gave people a sense of boundless beauty. It was completely different from the 3 universes. It was like a fairy tale intertwined with reality. It could be dreamy or cruel. Elder Lu respectfully said, "How could that be? My lady is gentle and will definitely entertain you well." Lu Yin smiled. Gentle? He didn't know if Ming Xiaolong was the one who scolded him in Yihai. At that time, at least 4 of the 7 fairies scolded him, and Lu Xiu was definitely the loudest. By the way, does your Wanxiang Valley have any scabs? Elder Lu was surprised. Scabs? Lu Yin didn't look at him and continued to look out the window. I don't know. I have to ask the Valley Master. Do you need any scabs? I'm just asking. Of course, Lu Yin needed them, but he couldn't say it out loud. For Wanxiang Valley, he was just helping them, so it wasn't too much to ask for anything. However, Ming Xiaolong knew that he was doing it for the sake of the conditions and was treated as a peeping thief. If he asked for any scabs, he might be scolded. Some things could only be understood and didn't need to be explained. Elder Lu obviously already understood. Scabs, the word fate. The person who receives it is fated, and the person who gives it is also fated. I'm far from the teal lotus defense. Elder Lu sighed. Lu Yin's lips curled up. I'm fated. Elder Lu was stunned. He just sighed and didn't say anything to Lu Yin. Was this person so impatient to ask for a scabs? A few days later, the beast carriage was suddenly stopped after passing through a large area. Is this Wanxiang Valley's Elder Lu? The carriage driver came from Wanxiang Valley. He looked at the people in front of him with a serious expression. It is Elder Lu. What's the matter? Someone stepped forward and bowed respectfully. We're catching a thief. Please help us, Elder Lu. The reward will definitely satisfy you. The carriage driver didn't reply and waited for Elder Lu's reply. Elder Lu said, Don't bother. The carriage driver said coldly, Elder is tired and wants to return to Wanxiang Valley. Please step aside. The people looked at each other, unwilling. They wanted to say something, but the carriage driver drove the carriage forward. They had no choice but to step aside. After some distance, Lu Yin looked at his feet. Come out. Elder Lu was puzzled. What's wrong, sir? Lu Yin pointed at his feet. Elder Lu looked over. A hand reached out and climbed up the carriage. The carriage driver was shocked and lashed out with his whip, but it was caught by the hand. A muffled voice said, Don't, it's not an enemy. Let him in. Elder Lo looked outside and saw a person with a face full of dirt climbing up from under the carriage. This person was hiding underground and coincidentally saw the carriage pass by, so he followed. Lu Yin looked at the person with interest. Although Elder Li's cultivation wasn't high, he was still an ancestor. This person had some ability to not be discovered. It seemed like this person's ability to see the world situation wasn't easy. The person who came in had a cautious expression. His movements were respectful and he kept a distance from Lu Lao. He politely bowed. Junior greets senior from Wanxiang Valley. Just now, I was chased by evil people and had no choice but to borrow the beast carriage. I hope senior can forgive me. Elder Lo looked at Lu Yin. He had let this person in because Lu Yin had discovered someone hiding under the carriage but hadn't exposed him. He had waited for this person to follow for some distance before saying that he couldn't understand Lu Yin's intentions. The person saw Elder Lo looking at Lu Yin and quickly bowed. Junior greets Sir. Sir's temperament is refined and your cultivation must be extraordinary. Please forgive this junior's rudeness. Lu Yin looked at the person. Female. The person smiled. It's inconvenient to walk on the ground, so I used a disguise. Please don't take offense. How did you do it? What? How did you know that our carriage would pass by your hiding place? Lu Yin asked. Elder Lo looked at the person. Right, the world was vast and the carriage could fly or land. It all depended on how the driver drove it. This person was hiding underground. If they hadn't passed by coincidentally, they would have been discovered. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3804. Lu Yin looked at her, remove the disguise. The woman carefully looked at Lu Yin and then at Elder Lo, seemingly thinking of something. She then turned around and used a water droplet to wipe her face. Her hair was disheveled, and her tattered outer robes were torn open to reveal an exquisite, tight-fitting soft armor. After all this fuss, she looked like a completely different person. Turning back, Elder Lo was shocked. What a beautiful girl. The girl's appearance was exquisite and her eyes were bright, with a hint of stubbornness and vigilance. Her soft armor was black and her long hair was curled. She looked like a wild cat. Lu Yin looked at her. She looked at him and licked her lips. Thank you for saving me. Elder Lo smiled. It's your ability, it has nothing to do with us. Speaking of which, why were those people chasing you? The girl gritted her teeth. They are despicable, a bunch of bandits wanted to steal my things. If I didn't run fast enough, not only would my things have been stolen, I might have been taken as well. Although she didn't continue, her expression said it all. Elder Lo was furious. How dare they ask me for help? If I know about this, I won't let them go. The girl was grateful. Thank you, senior. Remove the disguise. Lu Yin's voice sounded again. Elder Lo was stunned. Didn't she remove the disguise? The girl was confused. What do you mean? I've already returned to my original appearance. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Not a bad disguise, normal primes can't see through it. I'll give you one more chance, remove the disguise. I don't like to be lied to. Elder Li's gaze changed, becoming sharper. This girl was deceitful. The girl's expression changed. Facing Lu Yin's gaze, she sighed deeply and bowed. Sir, you have sharp eyes, but please understand that it's not easy for me to travel. I'm sorry for my rudeness this time. I can't repay you with anything but thanks. If we meet again in the future, I'll find a way to repay you. Elder Li's gaze softened again. Although it was a disguise, it wasn't easy for a girl. He looked at Lu Yin, wanting to say something. Lu Yin's eyes were cold. Disguise yourself to attract the blue thorn beast, complain about your troubles, thank you, and leave. You've done this more than once, but it's useless against me. Remove the disguise and let me see what you are, or don't blame me for taking action. The girl was sad. Sir, why do you have to bully a girl like me? I have no ill intentions, but... Lu Yin waved his hand and the girl's hair, and she turned back, glaring at Lu Yin. At this moment, the woman's true appearance was revealed. Lu Yin felt his eyes light up as a beautiful face appeared in front of him. She was not wearing any makeup, but she was like a star that lit up every corner of the carriage. This girl reminded him of Qing Yun. Back then, Qing Yun had been disguised by the ninth spirit, and he had torn away the disguise. She had been just as stunning then. The woman in front of him was no less beautiful than Qing Yun. She was just a little more ferocious and a little less delicate than Qing Yun. Elder Li's eyes lit up and he praised, I've traveled the world for so many years, and it's rare to see a girl as beautiful as you. No wonder you have to disguise yourself. The girl glared at Lu Yin and adjusted her hair. Can I leave now? She asked stiffly. Lu Yin nodded, yes. Elder Li didn't stop her, and the two watched her jump off the carriage. She glared at Lu Yin as she left. Elder Li smiled, this girl is interesting. Her looks are similar to my family's young mistress. He looked at Lu Yin and saw his calm expression. Elder Li sighed inwardly. As expected of someone with such cultivation, he didn't care about his looks at all. Lu Yin had seen too many beautiful girls. If he was moved, he would have agreed to Qinglian Shangyu in Yihai. If he could hug 7 fairies at once, he would be envied by many in Zhuxiao universe. He looked at his hand again. It was really smooth, and he didn't know which one it was. Why are you back? Elder Lo was surprised. The girl chased after the carriage from behind. The carriage didn't slow down and headed towards Wanxiang Valley. The girl shouted, but the carriage ignored her. She took out the powder and scattered it. The blue thorn beast immediately turned around and rushed over, its eyes red. No matter how the driver urged it, it was useless. The girl took the opportunity to jump onto the beast carriage and entered. When she saw Old Lo and Lu Yin staring at her, her face fell and she smiled apologetically, those people have caught up with us. I don't know how they found me. Can I go with you? Elder Lo was serious, Miss, we have no obligation to help you. Those people are evil, she begged softly. Elder Lo shook his head, you can't tell the truth. I've seen too many despicable people. Some seem evil but are kind, and some seem kind but are evil. Go down. The girl begged, I'll be caught if I go down. Please, Elder, let me stay here. They're not your match, Lu Yin said indifferently. The girl said, they're just small fries. The real big shots are behind. I'll be finished if I'm targeted. Lu Yin ignored her. In the world of cultivation, this kind of thing was too common. He wasn't a saint and didn't need to save her. Elder Lu waved his hand, go down. Don't force me to chase you away. The girl's expression changed, I'm willing to pay the price. You should know that I'm from Wanxiang Valley and 1,000 phenomenon realm cultivator, Elder Lu said slowly. His meaning was simple. He had seen too many good things. The girl lowered her head and gritted her teeth. She took out something from her cosmic ring. Elder Li's eyes widened when he saw it, Yuanjing. Lu Yin was surprised and looked at the Yuanjing in the girl's hand. The girl was reluctant and said in a low voice, they're chasing me for this. Rather than being caught by them, I'd rather give it to you. I hope that you'll take me along for the sake of Yuanjing. As long as it's safe, I won't disturb you again. Elder Lo looked at Lu Yin. He knew that Lu Yin needed this. The girl also looked at Luin. Luin and the girl looked at each other. What's your name? Shui Su. Luin said, I'll help you take care of the people chasing you, then you can get off. Shui Su begged, please take me to a safe place. This area belongs to them. Even if I take care of these people, the big shots behind will still catch up to me. My cultivation is limited, and I won't be able to escape in a short time. Luin looked at Yuanjing. Alright, I'll take you to Wanxiang Valley. Shui Su was overjoyed. Thank you, sir. Thank you. She then handed Yuanjing to Luin. She knew that Luin was the one in charge of this beast carriage. It was also because of him that she had been discovered. Elder Lu sighed. The word faith was indeed incomprehensible. This Mr. Lu needed Yuanjing, and the other side had come. The difference was only a few days. If he could understand the word faith one day, what would it be like? Of course, it was just a thought. He couldn't even comprehend the Azure Lotus defense. The beast carriage continued towards Wanxiang Valley. Behind them, the group gave up after a while. It wasn't that they wanted to give up, but that they didn't dare to provoke Wanxiang Valley. Wanxiang Valley wasn't something they could afford to offend, not even the people behind them. 2 days later, Wanxiang Valley was right in front of them. Where is it? Shui Su was puzzled. She had heard Elder Lu mention it, but there was nothing in front of them other than the broken ground that looked like an abyss. Where did Wanxiang Valley come from? Could it be under the abyss? Luin looked into the distance and narrowed his eyes. Nice scenery. In Shui Su's eyes, there was an abyss in front of her, but in his eyes, he saw mountains floating and waterfalls flowing. They were dotted with pink flowers all over the mountains and plains. It was very beautiful. Clouds swirled, smoke lingered, and the sky was colorful. It was like a paradise on earth. Shui Su couldn't see it because her cultivation wasn't high enough. The entire Wanxiang Valley was covered by the sequence particles. Spiritualized universe, ranked 31st in the sequence of laws, fallen, Luin said slowly. Shui Su was puzzled. Spiritualized universe. Elder Lu smiled. Sir, you have good eyesight. That's right. The entire Wanxiang Valley is covered by the fallen sequence particles. Not only objects fall, but also vision. What can be seen under the cover of the fall is the dark abyss. The light there is covered by the fall, so nothing can be seen. Luin looked at Elder Lu. 5 experts who fell from the sequence jointly cached this. Then, did they cultivate in the spiritualized universe? Elder Lu nodded. Luin retracted his gaze. So that's how it was. They were completely treating the spiritualized universe as a tool. In the general trend of the universe, the 9th heaven universe used the spiritualized universe's cultivation of the spirit seed liquid as a foundation to constantly strengthen its foundation and allow the cultivators to have a second life. At the level of the sequence laws, the spiritualized universe had 81 sequence laws. These sequence laws were created by the spiritualized universe and allowed the spiritualized universe to have a fixed cultivation mode that surpassed the Tianyuan universe. However, it also limited the spiritualized universe's development, but it also helped the 9th heaven universe. As long as the 9th heaven universe wanted a sequence law, they could just send someone to learn it. If the Wanxiang Valley could send 5 experts to learn the fallen sequence laws, then other forces could send more. Everything in the spiritualized universe served the 9th heaven universe. This truth was really cruel to the spiritualized universe. Their cultivation culture, cultivation mode, and even the spirit seeds that they cultivated for a lifetime would all help the 9th heaven universe in the end. It was sad to think about it. However, this was the spiritualized universe's matter and had nothing to do with Luin. The universe was cruel. From an analysis of the cultivation mode, the ninth heaven universe was like an enlarged version of the Tianyuan universe. The spiritualized universe believed that their fixed cultivation mode surpassed the Tianyuan universe's free cultivation development because the Tianyuan universe had been weak from the very beginning. The ninth heaven universe should be the one to compete with the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin understood Yu Sang Tian more and more. Not long ago, the ninth heaven universe had constantly sent people to the spiritualized universe, and the spiritualized universe had even protected those people. If Yu Sang Tian had not killed Ru Shi in a public battle, the ninth heaven universe's great powers would have been even more rampant. With that in mind, the beast carriage stopped. In front of them was a cliff. In Shui Su's eyes, it was, but in Lu Yin's eyes, there was a constantly changing path that connected to the Wanxiang Valley. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3805. They got out of the car and walked towards the cliff. Under Shui Su's shocked gaze, Lu Yin stepped into the void and a path appeared under his feet. Elder Lu smiled at Shui Su. Follow closely, this path will change. His words scared Shui Su so much that she quickly followed. Elder Lu smiled and walked out. When Shui Su walked on the path, the scenery on both sides changed. Mountains meandered and waterfalls flowed. She saw a different scenery. It was amazing, this was the power of a big force. Actually, from the beginning, the myriad Elephant Valley didn't hide it, but because of the uniqueness of the influence of heaven and earth, too many people came to visit. Since the influence of heaven and earth needs peace to cultivate, we had no choice but to do this. From now on, anyone who wants to enter the myriad Elephant Valley has to send a visiting card first. Only when someone agrees will they meet. Lu Yin said calmly, not only that. Elder Lu said, yes, this is also a test for the disciples of the myriad Elephant Valley. There is more than one path under your feet. Only when you reach the 10 elephant realm can you see the path. When you reach the 100 elephant realm and the 1000 elephant realm, the path you see is different, but this is the only path to enter. As they spoke, they reached the end of the path. The path ahead opened up and there was a strange tree that seemed to be waving at them. Two people stood beside the tree. One was a middle-aged man with an extraordinary aura, his gaze seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. The other was a woman wearing a green veil. Although her appearance couldn't be seen, she was stunning at first glance. Shui Su's gaze fell directly on the woman. Actually, a woman's desire to be beautiful wasn't necessarily for men. It could also be for other women. For Shui Su, there were very few women who could compare to her. Similarly, the woman in the green veil also looked at Shui Su. Shui Su's appearance was indeed extraordinary. Stepping out and climbing into the valley, the middle-aged man stepped forward with a smile. You are Mr. Lu, the one who helped Lu Xizhan become the sword master of the Four Kingdoms. I am Wan Lu, the valley master of the myriad Elephant Valley. Elder Lu retreated to the side. Although he looked older than Wan Lu, he was actually a disciple. Lu Yin said politely, I just came to disturb you. I didn't expect to disturb Valley Master Wan. You must be joking. It would be rude if I, Wan Lu, didn't personally welcome someone like you. Lu Yin exchanged a few pleasantries with him. Shui Su looked at Lu Yin's back curiously, and her eyes were filled with amazement. Wan Lu, the myriad Elephant Valley's Valley Master, was definitely an important figure. His name was known throughout the 9 firmaments, and his status was extremely high. Yet, such a person had personally come to greet this person. Just who was this person? Also, what did he just hear? Did this person help Lu Xizhan become the head of the Swords of the Four Kings? Wasn't Lu Xizhan the most useless person in the Four Lin Swords Gate? Was he the head of the swords? How did he do it? Under Wan Lu's invitation, Luin followed him into Myriad Elephant Valley. In the eyes of others, Wan Lu's status was very high, but to Luin, aside from the Defender God, there was no one in the Nine Firmaments universe who could suppress him. He was the leader of the various great powers, and in terms of strength, he dared to say that he could sweep through all of them. Wan Lu's attitude towards him was normal. Of course, since the other party was being polite, he wouldn't put on airs either. Along the way, Wan Lu told Luin a lot about Myriad Elephant Valley and also asked about the situation in the Four Lin Swords Gate. Luin said a lot, but Wan Lu didn't ask about his own matters. Finally, they arrived at a valley full of pink flowers. This valley was obviously not ordinary. Luin could feel the auras of powerhouses, one on the left and one on the right. They weren't weak. Xiaolong, you can leave first. Ming Xiaolong looked at Wan Lu and then at Luin before calmly leaving. Elder Lu also left with Shui Su. Only Wan Lu and Luin were left in the pavilion. Wan Lu faced Luin with a serious expression. Sir, are you from Yihai? Luin knew that they were going to talk business. In fact, he had nothing to do with Wan Lu, but Ming Xiaolong's condition was related to Myriad Elephant Valley and the Spring and Autumn Scroll. This couldn't be avoided by Wan Lu, that's right. May I ask what your relationship is with the Azure Lotus Defender? Luin looked at him. I thought you wouldn't ask. Wan Lu was helpless. Normally, I shouldn't ask. It's a little rude, but this is related to Myriad Elephant Valley. Please don't take offense. Luin sat down. Ming Xiaolong didn't tell you. Wan Lu smiled bitterly. She didn't. This girl is stubborn. If she wants to say something, no one can stop her. If she doesn't want to say something, no one can force her to say it. You know, she is one of the 7 fairies. Luin found it funny. So you can't do anything to her? Wan Lu nodded. Speaking of which, she is a disciple of Myriad Elephant Valley, but even I, the Valley Master, have to be polite when speaking to her. To be honest, Xiaolong didn't intend to let me meet you this time. She said that it had nothing to do with me. But how can it have nothing to do with the Myriad Elephant Valley and the Spring and Autumn Scroll? I had no choice. In the end, I used some conditions in exchange for meeting you. Luin looked at Wan Lu sympathetically. You sound even more helpless. Wan Lu shook his head and looked at Luin solemnly. Sir, please tell me the truth. What do you plan to do with Xiaolong's conditions? With your strength, it shouldn't be a problem to face the Spring and Autumn Scroll directly. But your starting point is for Ming Xiaoqiu. The Spring and Autumn Scroll may blame it on Myriad Elephant Valley. This is very troublesome. Myriad Elephant Valley is afraid of the Spring and Autumn Scroll. This isn't a problem of fear. Of course, in terms of battle power, Myriad Elephant Valley is not a match for the Spring and Autumn Scroll. But because Myriad Elephant Valley has helped many people over the years, the Spring and Autumn Scroll doesn't dare to do anything to us. Moreover, if we really fight, even if the Spring and Autumn Scroll can destroy Myriad Elephant Valley, they are finished. Moreover, Myriad Elephant Valley has the God of Defense under the star sail behind us. Luin was shocked. The God of Defense under the star sail. Wan Lu nodded and sighed. Once, before the God of Defense under the star sail cultivated in seclusion in Myriad Elephant Valley for a period of time. It was during that time that the star sail was completed. Therefore, the God of Defense under the star sail owes Myriad Elephant Valley a favor. Because of this favor, the Spring and Autumn Scroll doesn't dare to do anything to us. Then what are you afraid of? Luin didn't understand. Wan Lu looked into the distance with his hands behind his back. Because I lost the bet. There was a moment of silence. Lu Yin looked at Wan Lu and didn't know how to answer. Ming Xiaoqiu lost the bet to the spring and autumn scroll and was taken away. Wan Lu also lost. You also made a bet with the spring and autumn scroll. Wan Lu nodded. Xiaolong has always been dissatisfied with me. She thinks that I didn't save her brother. What a joke. Although I wanted to teach Xiaoqiu a lesson and watched him lose, I wouldn't have let him be taken away by the spring and autumn scroll. He lost, so I naturally had to go up. Then, I also lost. Lu Yin looked deeply at Wan Lu. This was the first time they had met. This person's aura was indeed extraordinary. He had a feeling that everything was under his control. The previous conversation had also given Lu Yin the illusion that this person was scheming something. It turned out that it was all an act. His hands were behind his back. Ming Xiaolong doesn't know. Of course not. How can I tell others about this? Wan Lu said. Lu Yin found it funny. Actually, when I heard about Ming Xiaoqiu, I didn't even ask him how he lost. To me, it wasn't important how he lost. As long as he was taken away, it was fine. Now, I'm curious. How did Ming Xiaoqiu lose? How did you lose? At this moment, the two looked outside the valley. Ming Xiaolong had arrived. She stared at Wan Lu. Are you done? I have something to say to him. Wan Lu was embarrassed. Wait a little longer. Soon. Ming Xiaolong frowned. She wanted to say something. Wan Lu smiled. Just for a while. Soon. Ming Xiaolong stared at him. Then, without looking at Lu Yin, she turned and left. Lu Yin looked at Ming Xiaolong's departing figure. This girl was more domineering than Lu Xiyu. Cough, cough. Well, let's continue. Lu Yin looked at Wan Lu in amusement. Your life is really difficult. Wan Lu sighed. There's no other way. Who let him have a strong background? The sisters are not to be trifled with. Do you know how many people are lining up for my Wanxiang Valley's disciples to help? When the Donglin Sword Gate sent a letter, my martial nephew went. Because Lu Xiyu was in the Donglin Sword Gate, even I couldn't stop it. These words made people sympathize with him even more. Thinking about Lu Xizhan and Wan Lu, the 7 fairies were really not to be trifled with. Now that he thought about it, if he had really agreed to marry the 7 fairies, Lu Yin did not know what his life would be like in the future. It was not that he was afraid of the Blue Lotus Protector, but that these 7 girls were not to be trifled with. None of them were easy to deal with. Wan Lu did not want to talk about this topic. When Xiaoqiu and I bet on the spring and autumn scroll, we only bet on the simplest thing, which is luck. Cultivators have too many ways to interfere with a bet. No bet can escape the eyes of a powerhouse, so luck is the best bet. As he spoke, he raised his hand. The dust condensed into an ordinary stone die that spun in his palm. Don't use any power. Block all perception. Guess. How many points? Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. That's simple. That's simple. 2 out of 3 wins. Wan Lu released his hand and the die turned to dust. Xiaoqiu and I both lost in the 3rd round. Seems like there's no problem. There's no problem at all. I'm very sure that the spring and autumn scroll did not use any tricks, innate gifts or sequence rules. Furthermore, Xiaoqiu and I bet on a different person. We bet on the most ordinary disciple of the spring and autumn scroll, the kind that I can kill with a single slap. However, we both lost. Lu Yin had a strange expression as he looked at Wan Lu. Why? Did you expect the result? Wan Lu nodded. I guessed it, but I did not verify it. Do you know the cultivation method of the spring and autumn scroll? Luin shook his head. Not really. The spring and autumn scroll uses the spiritual seed as the foundation and the spring and autumn scroll as the core of cultivation. When the words are inscribed on the spring and autumn scroll, the strokes will be divine. Using the words to battle, the power of the words can be combined with the words. For example, when writing the word / one can unleash a / attack. When writing the word lock, one can lock down. Luin thought back to the battle in the heavenly gates. The old woman had written the word retreat and formed a forest to repel him. We lost because of luck. True luck. Luin suddenly thought of something and blurted out the word luck. Wanlu nodded with a solemn expression. That's right. The word luck represents luck. Luin could not believe it. The spring and autumn scroll can do that. Wanlu smiled bitterly. The spring and autumn scroll is the name of the organization they belong to. It is also the bamboo scroll. It is a turbid treasure. You can always trust in the abilities of turbid treasures. Luin understood. If that was the case, their loss was not unjustified. Luck was on their side. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3806. I only guessed it many years later. Luck is illusory, and to be honest, no one would think in that direction. However, I lost to an ordinary cultivator, or even an ordinary person. That's the only possibility. Wanlu lamented, that woman Ing Mei is as despicable as her mother. Their clan has always been despicable since their ancestors. They used all sorts of methods to obtain the turbid treasure, the spring and autumn bamboo slip, and established it. Many people hate the spring and autumn jade slip, but they can't do anything about it. On the other hand, the spring and autumn jade slip became more and more prosperous. It even produced a genius sleeping in the junior imperial tower. Wanlu then looked at Luin. I made a bet with Ing Mei that I wouldn't bring back Ming Xiaoqiu in the name of the Myriad Elephant Valley. That's why I wanted to meet you when I heard that you promised Xiaolong to bring back Ming Xiaoqiu. In terms of strength, no matter how strong you are, how can you suppress the spring and autumn jade slip? That's something that even the imperial god can't do. If we bet, luck is on the spring and autumn jade slip side, and we can't win. Furthermore, if you stand up for the Myriad Elephant Valley, I'll become a person who breaks my promise. That's shameful in the cultivation world. Xiaolong doesn't know about this, and I don't plan on letting her know. I can only ask you to stop. Luin didn't understand. It's not worth it to expose their ability to use luck just because of Ming Xiaoqiu. Wanlu said, at first, I couldn't figure it out either. That's why I didn't think of luck. How could Ming Xiaoqiu expose the spring and autumn jade slip as a trump card that can obtain luck? Luck is something that everyone wants. Once it's exposed, countless people will set their eyes on the spring and autumn jade slip. Later, we found out that the spring and autumn jade slip used Xiaoqiu to create the Myriad Elephant Valley. It's possible to use the spring and autumn jade slip's unique ability to write words. If you can obtain the Myriad Elephant Valley by exposing your luck, then it's worth it. Do you know how much respect the Myriad Elephant Valley has gained over the years? The spring and autumn jade slip offended too many people, especially the sixth night pillar, who is a mortal enemy. If they don't advance, they will retreat. They have to increase their strength by any means possible. The spring and autumn booklet was actually just like Yuya, who had staked everything on a single throw. Otherwise, the moment any generation weakened, it would be the moment of its destruction. Now that Qian Shu had become the junior protector, he had exposed his luck trump card, and he had even created the Myriad Elephant Valley. The spring and autumn booklet was trying to use this opportunity to soar. Right, perhaps all of this had something to do with luck. Luck was not always on the side of the spring and autumn scroll. It was very likely that the spring and autumn scroll wanted to use luck to surpass the various factions. How could Wanlu not be able to tell? Not necessarily. First, he didn't want to break his promise. Otherwise, Wanxiang Valley would lose face. Second, Wanxiang Valley had Ming Xiaolong. No matter what, they had the Green Lotus Imperial Guard and a star sail. The spring and autumn jade slip couldn't do anything to Wanxiang Valley. As for the other factions, the Myriad Elephant Valley did not consider them. Wanlu faced Lu Yin solemnly. Sir, please stop. The Myriad Elephant Valley will definitely reward you generously. Lu Yin looked at Wanlu. How much did she tell you about why I helped Ming Xiaolong? Wanlu said, she didn't say much. She just said that you owe her a favor and promised to help. Lu Yin nodded, promise. Your promise is important, but mine isn't. Wanlu looked deeply at Lu Yin. Therefore, the Myriad Elephant Valley can compensate you and guarantee that this matter will not spread. Lu Yin sympathized with Wanlu more and more. Lu Xiyu had told Lu Xizhan many things, so Lu Xizhan had guessed something. On the other hand, Ming Xiaolong didn't tell Wanlu anything, so Wanlu didn't know anything. But through this conversation, Lu Yin knew what kind of person Wanlu was. He was selfish and could ignore others for his own reputation. Of course, this was human nature and there was nothing to say. At least he had found the spring and autumn jade slip for Ming Xiaolong. Ming Xiaolong probably knew this person's character, so she didn't plan to tell him anything. Since this was the case, Lu Yin didn't plan to say anything more to him. At this time, Ming Xiaolong came again impatiently. Are you done? How long do you want me to wait? Wanlu was helpless. He looked at Lu Yin apologetically and said softly, thank you, sir. He walked out of the valley. When he passed by Ming Xiaolong, he wanted to say something, but Ming Xiaolong glared at him. He didn't say anything and left helplessly. Ming Xiaolong snorted and looked at Lu Yin as she walked over. Lu Yin sat quietly and watched Ming Xiaolong walk over. Ming Xiaolong sneered, thief, you're not idle no matter where you go. It's such a short journey from the Xizang region to the Wanxiang Valley, but you can still find beauties. You're an old hand. Lu Yin pursed his lips. Didn't Elder Lu tell you? So you're an old hand. Even Elder Lu can't see the problem. Lu Yin was speechless. He couldn't respond to this. Ming Xiaolong sat down and stared at Lu Yin. What did Wanlu say to you? He told me not to care. Ming Xiaolong was furious. I knew it. That bastard only cares about himself. Lu Yin laughed. Ming Xiaolong glared at Lu Yin. You're not a good person either. You sold him out. Lu Yin was speechless. I didn't cooperate with him. I answered whatever you asked me. Is there a problem? Ming Xiaolong sneered. Then why don't you admit that you were peeping? Lu Yin choked. He understood Wanlu. In front of such a master, anything he said was wrong. He suddenly missed Lu Xiyu. That girl was much cuter. Wanlu miscalculated. No matter what he promised, you wouldn't agree. Even if he gave you the Wanxiang Valley, it's impossible. I knew he wanted to interfere, so I didn't say anything. Look at him. He thought he could succeed, but in the end, he couldn't do anything. Ridiculous. Ming Xiaolong was proud. Lu Yin shook his head. I'll help you bring Ming Xiaochu back, right? Ming Xiaolong looked at Lu Yin. Can you bring her back? What do you think? I'm asking you. Okay, I can. What do you plan to do? I don't know. Ming Xiaolong stared. Then you said you can bring her back. Luin was annoyed. Your attitude towards me has been problematic since just now. I'm already very friendly. What kind of attitude do I need when facing a thief who only knows how to peep? Ming Xiaolong retorted. Luin suddenly reached out and lifted the veil on her face. When the veil fell, Ming Xiaolong was shocked, but it couldn't hide her beautiful face. She was like a flower frightened by the rain and hurriedly retreated. At the same time, a figure suddenly appeared with a speed rarely seen in the world. The figure grabbed at Luin. Luin raised his eyebrows and flicked his finger, hitting the back of the figure's hand. The figure felt his arm go numb and was even more shocked that his speed had been seen through. He hurriedly blocked in front of Ming Xiaolong. Another figure appeared behind Luin. Stop! Ming Xiaolong hurriedly shouted. The figure behind Luin stopped and looked at Ming Xiaolong doubtfully. Ming Xiaolong picked up the veil and put it on. She stared at Luin. You! Luin looked at her with a faint smile. Treat me better. I'm not Wan Lu. Ming Xiaolong wanted to scold him, but a voice entered her ear. Miss, this person is very troublesome. He can see through my speed. I can't even lift my arm. Ming Xiaolong's eyes flashed and she gritted her teeth. Retreat. The two figures did not hesitate and retreated. Luin smiled. Lu Xiu should have told you what happened in the Xifang region. The Xifang region could not stop me and the Wanxiang Valley could not stop me. You still want to find trouble? Ming Xiaolong stared at Luin hatefully. No one has ever lifted my veil. Luin looked up. No one has ever seen me as a thief. You have the strength to face the spring and autumn bamboo slip. Of course. But the spring and autumn bamboo slip is not simple. It will be difficult to bring my brother back by force. Even if he is brought back, Wan Lu will let my brother be taken away for his reputation. This has nothing to do with me. Luin did not care. Ming Xiaolong said, then you can't fulfill my conditions. Luin stared at Ming Xiaolong. Ming Xiaolong was not afraid. I only wrote 3 words on the paper, Ming Xiaoqiu. I did not mention this as a condition. Therefore, I can raise conditions at any time. It is not impossible for you to destroy the spring and autumn bamboo slip. Luin smiled. Okay, then I will destroy the spring and autumn bamboo slip. Ming Xiaolong was shocked and looked at Luin like he was an idiot. Are you serious? As long as you mention it. Luin was very serious. He wanted to find trouble with the spring and autumn bamboo slip. It would be perfect if he used Qing Lianyu as a background. Qing Lianyu was the one who asked him to find trouble. It had nothing to do with him. If he wanted to find trouble, he would find Qing Lianyu. What a good excuse. Ming Xiaolong did not take Lu Yin's words seriously. It was impossible for her to take them seriously. Destroy the spring and autumn bamboo slip. Dream on. In short, stay in the nature manifestation valley for a while. After the book of the world is over, you can go to the Ling Yuan. At that time, most of the people who support the spring and autumn bamboo slip will have left. There will not be much resistance to you doing anything. Ming Xiaolong said. Now was not the time to argue with Luin. She wanted to bring her brother back. Nothing else was important. Luin felt that it was a pity. This woman looked domineering and liked to insult people. However, she was too inexperienced and lacked courage. Lu Xiu and Ming Xiaolong made Luin feel a little disappointed in the 7 fairies. The dignified Teal Lotus ruler, an eternal realm powerhouse, didn't seem to have taken in any amazing disciples. Could it be that Teal Lotus ruler had taken in disciples based on fate? Or did he have other motives? Although they were not geniuses and were not shrewd, their hearts were not bad. Each of them had a powerful background, which led to their naivety in worldly affairs. On the other hand, they were all very young. Perhaps this temperament was something they should have. He was just too mature. He did not know if the rest of the 7 fairies were like this. At this moment, the Ling Yuan was holding a grand event called the Book of the World. The organizer was the Spring and Autumn Bamboo Slip. Although many people did not like the Spring and Autumn Bamboo Slip, there were also some people who had received its grace and secretly helped it. The Book of the World was a large part of the reason for this. Book of the World, right of the world. Only the Spring and Autumn Bamboo Slip had such a domineering saying. During the grand event, the Spring and Autumn Bamboo Slip would write a batch of characters that contained their power and hide them in an area. At the same time, they would invite people from various major powers to search for them. Whoever found them would own them. These characters were not simple. The power contained in each character was not weak. There were definitely characters written by Guanyin Mei in the Spring and Autumn Bamboo Slip. That was the power of a powerhouse who had completed the bitter disaster realm. Anyone who obtained it would be rich. Thus, during the Book of the World, not to mention those who had been invited, even those who had not been invited would join in the fun. Although they could not own it, they could sell it to those who could, including many rogue cultivators. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3807. Although the Book of the World wasn't a grand event in the 9th heaven, it still attracted many people. At least, there were more people than the Silan region. Occasionally, one could even see the inheritor of the divine defense. This was what Elder Lu had told Lu Yin on the way to the Myriad Elephant Valley. The Myriad Elephant Valley had their eyes on the Spring and Autumn Scroll. How long until the Book of the World ends? Lu Yin asked. Ming Xiaolong said, half a year. That long? Do you think it's easy to find those words? The Spring and Autumn Scroll isn't stupid. Once they find it, they'll leave. Aren't they just giving others opportunities for free? Of course, the longer they drag it out, the better. If they drag it out, not only will the Spring and Autumn Scroll be on good terms with some powers, but it will also allow their disciples to earn a fortune. Lu Yin was surprised. Earn a fortune? Ming Xiaolong was disdainful. As long as the hidden words and the words written by the disciples of the Spring and Autumn Scroll are not used, who knows if they're real or fake? The disciples of the Spring and Autumn Scroll will search for them and take the opportunity to sell their own words. Those with good eyesight can see the difference, but many can't. They can only buy and gamble. Those who buy aren't afraid of faking it. This is also the intelligence of the Spring and Autumn Scroll. They don't allow fakes and the words have to be sold at the same price. If they buy the real thing, then it's real. If they buy a fake one, then no one can complain. Thus, although the Spring and Autumn Scroll loses a bunch of words, it gains a lot. It's not a loss at all in terms of friendship and resources. As its reputation grows, more and more people come to buy it. Lu Yin praised, it really knows how to do things. Actually, it's the same as the Myriad Elephant Valley. Don't you guys rely on the power of heaven and earth to obtain resources and connections? He paused and looked at Ming Xiaolong. So the Spring and Autumn Scroll wants to create another Myriad Elephant Valley. Ming Xiaolong looked at Lu Yin with an expression that only he could understand. Only after tasting it will you know how wonderful it is. The Spring and Autumn Slips have been jealous of us for too long. Our Wanxiang Valley's biggest connection to the outside world is the god of defense under the star sail. The Spring and Autumn Slips have no relation to the divine defense, and it is very difficult for them to have a relation. Lu Yin nodded. Wan Lu was only speaking on the surface, but Ming Xiaolong's words were clear. To put it in the most vulgar terms, if everyone in the world was a son-in-law, there was no need to worry that the world would not belong to the father-in-law. I can't wait for half a year, Lu Yin said bluntly. Ming Xiaolong frowned. I don't care what you have to do. My condition is the most important or you won't be able to complete it. Do you really think that you can threaten me? You'll never change this condition. I'll go do something else first, and we'll talk about it again in 100 years. Time doesn't mean anything to me. Ming Xiaolong was exasperated. Lu Yin did not care about the length of time, but it was different for Ming Xiaoqiu. The longer it took, the easier it would be for Ming Xiaoqiu to be bewitched by the spring and autumn booklet. At that point, even if he brought it back, it would be difficult for him to find a place in Myriad Elephant Valley. Thinking of this, her tone softened a lot. You don't have to wait for half a year. A month should be enough. Why? In a month, someone will be leaving. Lu Yin was surprised. There's someone you're afraid of. Ming Xiaolong's tone was low. Who isn't afraid of that woman? Tell me about it. Ming Xiaolong said, there is nothing to say. Not long after, Oswo brought Lu Yin to Xingfan's seclusion grounds. Lu Yin finally understood why Ming Xiaolong had looked at him strangely. This was a secluded valley with a small river running through it. Both sides of the valley were filled with trees with pink flowers. There was a courtyard by the river. The courtyard was filled with pink ribbons, and the ground was covered with a thick layer of pink flowers. The room was also pink. The dressing table, the silk curtains, and the undergarments were all pink. Lu Yin left the courtyard and gulped. What the hell? Xingfan was a woman. But even if she was, what the hell was all this pink? Xingfan, a dignified god of defense, had actually dressed up his own seclusion grounds like this. This was too. He could not describe it. This was not a seclusion grounds, it was clearly a woman's boudoir. Lu Yin exhaled. When he had first seen the courtyard, he had thought that he had been fooled, but Ming Xiaolong did not dare to fool him, so it had to be true. This really was overturning his worldview. Lu Yin stood by the river. He could not go to the courtyard, so he would just take a look here. He had come here to try his best to find out why Xingfan was able to set up a spiritual universe. Even if Lu Yin knew that he could easily defeat Xingfan, Yuya, and the others, he would not be able to push an entire spiritual universe's resources to the ninth heaven universe. This was not something that could be done with just strength. Xingfan must have some special power. He was especially thinking about how long Xingfan had been around Yu Sang Tian's time, but a long time before Yu Sang Tian, the spiritual universe's resources had already been plundered by the ninth heaven universe. How had the ninth heaven universe done it then? Xingfan was just one of the reasons. If he could not find the reason, he would not know how to stop the ninth heaven universe from using this method to plunder the Tianyuan universe's resources. It would be best to destroy this method. Lu Yin stayed in the valley for the rest of the time, feeling the flow of power here. He calmed his heart and went into seclusion. On the other side, Ming Xiaolong looked at the valley. Miss, he went to the courtyard and quickly retreated, Oswa said. Ming Xiaolong was proud. Threatening her and making a move against her was the price. It was best to be honest. Otherwise, if this matter was revealed to Xingfan, Xingfan's temper would definitely cause trouble for her. Another handle was in her hand. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Lu Yin suddenly opened his eyes and looked above the valley. He saw the starry sky of Myriad Elephant Valley, and it also felt like he was looking at the ninth heaven universe. He used karma as the end and constantly attacked, trying to find any clues that Xingfan had left behind. However, there was nothing. After thinking for half a month, he suddenly recalled the influence of Myriad Elephant Valley. The influence of the world and the spirit seed liquid were the same. The spirit seed liquid was the influence of Myriad Elephant Valley. Then, could Xing Fan have cultivated the influence of the world to be able to see the spirit seed liquid? Only by seeing the spirit seed liquid could he plunder it. It was said that Xing Fan had created the spirit threads, but based on the time, that should not be the case. Spirit threads, the influence of the world, and the phenomenon of the world. Lu Yin's mind flashed, but he did not realize that he had forgotten about Myriad Elephant Valley. The realms of Myriad Elephant Valley were divided into 10 elephants, 100 elephants, 1,000 elephants, Wanxiang, and the legendary phenomenon of the world. However, because the phenomenon of the world had not appeared for a long time, no one mentioned it. Myriad Elephant Valley, Myriad Elephant Valley. Lu Yin had always been led astray by this name. He thought that Myriad Elephant Valley was the most respected, but in reality, the phenomenon of the world was the most respected. He had seen Myriad Elephant Valley, but not the phenomenon of the world. When he thought of this, Lu Yin stood up and went to find Ming Xiaolong again. Phenomenon of the world. Why are you asking this? I have an epiphany. As expected of Myriad Elephant Valley, the influence of the world is different. Ming Xiaolong looked at Lu Yin suspiciously. You can see the influence of the world. Is it very difficult? Nonsense. Ming Xiaolong rolled her eyes. Some people can avoid the influence of the world or disturb it, but only my Myriad Elephant Valley can see it. Otherwise, why do you think the spring and autumn scroll took my brother away? What do you take my Myriad Elephant Valley for? Okay, I can't see it. That's more like it. Ming Xiaolong glared at Lu Yin, but then felt that something was wrong. She was suspicious. Can you see it or not? I can't. I don't believe you. Soon after, Ming Xiaolong brought Lu Yin to the place where the ancient books were kept. Although it was called an ancient book, it was actually the history of Myriad Elephant Valley recorded on the beast bone. Are you very interested in my Myriad Elephant Valley? Ming Xiaolong always felt that Lu Yin was not right, but she could not refuse. Otherwise, there might be an accident when saving Ming Xiaoqiu. She was now relying on Lu Yin for help. Moreover, this was not a secret place. There were no records of any cultivation techniques or battle skills of Myriad Elephant Valley. It was just some cultural history. Lu Yin picked up the beast bone and looked at it. He said casually, I am interested in the Zhouxiao universe. I can understand it through the history of the major forces. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3808. Ming Xiaolong remembered that Lu Yin came from the three universes. Her master had mentioned it before. She was surprised. How did you cover up the aura of the outer universe? Lu Yin smiled at her. Teach you. Ming Xiaolong was not interested. No need. Lu Yin's expression was sincere. It's best to learn. Otherwise, if the ninth heaven universe is destroyed one day, it will be difficult for you to escape to other universes to hide your identity. Ming Xiaolong suddenly became angry. She wanted to scold Lu Yin, but her good upbringing made her only say the word thief. She turned away angrily. Seeing Ming Xiaolong leave, Lu Yin laughed. It was best that she did not disturb him. He did not know the language of the ninth heaven universe, but it was easy to learn. For a few days, Lu Yin was reading the history of the Nature Manifestation Valley. He still did not understand the phenomenon of heaven and earth. There would not be any explanation of the general trend of heaven and earth recorded there. This was also the reason why Ming Xiaolong left without worry. However, Lu Yin still had a general understanding of what he wanted to know. The Nature Manifestation Valley had a long history. As for how long it was, there was no way to investigate. It was impossible to calculate the years. For example, no one knew when the current god of defense, Shueta, Wondergate, and Qing Lian were born. The eternal life realm had an endless lifespan. They had survived until now, and there were no legends about their deeds. Although the history of the Nature Manifestation Valley could not be seen clearly, Lu Yin found something interesting. Before Xingfan went into seclusion, the Nature Manifestation Valley could still produce powerhouses. However, after Xingfan went into seclusion, the Nature Manifestation Valley could no longer produce such powerhouses. This was one of the reasons. Secondly, whenever a powerhouse of heaven and earth appeared in the Nature Manifestation Valley, their status was unparalleled. From these ancient records, it could be seen that every generation of Nature Manifestation Valley had a powerhouse of heaven and earth. The words left behind were very domineering, or rather, high and mighty. Thirdly, Lu Yin's guess had almost been confirmed. No one knew the whereabouts of every generation of myriad Elephant Valley's heaven and earth phenomenon powerhouses. Apart from knowing that there was a single person who made the various powers not dare to provoke myriad Elephant Valley, there was no record of what the heaven and earth phenomenon powerhouses of that generation had done or experienced. The Nature Manifestation Valley itself had doubts about the records of every generation of powerhouses of heaven and earth. Why would there be doubts? If Lu Yin's guess was correct, then the only reason why heaven and earth phenomenon powerhouses were respected and not known by the world was because what they did was not in the 9 firmaments, but in spiritualization. Before the star sail, the 9 heavens universes plundering of the resources of the spiritualized universe, the birth of the spirit threads, and the combination of the spirit word and the funnel were all nature phenomenon powerhouses of the myriad Elephant Valley. Lu Yin put down the beast bone. If his guess was right, then the birth of the star sail was equivalent to putting an end to the existence of heaven and earth phenomenon powerhouses in the myriad Elephant Valley. How could the myriad Elephant Valley not know about this? How could Wan Lu not know? They weren't fools. They must have guessed something. Maybe the myriad Elephant Valley could only produce one heaven and earth phenomenon expert every generation, or maybe there were some conditions that allowed only one person to grasp the spirit thread. Therefore, once the star sail was formed, the myriad Elephant Valley was gone. If that was really the case, then the myriad Elephant Valley was truly aggrieved. The opportunity had been forcefully snatched away by Xingfan, and they didn't dare to snatch it back. This was because Xingfan was a god of defense, and the myriad Elephant Valley couldn't afford to offend him. They had no choice but to use Xingfan's reputation to gain face for the myriad Elephant Valley. If not for Xingfan, the myriad Elephant Valley would not have been able to produce a heaven and earth phenomenon powerhouse. Would the spring and autumn scroll dare to treat the myriad Elephant Valley this way? Lu Yin's eyes flickered. Could it be that the spring and autumn scroll not only wanted to see the connections that the myriad Elephant Valley had accumulated over the years, but also wanted to snatch a heaven and earth phenomenon? Once the spring and autumn scroll snatched a heaven and earth phenomenon powerhouse, the myriad Elephant Valley would be able to cooperate with the 9 firmaments to plunder the spiritualized universe's resources. The spring and autumn scroll would then be able to completely reverse the situation. What 6th night pillar? What myriad Elephant Valley? Everyone would be helpless against the spring and autumn scroll. Lu Yin frowned, as he didn't know if his guess was right. If only one heaven and earth phenomenon could be born, then did the spring and autumn scroll know about it? If it did, then why did they hope that a heaven and earth phenomenon powerhouse would be born during the starsoul's time? Lu Yin exhaled. While there weren't many powers in the 9 firmaments universe, and the number of them could be counted with one's fingers, the relationships between them were very complicated. He returned to the canyon and looked up at the stars. If he wanted to know if his guess was correct, there was one way to do so, and that was to understand heaven and earth phenomenon. He wanted to see if another powerhouse with heaven and earth phenomenon could be born and whether or not they could plunder the resources of the spiritualized universe. However, it wasn't easy at the moment. Ming Xiaolong was clearly on guard against him. She had asked all sorts of questions about heaven and earth phenomena, and if he asked her about it, she definitely wouldn't say anything. There was no rush. He just needed to bring Ming Xiaolong along on this trip to the mausoleum. There would always be a chance to ask her something. A month had passed since Lu Yin had arrived at the Myriad Elephant Valley. Lu Yin walked out of the canyon and headed to the mausoleum. Ming Xiaolong's expression wasn't too good. That woman hadn't left yet, and she wanted to stall for time. Lu Yin saw her hesitation, and it was just as well. If she wanted to stall for time, then he could ask her along the way. Let's go to the mausoleum. Elder Lu had also brought Shui Su along. When she heard that they were going to the mausoleum, Shui Su's eyes lit up. The mausoleum is the book of the world gathering. You want to go too? Let's go together. Ming Xiaolong was baffled. Even if he wanted it, he had already rejected Wan Lu. Wan Lu couldn't give it to him. Wan Lu's face was heavy as he put away the scabs. He was helpless. He couldn't stop Ming Xiaolong or Lu Yin. He only hoped that they wouldn't be too impulsive. Hey, you're not leaving. Ming Xiaolong looked back at Shui Su. Shui Su stepped forward and hesitated. Well, I suddenly remembered something. I won't go to the Ling Yuan now. Goodbye. Then she quickly ran out of the valley, not daring to look back. Lu Yin laughed. He knew that they were looking for trouble with the spring and autumn scroll, so he didn't dare to follow. It was a wise choice. But how were they going to leave? To leave the Wanxiang Valley, they had to go through the abyss. Thinking about this, Lu Yin and Ming Xiaolong slowly walked out of the valley. Wan Lu's voice came from behind. Xiaolong, you'd better stay. If Mr. Wan Lu acts alone, he'll have a better chance. Ming Xiaolong snorted. Are you afraid that I'll drag you down or that I'll embarrass you? Don't worry, I'll go in my own name. I won't drag the Wanxiang Valley down. Wan Lu was helpless as he watched Lu Yin and Ming Xiaolong leave. A figure walked out from behind him. It was Ozwa, who had led the way for Lu Yin. How strong is this person? Wan Lu whispered. Ozwa's voice was dry as if he hadn't spoken for a long time. I can't see clearly, but he's very strong. Can you force him to stay? Behind them, Elder Lu was shocked when he heard this. He wanted to speak, but it wasn't his turn to speak. Ozwa muttered to himself for a moment. I can't. Elder Lu heaved a sigh of relief. He had seen with his own eyes how Lu Yin had subdued the Silin Sword sect. Although the Wanxiang Valley had a high status and a deep foundation, they might not be a match for the Silin Sword sect in a real fight. The Silin Sword sect couldn't do anything to Lu Yin, let alone the Wanxiang Valley. Follow them and protect Mississippi. Wan Lu was powerless. Ozwa disappeared. At the edge of the Wanxiang Valley, Shui Su looked at the abyss with an ugly expression. How could they leave? Behind them, Lu Yin and Ming Xiaolong arrived. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3809. Seeing them coming, Shui Su felt awkward and embarrassed, so she moved to the side. Lu Yin took a step forward and a path appeared under his feet. Ming Xiaolong looked at Shui Su and raised her eyebrows. Let's go. Shui Su was grateful. Thank you. Then she quickly followed. Ming Xiaolong didn't care about Shui Su at all. It could be seen that Lu Yin didn't care either. He was just a passerby who was passing by. He was a little smart but couldn't be used in a big situation. Behind them, the nature valley gradually disappeared. When Shui Su stepped on the other side of the abyss, she was completely relieved. She saluted Lu Yin and Ming Xiaolong. Shui Su thanks the two of you for your help. I'll take my leave now. If we meet again in the future, I'll definitely repay you. After that, Ming Xiaolong nodded, she saluted again and left. Lu Yin looked at Shui Su's departing figure and remained silent. Ming Xiaolong glanced at him. Why? Can't bear to part with her. Lu Yin said lightly, we will meet again soon. Ming Xiaolong frowned. Put your mind on the right path. I don't care what relationship you have with that woman. Fulfilling my conditions is the most important. Lu Yin looked at her. How do we go to the Ling Plains? With his speed, he could reach the Ling Plains soon, but if he took Ming Xiaolong with him, it was obvious that this woman would not let him take her. She wanted to deliberately delay time, and he wanted to be delayed by her. Ming Xiaolong snorted and took out a leaf from her cosmic ring. The leaf grew with the wind and finally became much bigger than the beast carriage. It was as big as a house. Lu Yin was surprised and touched it. It's tough enough. Of course, this is the leaf of Lan Yuzhou. Its toughness is comparable to the defense of a sequence law master, Ming Xiaolong said. She looked at Lu Yin with disdain. Lan Yuzhou. A foreign universe that was destroyed. Lu Yin's heart sank. Why was it destroyed? Was it destroyed by the Zhoushuo universe? Ming Xiaolong mounted the leaf and looked at Lu Yin. Yes, I don't know why you came to the Zhoushuo universe from the three universes. It must be to find a way out. The three universes must have been rebooted, which is equivalent to destruction. Don't think too much. From now on, stay in the Zhoushuo universe with peace of mind. If you can become Yi Hai's disciple, you will be second to the three and above everyone else in the Zhoushuo universe. Lu Yin also mounted the leaf. You don't need to tell me that. I will try my best, but I'm still curious. Why did you destroy Lan Yuzhou? Let's talk on the way. Ming Xiaolong's eyes flashed and the orchid leaves moved. Lu Yin waited for her to buy time. The leaf's speed should be very fast, but Lu Yin didn't ask. It was even slower than the beast carriages. Lu Yin looked over and was overjoyed. Shui Su had indeed come. Just now, he had discovered that there were familiar people outside the Nature Manifestation Valley. They were the same people who had captured Shui Su before. Those people could not enter the Nature Manifestation Valley, nor did they dare to enter. They did not want to give up, so they waited outside. They dared to block outside the Wanxiang Valley for the scab. Those people were really desperate. It was normal when he thought about it. A scab was a chance to become Qing Lian's disciple. Even if the chance was slim, who would give it up? Even if they didn't go to Yi Hai, a scab could be sold for a sky-high price. It was enough for them to get resources for cultivation. For this, it was normal to take risks. This was the world of cultivation. Ming Xiaolong stopped and looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin was puzzled. Why are you looking at me? Aren't you going to save her? What does it have to do with me? That girl looks good. She can be compared to our 7 fairies. Since you peeped on us, aren't you interested in her? Ming Xiaolong said disdainfully. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. If you say the word peeping again, I will use your socks as a veil for you. Ming Xiaolong blushed and glared at Lu Yin. Shameless. On the other side, Shui Su caught up with him and pleaded, Sir, please save me. Those evil people are coming again. Lu Yin laughed. Fate. We meet again so soon. Shui Su said bitterly, please save me. Why don't you tell them to give the scab to Wanxiang Valley? Lu Yin said naturally. Ming Xiaolong raised her eyebrows. This despicable guy. He was too skilled in this trick. Shui Su's face was pale. They won't believe it. They said that if they can't find the scab, they will sell me to the brothel. Lu Yin shook his head. He was not a good person. He just had some responsibilities and was not too cold. Otherwise, he would have left long ago. The murderous intent of the people behind was real, especially the looming aura in the distance. It had the strength of a sequence rule. It was easy to deal with, but there was no need to kill for this girl. In the world of cultivation, there were too many such things. No one dared to say that they were a good person. If they did, their bones would turn cold. Those people did not dare to approach Lan Yi. They recognized Lan Yi. In Zhuxiao universe, people who used Lan Yi as a mount were either rich or noble. Especially at the entrance of Wanxiang Valley, it was likely that they were from Wanxiang Valley. Ming Xiaolong couldn't bear to see Shui Su pleading with her eyes red. She brought her up. Shui Su was grateful. Thank you. Thank you, sister. Ming Xiaolong was silent. Lan Yi headed for the mausoleum. Behind them, those people looked at each other and did not dare to chase. They could only watch as Lan Yi left. At the same time, the distant mausoleum was extremely lively. Pavilions floated in the air, and there were flowing lakes and lakes. Bookstalls were set up on the ground, and disciples of the spring and autumn booklet sat beside them. Every bookstall had people observing them, trying to find useful words. The disciples pretended to be mysterious, and some even closed their eyes to prevent others from seeing through them. Most of the bookstalls did not have words, but if a disciple found words on the spring and autumn booklet, they had to display them. This was the rule. Besides the bookstalls, there were also restaurants, weapon shops, and so on. The originally peaceful mausoleum had become a market. In the sky above the mausoleum, a bamboo slip with a hazy halo floated in the air. It was the spring and autumn booklet. It was so big that it covered half of the mausoleum. From time to time, people would climb up the spring and autumn booklet, and from time to time, people would come down from it. Brother, you can look at it, but don't touch it. If you touch it, you have to buy it, a disciple beside the bookstall reminded him. I didn't touch it. It's just the feeling of being close. A little. Don't get too close. The stench from your mouth is suffocating me. How can you say that? Is the disciple of the spring and autumn booklet so bad? That depends on who you are talking to. You have been loitering in front of my bookstall for 10 days. For 10 whole days, your stench has suffocated people away so that you can slowly choose. Do you think I don't know? Don't change the topic. Your attitude is so bad. How do you teach your disciples? Is it your turn to say that? Bah, if your attitude is so bad, I won't leave. I'll just stare here. Brother, I was wrong. You can go. Stay away, okay? Which words have you taken a fancy to? I'll give it to you. Consider it a gift from me. I'm not leaving. I'll just stare here. Why are you staring? Don't waste time. It's fake. It's all fake. I swear that it's all fake, okay? Just leave. Don't waste your opportunity. It's all fake. I swear. Bah, liar. Isn't that senior brother Luo? He is the most outstanding disciple of the spring and autumn booklet. His bookstall is very trustworthy. *T. There are even elders who set up stalls for the spring and autumn booklet. How can a disciple have a chance? That's true. Sister Lu, since uncle handed you over to me, I have the responsibility to take care of you. Don't run so fast, Sister Lu. You with the surname Zhong, can you not disgust me? Get lost. Don't disturb my mood. Sister Lu, don't be like this. Which words do you want to buy? Tell me and I'll buy it for you. We don't have much, but we do have money. Alright, you said it. Don't go back on your word. That brat, that shifty-eyed one, pack up all the words on your bookstall. I'll buy them all. Aw. Thank you, senior sister. Thank you. Sister Lu, even the young master of God could only look at her from afar, feeling ashamed of his inferiority. This little one has a peerless jade pendant, and I don't know which generation's ancestor left it behind. Every time I enter my dreams, I can see the fairy floating towards me, saying something. However, this little one is stupid, and perhaps I don't have enough luck, so I can't hear it clearly. If I'm lucky enough to be favored by the young master, then this little one will be able to find a good person for the jade pendant. Sister Lu stared blankly at the man who suddenly blocked her way. She didn't have time to react to his words. She listened to his long-winded words, but it was very pleasing to the ear. She was especially pleased when he looked at her with admiration. She waved her hand and said, I'll buy it. The man with the surname Zhong opened his mouth wide. Those weren't words. Thank you, Mississippi. Your talent is unparalleled. Your name will be known throughout the 9 clouds. The man bowed gratefully. The man with the surname Zhong gritted his teeth and glared at him. This bastard was obviously a swindler. How much? The man revealed a brilliant smile and pulled out a pile of jade pendants from his bosom like a magic trick. Sincerity. Before he could finish speaking, a loud noise shook the mountains and the earth, attracting everyone's attention. The man with the surname Zhong's eyes lit up. He threw down the jade pendants and ran. At a corner of the mausoleum, a figure rushed out in a sorry state. He cursed as he ran, Jin Clan, you're not done yet, are you? Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Don't force me. Otherwise, I'll bring the 5 Palms sect to destroy your Jin Clan. The arrow pierced through the void and shot into nothingness. A deep voice said, the conflict between the White Jade Clan and the War Clan involves the 5 Palms sect. The Spirit Alliance is ashamed, but this matter has nothing to do with my Jin Clan. The 5 Palms sect attacked the Jin Clan. You must give us an explanation. Find whoever hid you and get an explanation. Why are you looking for me? I've been staying in the mausoleum all this time. Do you have a witness? I'm giving you face. You want me to prove it? Your Excellency, please come with me. Boom. There was another loud noise. Immediately after, a palm print fell from above. At this time, a word suddenly appeared and blocked the palm print. It was the word shield. If you want to fight, please don't come out. Stay away from the mausoleum. I'm Xiao Bei of the Spirit Alliance's Jin Clan. If I've offended the Spring and Autumn Jade Slip, I hope you can forgive me. I'm Spirit Alliance, I hope the Spring and Autumn Jade Slip will forgive me. The voices gradually faded away. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 38:10. On the spring and autumn slip, many gazes looked into the distance. The Spirit Alliance is quite tactful. If they really disturb the book world, they won't be able to bear the consequences. The Spirit Alliance seems huge, but it's just a group of stray dogs from the outer universe. There's no need to care about them. On the other hand, if something happens to Lang Ruyu in the Ling Plains, the 5 great sects might come looking for trouble. The 5 great sects have been desolate for a long time. Ever since the third generation 5 great sects leader got into trouble, no one has cared about them. They don't dare to provoke the spring and autumn slip. If they dare to come back, I'll teach them a lesson, an old woman said. Everyone looked at her with respect and fear. This old woman was the one who had attacked Lu Yin in the Heavenly Gate. She was called Granny Ya and was one of the oldest seniors on the spring and autumn slip. She had undergone spiritual cultivation and had reached the peak of the bitter disaster realm. She was also Qian Shu's protector. In the distance, Qian Shu had his hands clasped behind his back. He had his own aura, and he looked like a deity in the background of the mother tree. He was talking to the heirs of the other powers. Among the crowd, Qian Shu stood out like a crane among chickens. Everyone looked at him with reverence. He was sleeping in the Junior Imperial Tower, and he had a unique position in the Ninth Heaven universe. With the spring and autumn slip behind him, there were very few in the Ninth Heaven universe who could compare to Qian Shu. Qian Shu smiled and said something indifferently. He didn't care about the Spirit Alliance or the 5 great sects at all. As he spoke, he attracted a lot of praise. At that moment, he suddenly looked to the side, and his eyes lit up. His expression became even gentler. I think the commotion just now must have disturbed your peace. Should I capture them to apologize to you? Everyone looked over and was stunned. The lady that Qian Shu was talking about had a peerless appearance. She stood there as if there was a ravine between her and the others. They could see her, but they couldn't get close to her. She was aloof from the world. Even the women didn't dare show any jealousy, and the men suppressed the passion and adoration in their eyes, not daring to reveal it. This lady's status was too unique, and they couldn't covet her. Even Qian Shu was a bit inferior. No need. These 3 short words calmed everyone down. The lady's gaze didn't land on anyone. She just looked into the distance, and no one knew what she was thinking. Qian Shu smiled. All right. The moment that woman came out, the old woman unconsciously bent her waist. She didn't even dare to look at her. For an expert at the peak of the bitter calamity realm, this was very exaggerated, but this woman was worth it. Her existence should be looked up to by everyone. Her birth was the noblest, and no one could compare to it. She was like a beam of light, illuminating the entire starry sky. She had changed the history of the continent of the 9 clouds. Now, the continent of the 9 clouds had a young master. Outside the mausoleum, the great battle was still ongoing. A group of experts from the Spirit Alliance besieged Lang Ryu of the 5 great sects. Naturally, it attracted many people to chase after them to watch. The 5 great sects were too special in the continent of the 9 clouds. Everybody in the continent of the 9 clouds respected godly defense, but they wanted to drag him down. Didn't they say that the leader of the 5 great sects wanted to change the atmosphere of the 5 great sects? Indeed, he changed the atmosphere, but he didn't change the goal. The leader of the 5 great sects, Mr. Ting Chao, wants to change the atmosphere of the 5 great sects. That's why you haven't heard of the 5 great sects causing trouble these years. That's Mr. Ting Chao's doing. But no matter who becomes the leader of the 5 great sects, they won't change their goal. They'll drag godly defense down with them. The 5 great sects are really fierce, but what's going on this time? I don't know. It seems like the 5 great sects did it, but I have the feeling that something is wrong. In the distance, Lang Ryu was dodging attacks and at the same time, he was contacting the others with his YC, old man, what's going on? What did you do? You're angering everyone. A calm voice spread from the YC, don't panic. I've already sent my fellow disciples to save you. This has nothing to do with us. We can explain. Explain first. I'm about to be destroyed. No, the Spirit Alliance isn't that audacious. They'll capture you at most. You'll be able to reap some benefits. I'll reap. Hurry up, I don't want to die. Then, he put away his YC and looked back. An arrow shot straight at him, and he screamed as he hurriedly dodged. And they said they weren't trying to kill him. These bastards. Once he explained everything, he would definitely teach them a lesson. In another direction of the graveyard, far away, Si Josher's face was dark. He had already told his master, Mr. Tide Harvester, and now his master wanted him to go to the graveyard to explain himself. Explain my ass, who would listen? That palm could not be faked. If the Spirit Alliance had not confirmed that it was the 5 great sects, they would not have caused such a huge commotion unless they brought that guy over. But even if he had 10 times the courage, he would not dare. Whether or not the 5 great sects had the ability to capture that guy was still unknown. But he had to go to the graveyard. Uncle Lang, hold on. Marshall nephew is coming. Hey, slow down. Are you in a hurry to visit the brothel? Slow down a bit. In another direction, Lan Ye's speed was not fast either. Ming Xiaolong was contacting someone from time to time, as if to confirm something. Lu Yin guessed that she was waiting for that girl to leave. He had asked her several times who she was, but Ming Xiaolong had not answered. Instead, she had told him some things about Lan Yushu, and what he cared about the most was the mother tree. Lan Yushu also had a mother tree. Although it was not as big as Nina Firmament's universe, it was indeed a mother tree. The reason why Lan Yushu had been destroyed was because it was moving. This was strange. Lu Yin had not expected that the universe would move. Lan Yushu's movement was likely to attract unknown civilizations. Even someone as strong as Nina Firmament's universe did not want to rashly come into contact with unknown civilizations. In particular, Lan Yushu's mother tree had a miasma that did not affect the creatures of Lan Yushu, but was a disaster for humans. In the end, for various reasons, Lan Yushu had been destroyed by the 6th and 7th Night Pillars. 2 Night Pillars have been able to destroy a universe. Lan Yushu was not strong, and it had only been able to move within an inch of space because of its ignorance. The more ignorant one was, the more fearless they were. Lan Yushu had a mother tree, Nina Firmament's universe, spiritualized universe, and Tianyuan universe. Where had this mother tree come from? Why did every universe have a mother tree? But the universe of consciousness did not have one. There must be some connection between the mother tree and the universe. Hurry up. At this speed, let alone a few days, we won't even reach Ling Yuan in a month, Lu Yin urged. Ming Xiaolong glanced at Lu Yin. Some things can't be rushed. Maybe we've already been targeted by the spring and autumn scroll. Lu Yin said lightly, no one is watching us, except for Ozwa. Ming Xiaolong was surprised. Ozwa is here. Lu Yin did not answer. Ming Xiaolong's gaze was complicated. Wan Lu's attitude made her angry, but Wanxiang Valley was where she grew up. The reason why she could become Qinglian Xiangyu's disciple and become one of the 7 fairies was also because of Wan Lu. This kindness could never be repaid. Wanxiang Valley is really useless. You have a long inheritance, but you are suppressed by the spring and autumn scroll, Lu Yin suddenly said. Ming Xiaolong was furious. You are useless. If there were a heaven and earth phenomenon powerhouse, Wanxiang Valley would not be like this. Lu Yin shook his head. I've checked. A heaven and earth phenomenon powerhouse does not increase one's combat power by much. Even if you had a heaven and earth phenomenon powerhouse, it would only be at the great circle of the Cross-Ku Air Great Circle. It belongs to the level that cannot be compared to Xiangyu's god. At most, it is the same as the spring and autumn scroll. Nonsense, have you seen a heaven and earth phenomenon powerhouse in action? Isn't Xingfan one? Ming Xiaolong wanted to refute, but she could not. She was silent. Lu Yin frowned. It was true. Xingfan was a heaven and earth phenomenon powerhouse. Wanxiang Valley knew this. Looking at Ming Xiaolong's expression, he was almost certain that Xingfan had cut off the appearance of Wanxiang Valley's heaven and earth phenomenon powerhouses. He shook his head. How sad. Ming Xiaolong clenched her fist but did not refute. Shui Su looked at Lu Yin and then at Ming Xiaolong. She whispered, Wanxiang Valley is really powerful and respected. This is a fact. Lu Yin did not care. Ming Xiaolong's expression looked better. No matter how Ming Xiaolong wanted to delay, they finally arrived at Ling Yuan. Looking at the bamboo slip floating in the distance, Lu Yin's expression turned serious. Is that the spring and autumn slip? Ming Xiaolong said, that's right. The spring and autumn slip is the name of their faction and also a turbid treasure. It was once obtained by the sixth night pillar and taken away by the first-generation ancestor of the spring and autumn slip, who created the spring and autumn slip. This is a great enmity between the sixth night pillar and the spring and autumn slip. If possible, the people of the sixth night pillar would want to destroy the spring and autumn slip and take back this turbid treasure. Unfortunately, they are unable to do so. The night pillar was very strong during wartime, and many powerhouses joined it. However, not many people remained in the night pillar during wartime. Most of them were people who approved of the night pillar. It could be said that they treated the night pillar as some kind of support or faction. For example, Sword Master Taizong belonged to the fifth night pillar. He would not join any faction in the universe. Even if he had comprehended the sword in the seventh night pillar, he would not join the seventh night pillar. He belonged directly to the fifth night pillar. Of course, there were also people who were waiting for wartime to fight for the position of night leader. Although it was not a necessary condition, being the night leader would be a great help in the fight for the defense of God. Both Si Jiushi and Lu Xizhan had said this before. During wartime, it was almost impossible for the sixth night pillar to destroy the spring and autumn slip. Even if they could, the sixth night pillar did not have the ability to do so. The sixth night pillar had been weak for many years. The spring and autumn slip gave Lu Yin an unfathomable feeling. He had seen many turbid treasures before, but the ones that had left the deepest impression on him were the three artifacts of White Cloud City. They had created the unique cultivation method of White Cloud City, which had been called a shortcut by the Grass Masters. There was also the Eternal Four Corners seal, which could attack when his die's 6 pips merged into someone else's body. Turbid treasures were all different. The wooden wings had been destroyed by Yu Sungtian's carving of coordinates, and Yuya's belt could only bind enemies who could not resist. These turbid treasures seemed weak, but it depended on who used them. If they were used well, they could still be very useful. Not a single turbid treasure was simple. The spring and autumn slip had been taken away by the first ancestor, who had risked becoming the sixth night pillar's mortal enemy. Below the spring and autumn slip was the Book of the World Festival. Countless people came and went, and in just a short while, more than 100 people had passed through the orchid leaf and entered the mausoleum. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 38:11. Shui Su was a little nervous. She knew that Lu Yin was here to cause trouble for the spring and autumn scroll. What should she do now? Stay away from them. That wasn't right, but what if they dragged her down? Ming Xiaolong didn't look too good either. Why hadn't that woman left yet? Let's go, Lu Yin urged. Not long after, the orchid leaf entered the mausoleum, and the bustle of the book world gradually appeared in front of them. Shui Su had completely forgotten that Lu Yin was here to cause trouble for the spring and autumn scroll. She couldn't even keep her eyes on it. There was everything here, and bookstalls were the most common. There were also all kinds of tools for sale, resources, and even restaurants. A fragrant smell wafted over, making Shu-Su take a deep breath. She loved good food. In the distance, a group of rare beasts roared. Some belonged to the ninth heaven universe, while others came from destroyed universes. Powerful auras constantly oppressed the surroundings. Some of these beasts were very powerful, and a group of cultivators gathered around to buy them. In front of them, the noise was endless. They were all arguing about something. Usually, many people would gather around a bookstall and argue with the stall owner. The stall owner was a disciple of the Spring and Autumn Scroll. "Hey, 16 have already been found. Why is it my share?" someone complained as they passed by. The person beside him smiled bitterly. "Brother, are you really going to look for words? What are you doing here if not looking for words? Finding words is only one of the goals of the Book World Conference, but it's like finding a needle in a haystack. It's extremely difficult. The more important goal is to gain experience and buy other things. The Spring and Autumn Scroll has a rule that all items in the book world must be given a 20% discount. You can't get this price outside." That's right. The Spring and Autumn Scroll is helping us. It's also helping themselves. They're the biggest sellers here. Just find a piece of land and you'll have to pay for resources. They'll pay with words and get a favor in return. It's not a loss. Ming Xiaolong put away the orchid leaf and looked at the disciples with disgust. These are all petty tricks. Many powers don't even bother to use them. You don't do it, but others do. That's why they're slowly surpassing you, Lu Yin said lightly. Ming Xiaolong wanted to retort, but he couldn't. This guy's words were really unpleasant. Who was he helping? The Spring and Autumn Scroll is the most hypocritical. Shui-Su responded, which made Ming Xiaolong look at her more and more pleasing to the eye. This little sister was very good at talking. She looked at Lu Yin and snorted, "What are you going to do?" Lu Yin stretched lazily. "Let's go, there's no rush. Something interesting is about to happen." "Does the Spring and Autumn Bamboo Slip have a grudge with the Luo family?" "I haven't heard of that," Ming Xiaolong said. Not long after, Lu Yin found himself in front of a bookstall, where the owner was trying his best to promote the words in his hand. Lu Yin looked at them with interest. The word water could be used to launch a tidal attack. Of course, it couldn't be seen if it wasn't used, but Lu Yin could feel it as soon as he touched it. The source of this water attack came from the Spring and Autumn Bamboo Slip above his head. It was said that the Spring and Autumn Bamboo Slip's disciples had to inscribe words on it for it to be effective. In other words, all the words on the Spring and Autumn Bamboo Slip originated from the turbid Spring and Autumn Bamboo Slip. Once the turbid Spring and Autumn Bamboo Slip was altered, all the words would lose their effectiveness. For those who bought the words, it was quite disadvantageous. Could this be considered as a form of interest restriction? The more words the Spring and Autumn booklet gave out, the deeper the interests of the outside world. For those words, some people had no choice but to help the Spring and Autumn booklet. The Spring and Autumn Scroll's time could not be compared to the myriad elephant valleys, but it had already surpassed the myriad elephant valleys. If it had been passed down for as long as the myriad elephant valleys, who knew how powerful it would be? At the very least, the myriad elephant valley, the 9 Feet Garden, and the 4 Lin Sword sect would not be a match for it. She was very ambitious. However, her methods were similar to Lu Yin's. It was like a political strategist entering the cultivation world that only knew how to kill and conquer. She would bring a completely different atmosphere. Ming Xiaolong looked at Lu Yin. She wasn't in a hurry to make Lu Yin act since she was just stalling for time. She hoped that the woman would hurry up and leave. With her around, it was easy for accidents to happen. Just as she was thinking this, a commotion broke out in the graveyard. Many fiendish people entered the graveyard from all directions, not giving way. Some of the bookstalls were even overturned, which infuriated the disciples of the spring and autumn bamboo slip. However, they couldn't stop these people because they belonged to the death hillock. Bang! A figure fell to the ground in a sorry state. It was a disciple of the spring and autumn bamboo slip. The disciple roared angrily as he was stepped on by a foot, unable to move. The person who had stepped on him was a woman with a cold expression. There was a sinister scar on her face that could be healed by cultivators, but she hadn't. She looked extremely vicious. The woman sneered. "You dare to obstruct the death hillock's work? I suspect that you're harboring a criminal. Come with me." The disciple of the spring and autumn bamboo slip roared, "You overturned my bookstall and dare to slander me. This is the spring and autumn bamboo slip, not your death hillock." With a thud, the person was sent flying by a kick. Many disciples of the spring and autumn bamboo slip surrounded them, but no one dared to make a move. Even if this was the spring and autumn bamboo slip's territory, they didn't dare to make a move against the people of the death hillock. It wasn't just this place. There were people of the death hillock in all directions, as if they had surrounded the entire graveyard. "It's the people of the third peak of the death hillock." Ming Xiaolong recognized them. Lu Yin asked, "Is there any special symbol?" Ming Xiaolong said, "Every peak of the death hillock has a different style. The people of the third peak are all women, and they all look ugly. No, they can't be considered ugly, but rather sinister. Even beautiful people will deliberately scratch their faces just to blend in with the third peak." "Why?" Lu Yin was surprised. "Because the third peak's leader, Long Yin, has a scar on his face," Shu Wei Su said. When she saw Lu Yin's gaze, she pursed her lips. "I heard about it." Ming Xiaolong nodded. "That's right. The people of the third peak of the death hillock respect Long Yin as their teacher and mother. Even if Long Yin explicitly told them not to scratch their faces, they would find ways to injure their faces in battle. It's a strange thing in the Jiuxiao universe." Lu Yin looked in a direction far away. Long Yin was someone who could make his subordinates so convinced. In the direction Lu Yin was looking in, a woman was walking slowly towards the graveyard in the distance. The woman wore a black coat and a bamboo hat, but it did not cover her face. On her face, a hideous scar like a centipede was clearly visible. When Lu Yin looked over, the woman also looked up and met Lu Yin's eyes from afar. Her gaze did not change, and she was not surprised that Lu Yin saw her. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. The leader of the third peak of the death hillock must know Zhao Yi. Entering the Jiuxiao universe, he would have to deal with the death hillock. He did not expect to meet her so soon. The Book of the World Conference was disrupted by the death hillock, and many people were not surprised. The death hillock only killed people who violated the rules, especially those who deliberately killed people to steal spiritual seeds. They could not escape the death hillock's pursuit, and the death hillock never interfered with the power struggle. This was a rule since ancient times, but the spring and autumn scroll was an exception. Every time the spring and autumn scroll did something, the third peak of the death hillock would always appear to cause trouble. The leader of the third peak, Long Yin, had her eyes fixed on the spring and autumn scroll. As for the outside world's comments and how she would be punished by the leader of the death hillock, it did not prevent her from finding trouble with the spring and autumn scroll. Very few people knew the reason for this. Facing the oppression of the death hillock, the disciples of the spring and autumn scroll could only retreat. It was not good for anyone to clash with the death hillock. Those women were scarier than the other. They dared to scratch their faces and show others how ugly they were. What else did they not dare to do? Stop! A person with jade skin and a paper fan walked out and stared at a woman on the death hillock. That's enough. Every time the Book of the World Conference, you all cause trouble. It's best to stop before going too far. Otherwise, the leader's punishment for peak leader Long Yin will only get worse. The woman's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Yu-Ru. It's me. The man nodded. His name was Yu-Ru and he was the young clan leader of the Spirit Alliance's White Jade clan. Don't you know why we are here? The woman sneered. She clenched the broken spike in her hand and wanted to stab it into Yu-Ru's body. Yu-Ru's expression was gloomy. His jade skin reflected the sunlight. You all are deliberately finding trouble with the Spring and Autumn Scroll. This matter will definitely affect the Death Hillock. The reputation of the Death Hillock will be ruined. The reputation of the Death Hillock that the Death Hillock's 3 mountains and 7 peaks have built up over the years has been ruined by your 3rd peak. We are here to catch a taboo offender. The woman shouted. She suddenly raised the broken spike until it was less than an inch away from Yu-Ru's face. Yu-Ru was cold and arrogant. Do it. Am I a taboo offender? The woman's eyes widened and the broken spike shot out. Yu-Ru's pupils shrank and he was shocked. He did not expect this woman to really dare to attack. Fortunately, he was pulled back by a jade-skinned elder. The elder raised his hand and grabbed the broken spike. He stared at the woman with killing intent. The young clan leader is not a taboo offender. You actually want to kill the young clan leader. This matter will be reported to the Emperor by the Spring and Autumn Scroll. The woman said coldly, I am the one who killed him. What does it have to do with the 3rd peak? From today onwards, I will withdraw from the 3rd peak. The jade-skinned elder sneered, withdraw from the 3rd peak. Then even if I kill you, the Death Hillock will not be able to do anything to me. With that, his killing intent erupted. The people in the surroundings retreated in a hurry. The woman was definitely not the elder's opponent. She was only at the level of the laws of sequence, while the elder was the protector of the young clan leader of the White Jade clan, Yu-Ru. He had reached the primordial realm. However, the woman was not alone. In the surroundings, women from the Death Hillock's 3rd peak appeared one after another. Old man, we will withdraw from the 3rd peak as well. Try and kill us if you have the ability. Old man, attack. Either you die or I die. These women were not afraid of death. They were even prepared to attack. The jade-skinned elder's face sank. He could kill 1 or 2 of them. After all, they had all said they wanted to withdraw from the Death Hillock. However, with so many of them, even if they all withdrew from the Death Hillock, he would be in great trouble if he killed them. For a moment, the situation was in a stalemate. For Yu-Ru and the others, it was a stalemate. However, for the women of the 3rd peak, it was not the case. They were already about to attack. At this moment, a voice rang out from the Spring and Autumn Scroll, the people of the Death Hillock are capturing offenders for the sake of the entire 9th Heaven universe. No one can stop them. Everyone from the White Jade clan, you may leave. Everyone from the Death Hillock, please do as you please. The World Conference can be suspended until everyone has left. As an apology, when the time comes, the Spring and Autumn Scroll will leave behind another 100 characters for everyone to search. The people of the graveyard cheered. With another 100 characters, they would all have a chance. Furthermore, the duration of the World Conference would be extended, which was beneficial to many people. Lu Yin looked up at the Spring and Autumn Scroll. The one who had spoken was someone he was familiar with. It was Qian Shu, the Spring and Autumn Scroll Xiaoyu, who had watched them get beaten out of the Heaven Gate. He had done this for Luoning. This person was extremely talented, but did he also have an exquisite heart? He knew when to advance and when to retreat. He had bought people's hearts. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 38:12. The 100 words were meaningless to the spring and autumn bamboo slip, but it showed its magnanimity. Since the third summit of the Death Hill would cause trouble every time the spring and autumn bamboo slip would release these many words from the beginning, but these 100 words were only released when the people of the Death Hill came. Yu clapped his hands. Alright, the spring and autumn bamboo slip is magnanimous. Everyone of the Death Hill, do as you wish. At most, the World Conference will be suspended. Ha ha ha. The surrounding disciples of the spring and autumn bamboo slip laughed. The 3 mountains and 7 summits of the Death Hill each had their own mission. With so many people of the 3rd summit in the mausoleum, their mission would be delayed. Once they were delayed for too long, the mission would fail, and the 3rd summit would suffer a loss. To the spring and autumn bamboo slip, it was just a delay. They did not care. The women of the 3rd summit of the Death Hill had gloomy expressions, but they were used to it. Every time they found trouble with the spring and autumn bamboo slip, it would be resolved. This was very normal, unless the spring and autumn bamboo slip really broke the rules or hid the offenders. They were not that stupid. In the distance, Long Yin looked at the spring and autumn bamboo slip with a cold gaze. Zhao Yi was lucky. When the 9 feet garden broke the rules, the Great Master asked him to destroy it. If the spring and autumn bamboo slip dared to break the rules, the Great Master would give her a chance, no matter how small the matter was. Unfortunately, the spring and autumn bamboo slip was too cautious. Someone once suggested to frame her, but she broke his legs and threw him out. The Death Hill would not do such a thing. It was dirty. She would rather wait, even if she had to die of old age. On the spring and autumn bamboo slip, Qian Shu had his hands behind his back. Beside him were cultivators from various factions. There were older and younger generations. Many cultivators who seemed to be older were actually of the same generation as Qian Shu. However, Qian Shu was in deep sleep in the junior defense tower, so there was a gap in time between them. Death Hill is too unreasonable. Because the Imperial God wanted to capture people who violated the rules, he gave Death Hill great authority. Now, they are actually using this authority to humiliate others. When we return, we will definitely report this to the Imperial God and punish them for the crime of Death Hill. Others agreed. That's right, the 3rd summit is too much. Those women are too extreme. What happened back then has been investigated. Why bother? Even if they want to find trouble, they should find the Spirit Alliance or White Jade Clan. What does it have to do with the spring and autumn bamboo slip? Brother Qianshu, please don't be angry. They are just a bunch of despicable people. Qianshu smiled and said, I'm not angry. It's just a misunderstanding. But Long Yin still hasn't let go of this matter after so many years. He's the leader of the 3rd peak of Death Hill, after all. When I become Shinyu, I'll find a way to rectify the situation. Death Hill is for the whole continent of the 9 clouds, and we can't become a tool for revenge. Well said, Brother Qianshu is indeed from the spring and autumn bamboo scroll. Compared to you, Qianshu, that Long Yin is too petty. I really don't know how the Great Master saw him. He can't even see the truth clearly and is blinded by hatred. It's really laughable that such a person can become a peak master. Big Brother Qianshu is the most farsighted. Those women are really a disgrace to us women. Reorganize Death Hill. You really dare to say that, Qianshu? A melodious voice rang out, attracting everyone's attention. There were some who were dissatisfied and wanted to berate her, but when they saw who it was, they didn't dare to do so. Qian Shu looked over, and when he saw who it was, he smiled and said, "So it's little sister Siyu. Why is little sister Siyu here? Your father has just become the sword master of the Silan region, so he must have many things to take care of. Do you need my help?" The newcomer was Lu Siyu. She knew that Ming Xiaolong had given Lu Yin the conditions, and she was certain that Lu Yin would come looking for trouble soon. Of course, she wanted to join in the fun. She glanced at Qian Shu. "What can you help with? The more you help, the more trouble you'll cause." Qian Shu wasn't angry. "As long as little sister Siyu asks, I'll do my best to help." "Don't. I'm afraid of being scolded by the Silan region," Lu Siyu said disdainfully. Qian Shu's eyes flashed coldly, but he didn't care. He knew that this girl didn't like him because of Ming Xiaoqiu. After all, the fourth of the 7 fairies was Ming Xiaoqiu's younger sister, Ming Xiaolong. The spring and autumn bamboo scroll had always been wary of this matter, so it could be said that he had offended the 7 fairies. Even the spring and autumn bamboo scroll was afraid of offending the 7 fairies. The people around him flattered Qian Shu, but they didn't dare to offend Lu Siyu. The 7 fairies' reputation resounded throughout the 9 firmaments universe, and each of them had their own background. They even had Yi Hai, and any of those nominal disciples of Azure Lotus Emperor would be difficult to deal with. They were different from Death Hill. "Hey, sister, why are you here?" Lu Siyu's eyes lit up as she looked into the distance. There, a girl stood quietly. It was the girl who made Qian Shu feel ashamed. The girl looked at Lu Siyu and nodded. "Long time no see." Lu Siyu held the girl's hand enthusiastically. "It hasn't been that long. What have you been doing? I haven't heard from you." "Cultivating in seclusion." "Oh, why are you here, sister?" "I was bored and wanted to relax." "Then you've come to the wrong place. This place is even more boring, and it's full of boring people." The girl looked at Qian Shu and the others. They tried their best to smile and appear friendly. "Sister, you're wrong." Lu Siyu blinked. "It's not easy for everyone to live. They all have their own way of living. No matter whether you're used to it or not, it's still a part of life." The girl said lightly without any expression. Her gaze didn't change, but it still moved people. His gentle words made everyone's hearts flow, making them feel very comfortable. Everyone bowed to the girl and didn't say much. Qian Shu also bowed. Lu Siyu smiled. "Sister, your words are profound. Why don't we go out for a walk?" The girl walked to the edge of the spring and autumn scroll and looked down. "You can see everything from here. Why go so far away?" Lu Siyu was helpless. She had another goal in coming here, which was to get rid of this girl. Ming Xiaolong had waited for more than a month, but the girl still hadn't left. She could only ask Lu Siyu for help, but Lu Siyu found that she couldn't do it. She was a bit crazy. Lu Yin had learned some things from Ming Xiaolong about the grudge between the 3rd Peak Master of Death Hill and the Spring and Autumn Scroll, as well as the White Jades. The mother of Death Hill's 3rd Peak Master, Long Yin, had died at the hands of the White Jades. She had followed the 3rd Night Pillar to destroy Clear Sky. It was thought that she had died in battle, but the truth was that after the White Jade surrendered to Nina Firmament's universe, they had ambushed and killed Long Yin's mother out of hatred. At that time, the White Jades had already surrendered, but they had still attacked. Long Yin's mother had been caught off guard, and she had died miserably. Long Yin had seen it with her own eyes, and she had used the last of her mother's strength to escape. She had wanted to tell the truth, as the White Jades would be finished. However, she hadn't expected the Spring and Autumn Scroll to cover it up. By the time she had escaped to the 3rd Night Pillar to tell the truth, her mother's death had been confirmed by the Spring and Autumn Scroll. At that time, the third night pillar happened to have someone with the spring and autumn scroll, so it wasn't difficult to suppress this matter. Long Yin was just an ordinary cultivator. Without her mother, she was nothing. How could she resist the spring and autumn scroll? No one would believe her even if she told the truth. Even if she found her mother's good friends to investigate, they couldn't find anything. The white jades hadn't acted impulsively, but rather premeditated. With the spring and autumn scroll's help, it was impossible to find out at that time. The longer it dragged on, the more impossible it became. In the end, Long Yin joined Death Hill and gradually became the third peak master, keeping an eye on the white jades and the spring and autumn scroll. The white jades rarely showed themselves, and there weren't many opportunities for them to cause trouble. After all, they were foreign and cautious. The spring and autumn scroll was different. The book of the world invited many people, so it wasn't difficult to cause trouble. Every time, the people of the third peak would accompany Long Yin to cause trouble for the spring and autumn scroll. Although they were punished by the master, they never backed down. No one could find out whether Long Yin's mother was killed by the white jades after they surrendered. Long Yin said it herself, but no one believed her. After a long time, no one mentioned it again. If Long Yin hadn't become the master of the third peak and kept causing trouble for the spring and autumn scroll, this matter wouldn't have caused any waves, Ming Xiaolong said. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Then, is this true or false? Ming Xiaolong shook her head. Although I hate the spring and autumn scroll and know that it's despicable, it's hard to say because there's no evidence. It would have been fine if someone else had seen it, but Long Yin was the only one. I believe it's true. The spring and autumn scroll is too despicable, Shui Su said. Ming Xiaolong was helpless. Even if it's true, there's no evidence. No one can do anything about the spring and autumn scroll. This universe is still ruled by the strong. If Long Yin becomes the master or the defense of gods, no one can stop her from taking revenge. Lu Yin looked at the women of the third peak who kept causing trouble for the disciples of the spring and autumn scroll and understood. They would rather die than kill Yu Ru. They respected Long Yin too much. The entire third peak was united, and if not for the responsibility of the Death Hill, the spring and autumn scroll would not have had an easy time. Lu Yin believed that this was true. A person who could make so many women disfigure their faces to become his subordinates should not be a fake, especially since he already had a grudge against the spring and autumn scroll. He had seen Qian Shu's hypocrisy, so it was not surprising that the spring and autumn scroll would do such a thing. However, this matter had nothing to do with him. His determination to destroy the spring and autumn scroll had nothing to do with anyone else. The people of the Death Hill's third peak were causing trouble, deliberately looking for people who violated the rules. This caused the people of the spring and autumn scroll to be angry, but they did not dare to say anything. Occasionally, a great battle could be heard from afar, and occasionally, a giant palm print could be seen falling, causing the earth to shake. The Great Five Palms technique. Why are they fighting here? Ming Xiaolong was puzzled. Soon, the discussions of the people around them made them understand. Lu Yin was speechless. He had not expected that after he had casually given the Jin clan a palm and provoked a conflict between the Jin clan, the Battle clan, and the White Jade clan, they would join forces to besiege the Great Five Palms sect. My Jin clan wants justice. No matter how the outside world fights, it has nothing to do with my Jin clan. This Great Five Palms sect has gone too far and inexplicably attacked my Jin clan. Is there any justice in this world? An angry voice rang out not far away from a group of Jin clan members. In the middle of the group was a handsome man. The Jin clan members were good-looking, and this man was one of the best even in the Jin clan. The eyes of many women around him lit up. Shui Su was excited. It's Xiuzhan, the Jin clan's Xiuzhan. Ming Xiaolong glanced over. Why are you so excited? Do you want him to greet you? Shui Su was surprised. Sister Xiaolong, you know him. Ming Xiaolong sneered. He's just a little guy from the Spirit Alliance. The entire Spirit Alliance is nothing in our myriad Elephant Valley's eyes. If we ask him to come, would he dare not come? Shui Su smiled. No need. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 38:13. Not far away, the group of people from the Jin clan were resentful. This great Five Palms sect is too lawless. I thought that this generation's master, Tide Listening Master, would be able to change things, but I didn't expect things to get worse. The outside world is saying that the Great Five Palms sect only attacked our Jin clan because we're close to them. Xiao Zhan's expression was heavy. No matter what, the Great Five Palms sect must give us an explanation. Lang Ruyu and Si Jiushi are surrounded. It won't be easy to take them down, but we can't let them escape. There are too many people in Mausoleum who hate them. They will definitely stand on our side. Young Master is right. Si Jiushi treats us like fools. He said that the palm came from an unknown master. He can't even make up a story. We asked him to find the master, but he didn't. I wonder why the Great Five Palms sect would use that palm. Isn't this just looking for trouble? Others need a reason, but the Great Five Palms sect doesn't. They are just like that. So that's how it is. Lu Yin was speechless. He had indeed pushed the blame to the Great Five Palms sect, but they didn't have to accept it. The Great Five Palms sect accepted it too firmly. They didn't listen to any explanation at all. Si Jiushi couldn't explain it clearly even if he gave him 100 mouths. After all, those who weren't at Lu Yin's level couldn't tell whether the palm was real or fake. I'm going up, Ming Xiaolong suddenly said. Lu Yin waved his hand. Do as you wish. Ming Xiaolong looked at Lu Yin. Try to make a move later. Lu Yin laughed. Don't you think that the people of Death Hill can make a move? Ming Xiaolong was helpless. But the variable is bigger because of that person. Who? Shui Su was curious. Ming Xiaolong ignored her and stepped forward to enter the spring and autumn slip. Not everyone could enter the spring and autumn slip. Many people had participated in the Book of the World in Mausoleum, but very few were qualified to enter the spring and autumn slip. Most people could only watch from afar. Lu Yin looked up. He didn't observe the spring and autumn slip. After all, there were masters in the spring and autumn slip, so he could take his time. No matter who was in charge of the spring and autumn slip, as long as they weren't in the eternal realm, they could be ignored. Shui Su wanted to leave, but when she looked at Lu Yin, she couldn't bring herself to say goodbye. He had saved her life several times, and it wouldn't be right for her to leave as soon as he was safe. Still, she didn't dare to stay with this person. He was a troublemaker, so what could she do? Distress. In the spring and autumn bamboo slip, Ming Xiaolong's appearance made the faces of the people following Qian Shu change slightly. Everyone knew that Ming Xiaolong's brother, Ming Xiaoqiu, had been schemed against by the spring and autumn bamboo. The Wanxiang Valley was helpless. For Ming Xiaolong, she had to find a way to bring her brother back, but the spring and autumn bamboo would never let him go, so the two sides were on opposing sides. Qian Shu saw Ming Xiaolong arrive and smiled gently. Book World is honored that even Xiaolong came. Ming Xiaolong glanced coldly at Qian Shu before looking at Lu Xiyu and the girl. Lu Xiyu happily ran over and whispered something to Ming Xiaolong. Ming Xiaolong looked at the girl and went forward to speak. The girl nodded, as if she was forever expressionless. No one dared to eavesdrop on what they said, but Qian Shu didn't care. The 7 fairies might be hostile to him because of Ming Xiaolong, but that girl wouldn't. She had no position and couldn't have any position. Today, as long as this girl was here, no one could overturn the sky, not even the Death Hill. He actually hoped that Qiu Longyin and Ming Xiaolong would cause some trouble and make that girl hate them. That would be enough to make them fall into the abyss. Thinking of this, his smile became more gentle. Not far away, Granny Ye looked at Ming Xiaolong with cold eyes. When she looked at the girl, she immediately lowered her head and didn't dare look at her. The spring and autumn brief maintained enough respect for this girl. Below, Lu Yin was still wandering around. The people of Death Hill were looking for trouble with the bookstalls, but not others. He even saw a brothel here, but he didn't know who was so brazen. Shui Su had a lot of thoughts and wanted to stay away. Lu Yin saw it but didn't say anything. This made Shui Su very entangled. Half a day later, on the spring and autumn brief, Ming Xiaolong helplessly gave up. She tried to invite the girl to Wanxiang Valley or other places, but the girl didn't go anywhere. She said that the atmosphere here could clearly see all kinds of life and was sick. Not far away, Qian Shu's group was talking and laughing. They didn't care about the trouble of Death Hill at all. Ming Xiaolong looked at them and became angry. Lu Xiu gritted her teeth. "Fourth sister, I really want to kick that guy down." Ming Xiaolong said, "I want to too." The girl was curious. "Kick who?" Lu Xiu pointed at Qian Shu. "That hypocritical guy." The girl said faintly, "He's a good person." "How is he hypocritical?" Lu Xiu wanted to say something but was interrupted by Ming Xiaolong. "Sister, what have you been cultivating recently? You want to observe all kinds of life. Is it karma?" The girl shook her head. "Karma is difficult to cultivate. I can't do it. I'm just trying to understand what Qing Lian you said about fate." Fate? Ming Xiaolong and Lu Xiu had strange expressions. They were familiar with this word. Because of this word, their master wanted the 7 fairies to marry that person. Damn it, they appeared here because of this word. The word fate is wonderful. If you want to see this word clearly, you should walk the world, Qian Shu said with a smile. His voice was heard. Lu Xiu shouted, "Hey, you're too tasteless. You're eavesdropping." Qian Shu smiled. "You're a straightforward person. What you say can be heard by the entire spring and autumn brief." The people beside him immediately agreed. "Yes, I heard it too. So you want to see the word fate. Your thinking is completely different from mine. I admire you." "You're indeed." Lu Xiu glared fiercely at those people. Qian Shu continued, "Miss, the spring and autumn brief travels through the 9 heavens. If you want to see all kinds of life, it's most suitable to stay in the spring and autumn brief." Ming Xiaolong's heart sank. If this girl really stayed in the spring and autumn brief, who would dare to offend it? The spring and autumn brief could travel through the 9 heavens. To see all kinds of life, you have to walk on your own. Your spring and autumn brief runs rampant in the 9 heavens. No one dares to approach you. How can you see all kinds of life? Lu Xiu said, "Yes, to see you bully people." Granny Ye glared at the 2 women coldly. She really wanted to tear their mouths apart, but even if she had 10 times the courage, she wouldn't dare to do it. Qian Shu wasn't angry. He said, "For you, the spring and autumn brief can seal the mountain for 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years. It can only travel in the 9 heavens and not contact outsiders. As long as it can help you see the word fate, it can pay any price." The girl looked at Qian Shu and nodded. "You're considerate. Qian Shu smiled and returned the greeting. Ming Xiaolong gritted her teeth. Even if the spring and autumn brief seals the mountain, it can't seal the evil of the past. Master said that if there is a cause, there will be an effect. The evil created by the spring and autumn brief will be repaid by someone. The death hill is here. You didn't see wrong. Qian Shu didn't care. Misunderstandings will be cleared up one day. The spring and autumn brief is willing to resolve the grievances with them, even if it means paying a price. After he finished speaking, he looked at the girl. Hatred and kindness are all kinds of life. If you want to see, the spring and autumn brief will not disappoint you. The girl nodded thoughtfully. Ming Xiaolong's heart continued to sink. This Qian Shu was too shameless. Lu Xiu was about to scold him when Granny Ya's voice came from the distance and interrupted her. Young masters, the tea is ready. Please come in and rest. Qian Shu smiled at Ming Xiaolong. Xiaolong, I know that you are dissatisfied with your brother entering my spring and autumn brief, but we didn't force him. He can come and go freely. He can leave now. Ming Xiaolong frowned. I don't know what tricks you are playing. This matter won't pass. Lu Xiu continued, we 7 fairies are united. When one side is in trouble, all sides will support. Qian Shu shook his head helplessly. It is a fair bet. Even if you lose, you will have no regrets. Of course, I can give you a chance to bet with me. If you win, you can take your brother away. And if you lose? Someone asked. Qian Shu smiled. There is no need to pay a price. The surrounding people praised, Qian Shu, Xiaoyu, you really have spirit. This is equivalent to overturning the bet. Once you lose, Qian Shu, Xiaoyu, will have to pay the price. Even so, there is no need for the other side to pay a price. He is our role model. I admire Xiaoyu. Brother Qian Shu has sacrificed too much. Ming Xiaolong was furious. This bastard was clearly a hypocrite. This way, she had lost the bet from the beginning. Even if she won in the end, Ming Xiaoqiu couldn't go back with her. It was too shameful. If she lost and didn't pay the price, people would laugh at her. They would say that she, Wanxiang Valley's Ming Xiaolong, couldn't afford to lose. It would be even more shameful. As for the spring and autumn bamboo slip, not only was there no loss, but it also gained reputation. After all, she was one of the 7 fairies. If the spring and autumn bamboo slip wanted her to pay the price, the spring and autumn bamboo slip might not dare. In this way, the spring and autumn bamboo slip didn't lose anything. Ming Xiaolong's reputation was ruined, which highlighted the generosity of the spring and autumn bamboo slip. It was simply laughable. Lu Xiu was angry. She could also see it, but there was no other way. The spring and autumn bamboo slip was good at this kind of thing. The girl calmly looked down and didn't seem interested in this matter. Granny Yi sneered and stared at Ming Xiaolong and Lu Xiu. So what if they were the 7 fairies? As long as they didn't provoke them, they wouldn't be able to invite Qing Lian Shangyu. It was too easy to play with these little girls. How about it? Xiaolong, I am willing to pay any price as long as you bet. Qian Shu forced her with a smile. Of course, if you don't want to bet, I'll have to trouble you to persuade your brother. Ming Xiaolong was shocked. What happened to my brother? Qian Shu sighed. My spring and autumn bamboo slip gave your brother the best cultivation environment. Your brother clearly has the ability to break through to the Wanxiang realm, but he is suppressing it. He said that as long as he is in the spring and autumn bamboo slip, he won't break through. You know, if he doesn't break through for 10,000 years, he might be crippled after 10,000 years. This is not what we want to see, nor is it what the Wanxiang Valley wants to see. Ming Xiaolong's eyes narrowed. He was purposely suppressing his breakthrough. Brother, why are you so stupid? Lu Xiyu clenched her fists and her face flushed red. She couldn't bear it anymore. She really wanted to beat this hypocritical bastard to death. Compared to him, Lu Yin was much cuter. This guy was despicable and shameless. Fourth sister, I'll contact the other sisters. No matter what, we have to bring Brother Xiaoqiu out. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 38:14. Ming Xiaolong pressed down on Lu Xiyu's hand, stopping her. Lu Xiyu was puzzled. Ming Xiaolong's expression was terrifyingly gloomy, and the anger in her eyes had completely faded. When a person's anger reached its peak, they would completely calm down. Qian Shu's words were like a basin of cold water that poured over her from head to toe, completely waking her up. She took a deep breath and looked up again. There was no emotion in her eyes. Qian Shu frowned. Not good, he had said too much and pushed her too hard. This girl had become clear-headed. But it didn't matter. No one could take Ming Xiaoqiu away. The spring and autumn slip had to create another myriad Elephant Valley with Ming Xiaoqiu as the starting point to fulfill his master's long-cherished wish. They had planned this for a long time and couldn't afford to lose it. Ming Xiaolong didn't speak and silently looked down. Qian Shu glanced at the girl and didn't say anything else. If he said anything more, he would be too aggressive. Granny Yi stepped forward. Everyone, please come in for a chat. Everyone followed Qian Shu in. The spring and autumn slip had a special place to entertain them. Miss Xiaolong, please come in for a chat. Granny Yi stared at Ming Xiaolong. Lu Xiyu was worried and held Ming Xiaolong's hand. Fourth sister. Ming Xiaolong smiled at her. I'm fine. Go in with them first. What about you? I want to talk to him. Lu Xiyu looked down and her eyes lit up. Right, how could I forget about him? His words are also very infuriating. Then I'll go in first to prevent them from speaking ill of you behind your back. Ming Xiaolong nodded. On the other side, the girl also went in. She was very easygoing and didn't interfere in other people's disputes, but Ming Xiaolong couldn't care less about her. She took out her pocket watch and contacted Lu Yin. In the graveyard, Lu Yin was looking at the bookstall in front of him with interest. Most of the bookstalls had been destroyed by the girls from Death Hill's third peak, but there weren't many of them. The disciples of the spring and autumn slip ran with the bookstalls on their backs. As long as they saw a girl from the third peak coming over, they would move. It looked ridiculous, but they could still sell words. Lu Yin had been looking at a bookstall for a long time. The disciple in front of him was impatient. Are you done or not? Hurry up, those girls are coming. You're that scared. You're not. Those are people from Death Hill, those women are vicious and merciless. I'm not scared. Bro, you can brag, but don't get in the way of choosing words. Are you buying or not? Yes, this is it. Lu Yin picked out a character, and just as he picked it up, a leg kicked out from the side and sent the disciple flying. It was someone from the third peak of the Death Hillock. The woman's nose had been cut off, and she was very fierce. Kid, I suspect that you're hiding a criminal in your bookstall. Let me take a look. The disciple of the spring and autumn booklet was on the verge of tears. How could a bookstall hide someone? He didn't dare to fight with those from the third peak, so he scrambled away. Those from the third peak didn't chase after him, and they merely stared at Lu Yin before leaving. Lu Yin's lips curled up, he had taken a single word for nothing. Shui Su had been watching from beginning to end. She had clearly seen Lu Yin deliberately wait for the woman from the third peak to arrive before taking the scroll. Furthermore, he had been standing at an angle that blocked the woman's path. How despicable. Lu Yin studied the character in his hand. It contained the power of Ku Jia. In other words, it was one of the characters hidden in the world's summit realm. The disciples from the spring and autumn booklets sold characters that they had inscribed themselves. They also had power, but that power was determined by each disciple's cultivation. They definitely couldn't reach the level of Ku Jia, but because they also had power that originated from the spring and autumn booklet, no one could tell which characters had the power of Ku Jia and which ones had ordinary power. This was a gamble. It was a gamble because every single character in the bookstall was expensive. They were all priced according to the power of a primordial realm cultivator. Even sequence laws powerhouses would have to fork out some blood just to buy a few characters, let alone ordinary cultivators. Many people would only buy 1 or 2 characters at most during this summit. This was a gamble. If they lost, they would go bankrupt, but if they won, they would be able to earn thousands or even tens of thousands of times more. Of course, the disciples themselves might not know which character was real, because every bookstall had characters placed by the higher-ups of the spring and autumn booklet. This was to confuse the public so that those who bought characters wouldn't be able to tell them apart from the disciples who were selling them. Furthermore, the disciples of the spring and autumn booklet all had their eyes closed. Lu Yin had been able to pick out that character by relying on nothing else but rune lines. He hadn't used rune lines in a long time. When it came to creating power, rune lines were definitely one of the factors that most people couldn't see. He spread the rune lines to the bookstall. Whichever word triggered the most rune lines, that word had a problem. The realm character had caused the rune lines to surge. Lu Yin could tell with a single glance that the disciple had taken so long because he didn't have the money to buy it. He was waiting for someone from the third peak to come and take one for free. Nostalgia shook. Lu Yin's nostalgia came from Sijosher, and the ninth firmament universe used nostalgia to communicate. It was the second tool that Lu Yin had seen that could communicate across parallel spacetime. The first was the wireless goo, the others couldn't do it. Ming Xiaolong's voice rang out, "My brother, Ming Xiaoqiu, can already break through to the Wanxiang realm, but because he's in the spring and autumn booklet, Lu Yin, I apologize for my previous attitude toward you. I apologize for my impoliteness, and I apologize for my willfulness. I don't know if you have a way to save my brother, but I hope that you can help me. This is not a condition, but a request. Regardless of whether you can do it or not, I will consider you to have fulfilled the conditions." Lu Yin put away the nostalgia and looked up. He didn't know what had happened to cause Ming Xiaolong's attitude to change so drastically. This spring and autumn slip really does a lot of things. Shui Su looked at the realm character in Lu Yin's hand and said, "The spring and autumn slip does a lot of things." In the cultivation world, there are 4 words that describe the spring and autumn slip. She looked around carefully and whispered, "It uses words to create chaos in the world. The spring and autumn slip can do a lot of things through those words, and it can also have a lot of reasons. For example, the word evil can approach someone and attack them without a reason. Many people believe it. For example, the word good can make a person gain both fame and fortune. The word pass can obstruct a group of people and allow another group of people to pass. In short, too many people hate the spring and autumn slip, but they can't do anything about it." Lu Yin smiled. "Can't do anything about it? Alright, then let's play with it." He walked toward a bookstall. "I want to buy a character." The stall owner was a middle-aged man who was clearly not doing well in the spring and autumn slip. He was dressed rather shabbily, and when he heard that Lu Yin wanted to buy a character, he looked around warily and opened the stall. "Which one do you want? Hurry up." There were hundreds of characters on the stall, and it was a dazzling sight. Lu Yin spread out the rune lines, but there was nothing. I don't want it. The middle-aged man had no choice but to put away the stall and run away. He noticed that the crazy women from the death hillock were looking at him. Lu Yin found the next stall. I want to buy a character. I don't want it. You said you don't want it when you saw it. Are you messing with me? I'll buy it if I want to, and I won't buy it if I don't want to. Why? Am I not allowed to? Lu Yin retorted. The disciple glared at Lu Yin fiercely. Kid, where are you from? Tell me your name. Elysium's Luo family, Luo Feitian, Lu Yin said bluntly. The disciple raised his brows. Elysium's Luo family. No wonder you dared to cause trouble. Lu Yin arrogantly turned around and went to the next stall. Shui Su innocently followed behind him, not understanding what Lu Yin was doing. At the same time, not far away, a few people looked at Lu Yin strangely. They were from Elysium's Luo family. Luo Feitian. Who was that? What a domineering name. Did the Luo family have such a person? They followed him. What are you doing? Shui Su was puzzled. Lu Yin replied, looking for characters. So fast. How do you know they don't have any? Intuition. Shui Su was speechless. She knew that something big was about to happen and wanted to escape. Lu Yin was naturally looking for characters. He couldn't spread out his rune lines, or else he would definitely be detected by an expert. He could only spread them out at a single stall. The disciples selling the spring and autumn booklet would not be able to detect him no matter what. The disciples who were selling the spring and autumn booklet were constantly hiding from the girls from Death Hillock's third peak. It was like they were playing hide and seek. Lu Yin searched from stall to stall, releasing each time he found a character. It was as if he was toying with the disciples. Gradually, his movements attracted the attention of many people. They all looked at him, not understanding what he was doing. The people from the Luo family looked at each other and confirmed that this person had nothing to do with the Luo family. However, he still carried the Luo family's name. When they thought of this, the elder from the Luo family walked over to Lu Yin, demanding an explanation. Whose child was so immature to be so careless? However, someone else took a step forward and arrived behind Lu Yin. Little brother, what you're doing is a little unkind. Lu Yin ignored him and looked at the bookstall. He had an idea. It was the character for Absolute, which caused the rune lines to surge. It was definitely the power of Kujia. The stall owner was a man with a mustache, and he stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked up and was about to speak when someone behind him patted his shoulder. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, but he did not dodge. He allowed the hand to fall and slowly turned around. He saw a middle-aged man with a cold expression. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Lu Yin. Where are you from, little brother? It's not good to play with disciples of the spring and autumn booklet like this. Shui Su was nervous. Trouble was coming. Lu Yin looked at the newcomer. Who are you? This person had a cultivation at the level of a sequence low realm cultivator and was not weak. The middle-aged man snorted. I'm the head of the Linlu family. The mustache man in front of Lu Yin was shocked. The Linlu family. I see. I'm Bei Xing, a disciple of the spring and autumn booklet. Greetings, senior. The middle-aged man nodded, and his gaze landed on Lu Yin. Little brother, you've looked at one bookstall after another, but you only took one look at each one. However, those bookstalls were discovered by the people from Death Hill's third peak, which caused many disciples of the spring and autumn booklet to suffer. Isn't this a little unethical? The crowd started discussing. It said that the Linlu family has received the favor of the spring and autumn booklet and has always wanted to rely on it. That's normal. The Linlu family is just a small family, but the spring and autumn booklet is a huge entity. Who wouldn't want to rely on it? The head of the Linlu family has appeared at the right time. Look, many people want to stand up for the disciples of the spring and autumn booklet. They can't afford to offend Death Hill, but can they not afford to offend this kid? Not necessarily. This person dares to play with the spring and autumn booklet. His background might not be simple. I heard his name is Luo Fatian. Luo Fatian. What a domineering name. Wait, is he from the Luo family? Seems like it. No wonder he dared to provoke the spring and autumn booklet. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 38:15. When Lu Yin heard the discussion, the head of the Overlook Mountain family heard it as well, and his expression changed. Someone from the Luo family. This was bad. He had seen this person cause trouble for the disciples of the spring and autumn booklet, and he had acted on impulse. He had not dared to come out when the Death Hill's third peak had come looking for trouble, but now he had to show off. He had not expected the Luo family to be involved. Although the Luo family was also a family, they were worlds apart. The Luo family was not weaker than any other family, and they were qualified to compete with the spring and autumn booklet. This was bad. No wonder this kid dared to provoke the spring and autumn booklet. When he thought of this, his gaze softened. Little brother, it's not easy for the disciples of the spring and autumn booklet to set up a bookstall. Don't make things difficult for them. If you want to buy some words, I'll buy them for you. What do you think? He did not dare to offend the Luo family, but he also did not want to lose face in front of the spring and autumn booklet. Lu Yin glanced at the hand on his shoulder. The middle-aged man quickly retracted his hand and smiled kindly, trying to appear as forthright as possible. You want to buy some words for me? That's right. Which one do you like? I'll buy it. Please don't make things difficult for the disciples of the spring and autumn booklet. They really don't have it easy. The mustache man looked at the middle-aged man and then at Lu Yin. He knew that this person did not want to offend the Luo family. He also did not want to get into a conflict with the Luo family. He was just an ordinary disciple and did not have the right to do so. Lu Yin nodded. Thank you. He then pointed at the absolute character. I'll take this one. The strokes are not bad. The middle-aged man looked at the mustache man. I'll buy this for this little brother. The mustache man was delighted. He would make a profit if he sold just one. At the same time, he secretly praised the middle-aged man for not pointing out the kid's identity, which made him seem magnanimous. Once he did, the favor would not be so great. Suddenly, the mustache man's face sank. 3 women had appeared around them at some point. They were from the Death Hill's third peak, and they had already surrounded them. The mustache man felt bitter. He had been so focused on the kid that he had forgotten about this group of lunatics. It was over. His business was ruined, and he might even get beaten up. The middle-aged man's expression didn't change. It was good that they were here. He didn't need to buy the words. All he needed to do was to take the kid away. As for the spring and autumn bamboo slip, there was nothing he could do. He had already stood up for the spring and autumn bamboo slip, so it was enough. We suspect that the bookstall is hiding a criminal. The one with the mustache, come with us. A woman raised her hand and grabbed the mustache man. She pinched the back of his neck with great strength. The mustache man did not dare to resist. His face was pale. The words on the bookstall fell to the ground, and some of them hung on the mustache man. Lu Yin took a step forward. No one could clearly see how he did it, but he had already appeared beside the mustache man and easily took away the absolute character. This scene caused the surrounding people's expressions to change. The middle-aged man's pupils shrank. He actually didn't see how this person went over. How could this be? So young. The girls from the third summit of the Death's Knoll stared at Lu Yin in astonishment. When they saw him wave his hand after taking away the absolute character, they gave him a deep look before grabbing their mustaches and leaving. My calligraphy, I haven't paid for my calligraphy, let me go, Lu Yin smiled. Very good, he had taken another one for free. Shui Su's eyes lit up as she looked at the word in Lu Yin's hand. Although it was inconceivable, this guy had taken action twice in a row. That word might really be a hidden one, and its value would be great. The people from the Death's Knoll did not make things difficult for Lu Yin. They only took the mustache man away. The middle-aged man invited Lu Yin for a drink, but Lu Yin rejected him. Didn't you say that you would buy me a word? Let's go. The middle-aged man was stunned as he looked at the absolute character in Lu Yin's hand. Lu Yin put it away. I took it myself. It has nothing to do with you. Continue. He then started looking for the next bookstall. These disciples from the spring and autumn booklet ran faster than rabbits. Where did they go? The middle-aged man stared blankly at Lu Yin's back. This guy was a little shameless. The people from the Chu family also looked at Lu Yin and then at the middle-aged man. For a moment, they did not understand what was going on and felt a little lost. The same scene happened again. Lu Yin kept looking for bookstalls and then left after a glance. The disciples from the spring and autumn booklet did not want to bother with him, but Lu Yin's hands were too fast, and they had nowhere to run. The people from Death Hill found the trick. They just had to keep an eye on Lu Yin. Lu Yin was always able to catch a disciple from the spring and autumn booklet and force him to stop and look at the bookstall. Even if it was just a glance, it was enough for them to catch him. For a moment, the mausoleum was in chaos. The middle-aged man did not know whether to persuade Lu Yin or not, but he could not. He could also see that Lu Yin was deliberately looking for trouble. If he tried to stop him, he would only bring trouble to the Chu family. The people from the Luo family did not stop him. The Luo family indeed had a grudge with the spring and autumn booklet. If not for the Chu family's booklet, Luo Ning would not have met with an accident. Right now, no one knew whether he was dead or alive. The Luo family had come to the mausoleum to seek an explanation from the spring and autumn booklet. Of course, the possibility of that happening was not high. Now that someone was looking for trouble with the spring and autumn booklet, it did not matter if they borrowed the Luo family's name. In any case, they could clear their name and let this person cause trouble. Not long after, an important person walked out from the spring and autumn booklet, Mr. Mo. The spring and autumn booklet had its own system of realms, just like Myriad Elephant Valley. In fact, for the sake of competing for the defense of God, the various powers had made preparations a long time ago and tried their best to open up new cultivation paths. Once the younger generation had the qualifications to compete for the defense of God, this path would not be an obstacle. Otherwise, it would have been extremely difficult to open up a new cultivation path. Myriad Elephant Valley had the 10 elephants, 100 elephants, 1,000 elephants, Wanxiang, and heaven and earth elephants. The spring and autumn booklet also had minor, middle, and major views. There were not as many realms as Myriad Elephant Valley, but each advancement was not easy. The spring and autumn booklet currently only had one major view, Ying Mei, the owner of the booklet. Qian Shu's protector, Grania, was only a middle view. Qian Shu was also a minor view. This Mr. Mo was also a middle view. Mr. Mo had appeared and protected the disciples from Death Hill. The girls from Death Hill were also afraid of Mr. Mo. Mr. Mo did not care about them. No matter how much trouble Death Hill caused, it would only delay them for a while. He was only concerned about Lu Yin because the absolute character that Lu Yin had taken away came from him. This person was definitely not ordinary to have found the hidden characters so quickly. I am from the middle view of the Spring and Autumn booklet. My surname is Mo. May I know who you are? Mr. Mo looked at Lu Yin and asked slowly. The aura of a powerhouse who had crossed bitter adversity formed a pressure that made it difficult for the surrounding people to breathe. Shui Su forced herself to hold on and gasped for breath. She looked at Mr. Mo with fear in her eyes. Lu Yin was unaffected and looked at Mr. Mo. The moment their eyes met, the pressure on Mr. Mo suddenly disappeared. Mr. Mo's expression changed as he stared at Lu Yin. You are not from the Elysium Luo family. The surrounding people were in an uproar. Not from the Luo family. The mountain family's leader's expression turned ugly. If Lu Yin was not from the Luo family, he had been fooled. However, he did not dare to cause trouble. Mr. Mo's aura had been cancelled out, which clearly came from that person. That person's strength was astonishing and was not someone he could provoke. When he recalled his hand patting that person's shoulder, he could not help but feel a lingering fear. His back was drenched in cold sweat. Lu Yin placed his hands behind his back. Did you affect my purchase? Mr. Mo's gaze was cold. But you did not purchase it. From behind, the man with the handlebar mustache ran over. Mr. Mo, this person stole my calligraphy. He did not pay. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. Hey, man with the handlebar mustache, are you deaf? Do I have to pay? Look for him. As he spoke, he pointed at the mountain family's leader. The mountain family's leader's expression turned even uglier. The man with the handlebar mustache wanted to say something, but Mr. Mo raised his hand to stop him. His gaze fell on Lu Yin. Since you did not pay, this transaction can be cancelled. Return the calligraphy. Lu Yin laughed. Why are all the people in the Spring and Autumn scroll deaf? Look for him. Can't he understand? Mr. Mo did not look at the mountain family's leader. He took a step forward and walked towards Lu Yin. You are insulting my Spring and Autumn scroll. You don't want to pay and still want the calligraphy. This is unreasonable. Give me the calligraphy. As he spoke, he made a move and hid the calligraphy in his palm. He was wary of Lu Yin, but he was not afraid. After all, this place was under the Spring and Autumn scroll. No matter how powerful this person was, could he challenge the entire Spring and Autumn scroll? Besides, there were also people from the clans that were on good terms with the Spring and Autumn scroll. When the Death Hillock came looking for trouble, they tolerated it. What right did this person have? Lu Yin calmly watched Mr. Mo make a move. Everyone's eyes were focused on him, waiting to see how he would react. Lu Yin did not move. He did not need to move, there were plenty of people who would. In front of him, a beautiful figure appeared. What welcomed Mr. Mo was a short but cold blade light that seemed to cut the world into pieces, including the word, capture. Mr. Mo quickly retreated and was shocked to see his calligraphy being cut into pieces. A sinister face blocked his path. Long Yin. In front of Lu Yin, a thin figure emitted a faint smell of blood. Judging from her neck, this woman should be very beautiful. Her skin was fair, but there was an abnormal flush. Her bamboo hat fluttered in the wind, and two short blades hung down. The edges of the blades were chilling. She was the Death Hillock's third summit's leader, Long Yin. If the Death Hillock came looking for trouble, Long Yin would definitely be there. However, no one would have expected her to stand up for Lu Yin. Around them, the women of the death hillock bowed. Greetings, summit leader. Greetings, summit leader. Greetings, summit leader. The surrounding people kept quiet out of fear. They looked at Long Yin with complicated gazes. There was fear, envy, apprehension, and so on. Their emotions were indescribable. They were both facing Long Yin and the death hillock. The death hillock was too unique. The head of the mountain family, the people of the Luo family, and the disciples of the spring and autumn booklet all looked over and guessed Lu Yin's identity. Could he be from the death hillock as well? Mr. Mo's face darkened. Summit leader Long Yin, what is the meaning of this? Long Yin looked up and met Mr. Mo's gaze. The cold light from the short blade in her hand enveloped an area of 3 meters. Anyone who looked at it would feel as if their vision was being cut, and their eyes hurt. I can't stand it. Mr. Mo laughed mockingly. This person came looking for trouble with the spring and autumn booklet and snatched my disciples' calligraphy. It is reasonable for me to intervene. What can you not stand it? Long Yin's voice was hoarse, and it felt as if the blade was cutting. It is just an excuse. You took it seriously. Whoever comes looking for trouble, I will help. The surrounding people were stunned. This was too straightforward. Lu Yin was speechless. He thought of Chowie. They were exactly the same. Was this the specialty of the death hillock? Honest? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 38:16. Mr. Mo's eyes were cold. Long Yin, aren't you afraid of punishment? For so many years, Death Hill has never interfered with the competition of the major forces. We only catch offenders. You are violating the rules of Death Hill. Long Yin looked calm. The Great Master will find a reason to reduce my punishment. You don't have to worry. Mr. Mo's face twitched. The people around him looked at each other. This honesty was unbearable, and they were inexplicably jealous. Dragon Roar was also known as the Long Saber Dragon Roar. Within 3 meters, the saber light was invincible. She was most famous for her move, the Burial Dragon Roar. It was a move that would perish together with her opponent. She claimed that it could definitely perish together with her opponent. I want to die, and I've been looking for a chance to take one away. Do you want to try? This was Long Yin's pet phrase. Her confidence came from the Burial Dragon Roar. No one doubted the terror of the Burial Dragon Roar. It was common knowledge in the Ninth Heaven universe. If Long Yin died, she could definitely take away someone other than the Eternal Life realm, no matter who that person was. Therefore, for many years, no one dared to provoke the woman of the third peak of Death Hill. Death Hill had its own confidence. Only Death Hill could kill, and no one dared to kill the people of Death Hill. This confidence came not only from the eternal life realm behind Death Hill and the responsibility given by the Ninth Heaven universe, but also from the people of Death Hill. Those cultivators were not afraid of death, and those crazy peak masters and hill masters. Zhao Yi was like this, and so was Long Yin. Mr. Mo was speechless and did not dare to attack. He was so angry that he laughed. Good, good, good. Since you are willing to take the lead, then do as you wish. Let's see what reason the Great Master can find to reduce your punishment. Death Hill will be destroyed by people like you one day. After that, he left, not wanting to say anything more. The people around looked at Long Yin and Lu Yin with strange expressions. It was the first time they had taken advantage of someone in the spring and autumn scroll. The mustached man ran away. The head of the mountain family did not dare to raise his head. Not far away, the people of the Luo family were gloating. Shui Su was nervous. She looked at Long Yin, who was close at hand. Death Hill, this was the Death Hill, the most untouchable force in the ninth heaven universe. It was better to meet them in person. The crowd dispersed. The disciples of the spring and autumn scroll hid as far as they could. Long Yin was here. Before Death Hill, the bookstore could not be set up. Lu Yin looked at Long Yin's back. Long Yin turned around. She was less than a meter away from Lu Yin, which was right between Lu Yin and Mr. Mo. Now, when she turned around, there was almost no distance between them. Lu Yin could clearly smell the faint scent of blood on Long Yin's body. Long Yin continued to stare at Lu Yin. Lu Yin had no intention of retreating, and he stared back at her. The scene was a little strange. The surrounding women of the third summit looked at each other and retreated. Shui Su also subconsciously stepped back. The surrounding space had expanded, and the two were still so close to each other. Many people swallowed hard and secretly praised Lu Yin's courage. No one had ever dared to get so close to Long Yin. The dragon's roar was also known as the long saber dragon's roar. This was because her saber light could only extend to a distance of 3 meters. To fight against her, one had to maintain a distance of 3 meters. If one was within 3 meters, even the spring and autumn bamboo scroll and Dagwan Ingmei might not be able to withstand it. Although Long Yin had received spiritual cultivation to reach the great circle of crossing bitter calamity, under the guidance of the Archbishop, his strength was definitely not weak. Those who were valued by the great master and pulled into the Death Hill were not bad. This person dared to get so close to Long Yin. Either he knew Long Yin, or he was not afraid of death. They did not think that Lu Yin had the strength to fight Long Yin. He was too young. Even the genius sleeping in the Xiaoyu Tower could not do it. Although I am grateful for your help, you seem to be in my way, Lu Yin said and looked at Long Yin. This woman was a little dangerous. Long Yin and Lu Yin looked at each other. So please take the people of Death Hill and leave. You have scared the bookstore away. Sure. Thank you. Long Yin lifted her foot and walked into the distance. Those of Death Hill, let's go. The women of Death Hill were surprised. They were leaving just like that. Although they were unwilling, they did not dare to disobey Long Yin's orders. Long Yin suddenly stopped. When are we going to Death Hill? Lu Yin thought for a moment. I don't know. Long Yin did not ask again and left. Those who heard were surprised. They really knew each other. The women of the third summit were the most surprised. They did not remember meeting Lu Yin. How did the summit leader know him? Shui Su was curious. She looked at the people leaving Death Hill and then back at Lu Yin. She wanted to ask something. From the moment Lu Yin had seen Long Yin from afar, he knew that she knew him. She had not acted to help him, but rather to talk to him. That was all. He did not know what kind of impression she had of him on Death Hill. The spring and autumn slip had not expected the people of Death Hill to leave so quickly. After confirming that the people of Death Hill had left, the disciples of the spring and autumn slip happily set up their bookstalls. This time, they did not have to play hide and seek. Lu Yin walked over to one of the bookstalls and glanced at it before leaving. He went to the next bookstall, and then the next until he reached the 6th bookstall. He pointed at a word. I want it. The disciple of the spring and autumn slip stared at Lu Yin. Not selling. Lu Yin smiled. Why not? Not selling means not selling. I don't like you. Can't I? The disciple said. Lu Yin smiled and suddenly moved. His hand landed on the near word, and the surrounding void distorted. The distorted void collided with each other, creating a terrifying force that shot into the sky. Countless people looked over. Was this the power of bitter adversity? The disciple selling the spring and autumn slip was shocked. Stop. Unfortunately, it was already over. The word's power had been released, and there was no turning back. He let out a shrill howl. You're looking to die. Luin sneered, and at the next bookstall, another wave of power shot into the sky. This time, it was the white word which caused the world to turn white. Even the older primordial realm experts could not see it clearly, and their senses blurred. Luin spread out his rune lines, unafraid of being discovered. This was already the case. Waves of power shot into the sky, not just from the bookstalls, but also from underground, in the void, in the lake, and so on. For a moment, the mausoleum erupted, as if it was a feast of words. Mr. Mo looked down from the spring and autumn slip with an extremely ugly expression. Qian Shu and the others, who had been chatting casually, were drawn out as well. They all walked to the edge and looked down. What's going on? The older generation of the spring and autumn slip had all walked out. Something big had happened. Luin walked through the mausoleum. Every step he took did not cover any distance, but every step he took also released the power of a word. Stop. Someone from the spring and autumn slip took action. It was a primordial realm expert, and there was more than one of them. In the distance, blade light flashed. It came from Long Yu. She did not leave, standing in the distance with the people from Death's Hill. Mr. Mo was furious. It was Long Yu again. He took action, no longer holding back. Long Yu was far away, and she was skilled in blade light. She could not stop Mr. Mo at all. Peak Lord, the woman from the third peak cried out. Long Yu was calm. In the entire 9 firmaments, there was basically no one who could defeat this person apart from an eternal life realm expert. She also wanted to see just how powerful this person was. He dared to use the spiritualized universe as a bargaining chip to threaten the entire 9 firmaments universe. In comparison, a mere spring and autumn slip was meaningless. Bang! The void collided, and the word shattered. Mr. Mo took a step back in shock. The Great 5 Palms Technique. Luin stood at the edge of the river and dug out a word from under a rock. At the same time, he struck out with a palm without even looking back, shattering Mr. Mo's word. This was the Great 5 Palms Technique. On the other side of the mausoleum, Lang Ruyu and Si Jiushi were still trapped. When Luin struck out with the Great 5 Palms Technique, they became excited, thinking that someone from their sect had arrived. Si Jiushi looked into the distance and saw Luin. Luin sensed his gaze, turned around, and smiled at him. Si Jiushi's mouth fell open. It's him. The moment he saw Luin, he felt as if the sky had darkened. The appearance of the Great 5 Palms Technique not only attracted the attention of the spring and autumn slip, but also the Spirit Alliance. Yuru, Xiuzhan, and the others from the Spirit Alliance approached Luin. Sir, are you from the Great 5 Palms sect? The people from the Elysium Luo family were stunned. Who was this guy? Lu Yin's lips curled up, and he looked around. Nonsense. Yuru was furious. The White Jades had used some people to launch a sneak attack on the Great 5 Palms sect in order to draw their anger to the war tribe. However, the Great 5 Palms sect had inexplicably attacked the Jin tribe, forcing them to reveal themselves. The White Jades hated the Great 5 Palms sect even more than they hated the war tribe. Seeing Luin, a member of the Great 5 Palms sect, acting so arrogant, Yuru was furious. Attack! The White Jades immediately attacked. The people from the Jin tribe looked at each other and did not attack. They just wanted an explanation, but they did not really want to be enemies with the Great 5 Palms sect. There was something wrong with their brains. Lu Yin raised his hand, and his palm fell. Boom! The earth trembled, and a terrifying shockwave swept out in all directions. The people from the Spirit Alliance were all sent flying, including those from the Jin tribe who had not yet attacked. Because they were close, they were also sent flying. This move shocked Ling Yuan, and it was definitely at the level of Dooku AI. It was not something that Lang Ruyu and Si Joshua could compare to. The two looked at the palm with their mouths agape. It was too ruthless. Ming Xiaolong looked down. She did not expect Lu Yin to know the Great Five Palm sect. This palm really shocked Ling Yuan. So this was his method. He picked out the hidden characters one by one and slapped the face of the spring and autumn scroll. But what was he trying to do? Although the Book of the World Summit was important, it was not strategic. It was impossible to force the spring and autumn scroll to release her brother. What was he going to do? Lu Xiu was excited. Good, good, good. Qian Shu's expression was gloomy. Someone was messing with the Book of the World again. The spring and autumn scroll had not been used for so many years that people had forgotten how powerful it was. Granny Ya whispered, "I'll make a move. This person is very strong." Qian Shu looked at the girl not far away and nodded. "Don't go too far." Granny Ya nodded and was about to go down when Qian Shu's pupils suddenly shrank. Wait. Granny Ya was puzzled. What's wrong? Qian Shu stared down at Lu Yin. This person looked familiar. Where had he seen him before? He could not remember, but his intuition made him feel cold all over. This feeling could only be felt after experiencing a life-and-death crisis, but why did he not have any impression of this person? Do you know this person? Granny Ya looked down at Lu Yin and frowned. At this moment, Lu Yin looked up at the spring and autumn scroll and Qian Shu. In an instant, Qian Shu and Granny Ya were shocked and blurted out, "It's him." The people around them looked over. "Brother Qian Shu, do you know him?" You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.